पहले ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन, अनुसूचित जाति के कमीशन और महिला आयोग ने इस बात को कोर्ट के सामने रखा था। शायद 1 साल के कम अंतराल में देश के किसी भी प्रांत में इतने ज्यादा केस सीबीआई को सुपुर्द नहीं किए होंगे जितना बंगाल सरकार से केस लेकर हाईकोर्ट ने सीबीआई को दिया है। यही बताता है कि कोर्ट को यहाँ की कानून और व्यवस्था और पुलिस पर भरोसा नहीं रहा। परिवार के साथ मेरी डिटेल बात हुई है। स्वाभाविक रूप से परिवार काफी आहत है, बेटा जाने से भी आहत है और उसके बाद प्रशासन ने उनसे जो व्यवहार किया है, जो अत्याचार किया है, परिवार के लोगों को मारा है, जिन्होंने हत्या की उसको पकड़ना तो दूर रहा, परिवार के लोगों को मारने का काम किया है, उससे बहुत आहत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी चट्टान की तरह ये परिवार के साथ खड़ी है।
मुख्यमंत्री के साथ बात लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर हमेशा सवाल उठता रहा है। आप होम मिनिस्टर को लगता है प्रेसिडेंट को जारी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि
भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय भी इस घटना का गंभीरता से संज्ञान लेता है और आज ही गृह मंत्रालय ने वेस्ट बंगाल सरकार से रिपोर्ट तलब की है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर।
All right, I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Ritwik Mondal, who's joining us right now from Kolkata. But want to quickly take our viewers through the latest that is coming in. What you just heard, the Home Minister, who's on a visit to West Bengal. He's been on a 2-day visit and he went and met the family of a BJP karyakarta, BJP cadre, who was, as per the BJP, murdered in terms of political, blood politics, one can call it, but murdered by the TMC cadre is what the BJP alleges. He just met the family of the BJP worker there. I want to cut across to Ritwik Mondal for the very latest. Ritwik, Amit Shah's visit of significance where West Bengal is concerned. He's made some highly political statements since yesterday and today gone to meet the family of the deceased BJP worker. All right, we don't have Ritwik. We're going to try and connect to my colleague Ritwik, but Amit Shah there calling out what the BJP deems is anarchy of the Trinamool Congress, the incumbent government of West Bengal. Amit Shah has been there for a 2-day visit. Yesterday, he made a fiery speech where he attacked the Mamata Banerjee government over the issue of CAA. He said that CAA will be implemented once the COVID waves abate. He said that the Mamata Banerjee government, the TMC government, is trying to propagate a rumour, fueling a rumour that TMC will never be implemented by this government, but he debunked it, saying as soon as COVID abates, the CAA will be implemented. On the other hand, the BJP has now, in terms of Amit Shah, has gone and met the family of the deceased BJP worker. The BJP alleges he was killed by the TMC in blood politics. All right, I want to connect right now to my colleague Ritwik, who's joining us from Kolkata. Ritwik, a high-profile visit, lots of politically loaded statements that Amit Shah has made.
Exactly, Preeti. What exactly we are picking up at this point in time that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, arrived just a while back at the spot where the 27-year-old, BJP youth worker Arjun Chaurasia's body was recovered this morning, and he met the family of the youth worker, and of course he also visited the place where inside the body was recovered. And while talking to the media, Union Home Minister, lashed out the failure of law and order here in Bengal, and as he also mentioned that ongoing political violence that has been erupted since the assembly election gets over, and we can see top BJP leaders also with us. He met the family of the Arjun, the boy, the young youth who was killed, found dead, hanging this morning. Where we have with us Dilip Ghosh. at this point in time, we know. Let me tell you that Amit Shah, while addressing the media, he also gone on record that the Home Ministry seeking a detailed report from the West Bengal government about this alleged political killing, what exactly happened. And let me show you what is the situation at this point in time, because the police personnel clear out the place where the incident occurred, and as allegedly BJP and his family member are alleging that these person who is 27 years old, he gone missing since yesterday evening, and then today morning at around 7:30 the body of 27 years old Arjun Chaurasia was found right inside this building, which is an abandoned place, abandoned rail quarter. There are several questions has been raised by the family also. They are not going to buy this point. That person, while he was hanging, he was discovered because he was hanging, so they are not ready to buy this point that he committed suicide, and BJP as alleges that this is nothing but a political killing. So it's turned very the politics turned very it's boiling at this point in time, as the Home Minister himself arrived here, and he also cut short his initial program after he landed in Kolkata. Let me tell you that he has been scheduled many program to attend in Kolkata today on his 2-day visit in Bengal. In this particular visit, the loggerhead situation between the state versus state and center has been erupted once again, as Amit Shah raises several questions about this implementation of CAA, whether it is the political violence that killed several BJP youth wing workers and his party men since the election gets over. So we know this is the exactly situation where let me also tell you that what exactly happened in last couple of hours after the body was cleared out by the BJP workers, and police were not allowed to go inside, and then police somehow managed to take the body out for the post-mortem. Now the post-mortem all the investigation are taking ahead. So this is what exactly we are bringing live, what exactly happened. But while addressing the media, Amit Shah lashed out on Mamata government about the political violence that has been erupted in Bengal.
Stay on with me. Let's quickly dip into what the Home Minister Amit Shah had to say on his visit to Kolkata, West Bengal.
आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जिले के उपाध्यक्ष के युवा मोर्चे के उपाध्यक्ष अर्जुन चौरसिया का राजनीतिक रूप से हत्या कर दिया गया है। उनके परिवार का ये फरियाद है कि उनकी जघन्य हत्या हुई। कल ही तृणमूल सरकार के 1 साल हुआ है, उसके दूसरे ही दिन बंगाल में राजनीतिक हिंसा, राजनीतिक हत्या का परंपरा फिर से शुरू किया है। बंगाल के अंदर विरोधियों की आवाज को कुचल देना, हिंसा और हत्याओं से डराने का प्रयास करना पहले कम्युनिस्ट शासन में और अब उससे बढ़ चढ़कर तृणमूल कांग्रेस के शासन में हुआ है। मैं पीड़ित परिवार से मिला हूं। पीड़ित परिवार की चौरसिया की दादी को भी नहीं बख्शा गया, उनको भी मारा गया। उनके कहने के हिसाब से जोर जबरदस्ती चौरसिया के मृतदेह को परिवार से छीना गया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता अदालत के सामने गए हैं कि इसका वीडियोग्राफी के साथ पैनल पोस्टमार्टम हो और इसकी जांच सीबीआई को सौंपनी चाहिए।
All right, it's time for a quick break. Up next, non-stop developments on the arrest and then later release of Tajinder Bagga. All that went down on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Is there life on Mars? Well, NASA's Perseverance, or Percy, is looking for it for a year, and so far, it's only collected rocks. The rover is celebrating its first landiversary since it started trekking the red planet to look for life. The nuclear-powered, one-armed and six-wheeled robot by NASA is a work in progress. This sedan-sized rover is a giant experiment as NASA continues to calibrate and test it. Percy is also the first robot to roam freely on the red planet. The robot is looking for evidence of microbes that scientists anticipate were living on Mars a long time ago. Percy is one of its kind as it's laying the groundwork for sending Mars's rock samples back to Earth. These samples will be stashed on the Martian surface, which can be picked up later during a joint mission that's slated for 2030. Percy is a $2.7 billion rover equipped with lasers, spectrometers, and cameras. Its sample and caching system is the most complex mechanism with over 3,000 parts. The first sample it collected was a briefcase-sized rock nicknamed Rochette. To collect rock samples, it uses a drill and a hollow coring bit at the end of its robotic arm. The robot is trying to map Mars's geology and past climate to better understand the planet.
You are what? You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. Heavy drama that is ensuing right now on the Delhi-Punjab highway. Tajinder Bagga has now been handed over to the Delhi police. The Haryana police have handed over Bagga to the Delhi cops, and within hours, Tajinder Bagga, who was inside a Punjab police vehicle being taken to Punjab, was stopped by the Haryana police in Kurukshetra. Later, the Delhi police joined them, and the Haryana police handed over Bagga to the Delhi police, and Tajinder Bagga en route back to the national capital. That's the latest that is going on. Huge embarrassment coming in for the Punjab police. Unprecedented situation in the current context. Connecting to my colleague Munish Pandey, reporting from Delhi. Munish, these are crazy developments, if one might say. Within a matter of hours, Tajinder Bagga picked up by the Punjab police, now being deposited back to Delhi by the Delhi police. All right, we're going to go across to Munish, but let's cut across to Atishi first from the Aam Aadmi Party holding a press conference.
जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हैं, उनका साक्षात स्वरूप हैं तेजिंदर बग्गा जी। तेजिंदर बग्गा जी वही नेता हैं जिन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के परिसर के अंदर घुसकर एक वकील पर हमला किया था। तेजिंदर बग्गा जी भाजपा के वही नेता हैं जिन्होंने रामलीला मैदान के अंदर घुसकर एक चलते हुए कार्यक्रम में हमला किया था। तेजिंदर बग्गा जी वही नेता हैं भाजपा के जिन्होंने एक बुक लॉन्च में घुसकर जिस व्यक्ति ने किताब लिखी थी उन पर हमला किया था। तेजिंदर बग्गा जी वही नेता हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जिन पर अमित शाह के एक रोड शो के दौरान जो हिंसा हुई थी, हिंसा करने की वजह से तेजिंदर बग्गा जी पर केस लगा हुआ है। ये वही तेजिंदर बग्गा हैं। ये वही तेजिंदर बग्गा हैं जिनके खिलाफ जनवरी 2014 में किसी के घर में जबरन घुस के हमला करने पे आईपीसी के सेक्शन 452 का केस लगा है। ये वही तेजिंदर बग्गा हैं जिन पर दंगे भड़काने, धार्मिक विद्वेष फैलाने, धर्म, जाति और समुदाय के नाम पर माहौल खराब करने का आईपीसी सेक्शन 153A के तहत केस दर्ज है। ये वही तेजिंदर बग्गा हैं जिन पर पटियाला हाउस के तहत पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट में आईपीसी 153 में केस लगा हुआ है कि दंगा कराने की नीयत से भड़काऊ भाषण देने का दोषी उन्हें करार दिया गया। अब ये लिस्ट इतनी लंबी है कि अगर मैं तेजिंदर बग्गा जी के जो गुंडागर्दी के, हिंसा के, दंगे भड़काने के मामले पढ़ने लगूंगी तो आधा दिन बीत जाएगा। ये वही तेजिंदर बग्गा जी हैं। इसी तेजिंदर बग्गा जी पर पंजाब पुलिस ने एक केस फाइल किया। क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने पंजाब का माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करी। उन्होंने पंजाब में सांप्रदायिक हिंसा भड़काने की कोशिश करी और इस वजह से पंजाब की पुलिस ने उन पर एक केस दर्ज किया। जो कानून की प्रक्रिया है, उस कानून की प्रक्रिया के तहत तेजिंदर बग्गा जी को 5 बार समन भेजा गया कि वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में शामिल हों, लेकिन तेजिंदर बग्गा जी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में शामिल नहीं हुए। क्योंकि वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में शामिल नहीं हुए, पंजाब पुलिस ने लीगल प्रोसेस फॉलो करते हुए तेजिंदर बग्गा जी के नाम पर एक अरेस्ट वारंट इशू किया और वो तेजिंदर बग्गा जी को अरेस्ट करने के लिए दिल्ली आए। पूरे लीगल प्रोसेस के अनुसार पंजाब पुलिस ने दिल्ली पुलिस को सूचित किया, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस ने क्या किया? दिल्ली पुलिस तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंडर आती है। वही भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो गुंडों को सम्मानित करती है, वही भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो हिंसकों को माला पहनाती है, वही भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो दंगइयों को टिकट देती है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस का पूरा इस्तेमाल करते हुए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने तेजिंदर बग्गा जी की गुंडागर्दी, तेजिंदर बग्गा की दंगई, तेजिंदर बग्गा की दंगा भड़काने का जो पूरा प्रयास था, उससे बचाने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। जब पंजाब पुलिस दिल्ली पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करने के लिए जनकपुरी थाने गई तो उनको गैर कानूनी रूप से बंधक बना लिया गया। पंजाब पुलिस पूरा प्रोसेस फॉलो करके दिल्ली पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करने जाती है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, अमित शाह जी की दिल्ली पुलिस एक गुंडे को बचाने के लिए गैर कानूनी तरीके से पंजाब पुलिस को बंधक बना लेती है। आज सुबह पंजाब पुलिस तेजिंदर बग्गा को अरेस्ट करके जब पंजाब में मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने पेश होने के लिए अरेस्ट करके लेके जाती है तो फिर से गैर कानूनी रूप से हरियाणा की पुलिस को इस्तेमाल किया जाता है और पंजाब की पुलिस को रोक दिया जाता है। तो ये आज साफ स्पष्ट हो गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक गुंडे को, एक दंगई को, एक लफंगे को बचाने के लिए एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाने को तैयार है। और ये तो होना ही था, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद एक गुंडों की पार्टी है, दंगइयों की पार्टी है, हिंसकों की पार्टी है। तो जब कोई गुंडा पकड़ा जाता है, जब कोई दंगई पकड़ा जाता है, जब कोई उनका लफंगई करने वाला पकड़ा जाता है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकारी तंत्र ऊपर से नीचे तक लगा देती है, गैर कानूनी रूप से लगा देती है कि वो अपने एक गुंडे बदमाश दंगई को बचा सके। आज जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने, जो हरियाणा पुलिस ने, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने तेजिंदर बग्गा जी को बचाने के लिए जो गैर कानूनी कार्यवाही करी है, उससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का असली स्वरूप पूरे देश के सामने आ गया है कि गुंडागर्दी, लफंगई, हिंसा, दंगे करने वालों को बचाना भारतीय जनता पार्टी का धर्म है और गुंडों को बचाने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी किसी भी हद तक जा सकती है। धन्यवाद।
क्या आपका अतिशी कहना है ड्यू प्रोसेस फॉलो किया?
All right, you just heard Atishi from the Aam Aadmi Party. It's interesting that the press conference taking place in Delhi, it involves the Punjab government. We're going to continue getting our viewers the latest, but right now it's a slight for the Punjab Police as well. What is the Punjab government going to do? Politics, meanwhile, has peaked over Tajinder Bagga's arrest. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party have lashed out at each other over this arrest. Both parties addressed press conferences exchanging barbs. BJP made sensational charges against AAP, claiming Bagga was arrested illegally. They also said Bagga's father was assaulted. They also said a case of kidnapping has been filed. BJP launched a scathing attack at Kejriwal, claiming that the Delhi CM is misusing the cops. Aam Aadmi Party justified Bagga's arrest, claiming that Bagga tried to incite violence. AAP said that they have a criminal dossier of Bagga and that he was summoned a total of 5 times.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग दंगे करते हैं और फिर पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मशीनरी ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक गुंडागर्दी करने वालों को, हिंसा करने वालों को, दंगे भड़काने वालों को बचाती है। आज भी वही हो रहा है। तेजिंदर बग्गा को बचाने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस क्यों सामने आ रही है? तेजिंदर बग्गा को बचाने के लिए हरियाणा पुलिस क्यों सामने आ रही है? क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडागर्दी करने वालों को बचाती ही बचाती है।
पंजाब पुलिस ने जिस गलत तरीके से आकर दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना सूचना दिए, बिना इत्तला दिए वो बग्गा के घर आते हैं, उनको किडनैप करके ले जाते हैं और जब उनका विरोध परिवार वाले करते हैं तो उस पर उनके पिताजी के साथ मारपीट करके उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसते हैं। इस तरह की तुगलकी और तानाशाहपूर्ण जो पंजाब पुलिस ने केजरीवाल के इशारे पर कार्रवाई की है, इसके खिलाफ हमने दिल्ली पुलिस में कंप्लेंट दर्ज कराई है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जो उसके खिलाफ लोग बोल रहे हैं, जो सच्चाई खोल रहे हैं, जो उसके बेनकाब कर रहे हैं उनके झूठों को, उनका मुंह बंद करना चाहता है, उनको डराना धमकाना। वो चाहता है कि बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता सच ना बोले, उसकी सच्चाई लोगों के सामने ना आए। इसके लिए वो पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग कर रहा है। हमें हैरानगी इस बात की है, मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान है और एक सिख मुख्यमंत्री के होते एक सिख को घर से बेइज्जत करके उसके पिता को पीटा जाता है, उसका मोबाइल छीन करके उनके पिता को उसको कमरे में बंद किया जाता है। तेजिंदर बग्गा को बिना दस्तार नंगे सिर पुलिस उठाकर लेकर जाती है। क्या गुनाह है तेजिंदर बग्गे का? आतंकवादी है।
इन्होंने अपने ट्वीट्स के माध्यम से पंजाब के अंदर सांप्रदायिक तनाव और सांप्रदायिक हिंसा भड़काने की कोशिश की और इनके ऐसे बयानों के चलते इनके ऊपर पंजाब पुलिस ने मुकदमा दर्ज किया। किसी भी मुजरिम के ऊपर जब मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाता है, एक्यूज को पुलिस कहती है आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन कीजिए। इनके पास इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन करने के लिए सम्मन भेजा गया, इन्होंने इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन नहीं किया। इनके पास दोबारा सम्मन भेजा गया, इन्होंने इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन नहीं किया। अब बीजेपी वाले कह रहे हैं कि साहब इनको बताया नहीं गया, इनको अरेस्ट कर लिया। 5-5 बार तो बीजेपी के लोक प्रवक्ताओं ने बयान दिए कि पंजाब पुलिस बग्गे के घर में आई। क्यों आई थी? इनका कोई फिल्म का ऑडिशन करने आई थी। तेजिंदर बग्गा, इनका अगर आप ट्विटर अकाउंट देखें और इनका आप फेसबुक अकाउंट देखें या इनके नाम की आप सर्च करें कि किस चीजों के लिए ये दिल्ली के अंदर जाने जाते हैं, तो इनका जो यूएसपी है, यूनिक सेलिंग पॉइंट, वो है गंदी और घटिया भाषा शैली, अभद्र भाषा, बदतमीजी, जहरीले भाषण और दो कम्युनिटीज, दो संप्रदायों के अंदर झगड़ा कराने वाली, नफरत फैलाने वाली बोली और भाषा।
पटियाला में जो हुआ आपने देखा, किस तरह आपसी स्वाद बिगाड़ा जा रहा है, भाईचारक सांच तोड़ी जा रही है, और पंजाब पुलिस 50-50 लोगों को लेकर जैसे किसी आतंकवादी को अरेस्ट करना हो। क्या है अरविंद केजरीवाल की मानसिकता? मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल को एक बात याद कराना चाहता हूं, ये पीरों फकीरों की धरती है, गुरुओं की धरती है। तुम हमें डरा और धमका नहीं सकते। इस धरती पे सिखों को डराने और धमकाने के लिए जकरिया खान ने कोशिश की, औरंगजेब ने कोशिश की, गोरा ने कोशिश की, गांधी परिवार ने कोशिश की। तुम हमें जेलों में तो बंद कर सकते हो, मुकदमे तो बना सकते हो, लेकिन डरा कर मुंह बंद नहीं कर सकते।
ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे कि पंजाब की पूरी पुलिस की ताकत बग्गा को चुप कराने के लिए लगा दी है अरविंद केजरीवाल ने। 50-50 पुलिस वाले उनके घर के अंदर आ रहे हैं, वो भी तब जब कोर्ट ने बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से कहा था कि इस प्रकार का कोई कदम ना उठाया जाए। अभी तो जांच शुरू ही हुई थी। ट्वीट करने के मामले में, सोशल मीडिया पे सवाल उठाने के मामले में पुलिस का इस प्रकार से इस्तेमाल भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि पंजाब की पुलिस पंजाब का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर छोड़कर दिल्ली में लोगों को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए लगा दी गई है।
I want to cut across right now to my colleague Munish Pandey, who's joining us right outside the residence of Tajinder Bagga. Hi drama, Munish. Just hours ago, he was picked up, Tajinder Bagga, by the Punjab Police and now being returned by the Delhi Police.
Yeah, well, Preeti, around 9 o'clock he was arrested by the Punjab Police, and within 6 hours Delhi Police took him back from the custody of Punjab Police, and now what we have been given to understand is that he will be taken back to Delhi at his residence. Now, amid all the drama, now what transpired actually was an FIR which was lodged by the father of Tajinder Pal Bagga, and this was lodged right at this police station, Janakpuri police station, which is in West District of Delhi. Now, in this FIR, what was the complaint of Bagga's father was that he was abducted by certain unknown people and Punjab police officials. Based on that complaint, what Delhi police did was to inform Haryana police, and they informed that a person has been abducted by name Tajinder Pal Bagga, and the Haryana police should take action and they should stop that particular vehicle with Punjab police officials. They were detained, the vehicle was stopped, they were detained, they were taken to Kurukshetra at a police station, and then they waited for the Delhi police to arrive there, and once they arrived, Tajinder Pal Bagga was given back to the custody of Delhi police. This is exactly what happened. But what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming at this point of time is that the Punjab police was within their rights to arrest Tajinder Pal Bagga. There was an arrest warrant issued by the court based on which they came to Delhi to arrest, and 3 police officials, again 3 police officials of Punjab police are still in this very same police station at the Janakpuri police station, and what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that they are still detained by the Delhi police, and these 3 police officials were here to inform that the Punjab police has arrested Tajinder Pal Bagga. That was to follow the due procedure, follow the law, but at the very same time what Delhi police did is that they filed an FIR, and based on which the entire drama happened, which was completely unprecedented. Now a case is going before the court, and what the Punjab police is claiming that after their arrest illegally, Tajinder Pal Bagga was given back to the custody of Delhi police, and they are also presenting a video before the court to make a claim that nothing was wrong from their side. It was the Bharatiya Janata Party and Delhi police that they were acting illegally, and that is why Tajinder Pal Bagga was given back to the custody. They are also claiming that after the court order, after the arrest warrant was issued, Tajinder Pal Bagga was supposed to be presented before a court. But what will happen now, we have to wait and watch.
Appreciate you joining us, Munish. We're going to continue coming back to you for further updates. I'm going to go into a quick break. When we return, we're going to shift focus. Mega India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin finally comes out, acknowledges Vignesh's custodial death, says will investigate as a murder case.
You are watching India Today.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Meanwhile, high drama in Varanasi as a court-appointed team has reached to videograph the Gyanvapi Mosque complex survey team. Stopped outside the mosque, slogans have been raised. Yes, that's the latest that we are getting in right now. It comes in from Varanasi, where slogans have been raised in midst of clear theatrics which are taking place outside the Gyanvapi Mosque complex. It is adjoining the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and a survey team was stopped outside the mosque. The survey team was to videograph the mosque. All right, let's listen to what the report my colleague Samarth filed.
लोगों को हटाया जा रहा है और मैं जिधर से गुजर रहा हूँ मेरे इर्द गिर्द आपको सिर्फ पुलिस वाले ही नजर आएंगे। तो सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई गई है और यहाँ पर जो है एक एक करके सबको यहाँ से बताया जा रहा है, हिदायत दी जा रही है कहीं ना कहीं कि अभी यहाँ पर रहना। ये देखिए
All right, viewers, we're going to cut across to my colleague Samarth, but high drama at Varanasi's Gyanvapi complex. All of this took place while a survey team is there to videograph the mosque. A team of court-appointed lawyers, viewers, was all set to begin the videographic survey and inspection of the Ma Shringar Gauri Sthal at the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanpeeth complex. A part of it is a mosque. Once again, let's listen in to my colleague Samarth.
जो होना है अदालत के फैसले से हो रहा है, जो हो रहा है वो सच हो रहा है और जो सच है उसी को दिखाया जाएगा।
हिंदू धर्म गुरुओं द्वारा कहा गया है कि वहाँ हिंदू देवताओं के जो मूर्तियाँ हैं वो मौजूद हैं।
वो सच है, वो पहले से है। औरंगजेब ने उसको तोड़ करके बनवाया कि मस्जिद का गुंबद ऊपर है, नीचे मंदिर है। जो है वो सच है और सच का सच, पानी दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होना है।
और जो मैनेजिंग कमेटी, जो अंदर मस्जिद की कमेटी है, उनका ये कहना है कि वो किसी को अंदर नहीं आने देंगे।
यदि सांच को आँच किस बात का, सांच का आँच किस बात का? अगर अंदर कुछ नहीं है तो आप जाने दीजिए, हमको सर्वे करने दीजिए, हम अपना सर्वे करें, आप अपना काम।
वाराणसी गंगा यमुनी तहजीब के लिए जाना जाता है, भाईचारे के लिए जाना जाता है, आप लोग का क्या मैसेज है?
हम लोगों का कहने का मतलब ये कि जुमा का दिन था, ईद का जो है कि हम लोग जो है कि सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, बैठ के इसको सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, इसलिए भीड़ ज्यादा आ गया। और दूसरी बात की जो है कि सर्वेक्षण की बात है, ये तो जो है कि कोर्ट के द्वारा आदेश दिया गया है, इसको जो है कि सर्वेक्षण के लिए आदेश भी दिया गया है, लोगों के इंतजामिया कमेटी ने भी आदेश दिया है कि हाँ आप आइए, जो है कि अपना जो है अपना देख लीजिए। भाई जब कुछ है ही नहीं तो मिलेगा क्या आपको? गुरु जी का घंटा मिलेगा आपको? जब कुछ है ही नहीं है तो क्या मिलेगा? अब भाई जिसको भी आके देखना आकर देख लीजिए।
तो कुछ लोग आक्रोशित से क्यों हो गए?
आक्रोशित कोई नहीं हुआ है सर, आक्रोशित कोई नहीं हुआ है।
बात ये है कि जो लोग इसीलिए, हिंदू पक्ष के लोग इसीलिए कह रहे हैं कि जो नंदी जी का मूर्ति है वो इस साइड है, इसीलिए लोग ज्यादा शक कर रहे हैं कि मतलब इस साइड शिवलिंग है। वैसे तो
क्या लगता है?
मालूम नहीं हुआ।
तो आप देख सकते हैं आशुतोष, यहाँ पर जो है अलग अलग पक्ष अलग अलग बातें कह रहे हैं फिलहाल, क्योंकि ऑर्डर लोकल कोर्ट का है तो मानना पड़ेगा ही, क्योंकि लोकल कोर्ट अगर आदेश देता है वो तो सर्वोपरि है। तो इस वक्त जो है सर्वे का काम जरूरी है। अब किसी को उसमें दिक्कत अगर है तो वो एक चर्चा का विषय जरूर है, पर यहाँ पर जो सीन्स थे वो हमने आपको दिखाया आशुतोष किस तरह से।
Cross back to Samarth, but meanwhile, the chorus for demanding justice for Vignesh is only getting louder. Taking stock of the situation, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has said that the horrific custodial death of Vignesh will be investigated as a murder case. The AIDMK staged a walkout from the assembly over the case's investigation being handed over to the CBCID. Leader of opposition Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has demanded a CBI probe into the case. Meanwhile, the State Human Rights Commission has taken cognizance of the case. The notice issued by the body states that the matter will be listed for further consideration before the Commission after 4 weeks. The Commissioner of Police has been asked to submit a report before the Human Rights Commission within 4 weeks' time.
சட்டமன்றத்திலே விக்னேஷ் மரணத்தில் குறிப்பிட்ட செய்தியும் தற்போது விக்னேஷுடைய உடற்கூறு ஆய்வில் தெரிவிக்கப்பட்ட செய்தியும் முரண்பட்டுள்ள காரணத்தினால் இந்த வழக்கு நேர்மையாக முறையாக நடைபெற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் இந்த வழக்கை சிபிஐ ஒப்படைக்க வேண்டும் என்று முதலமைச்சருக்கு நாங்கள் சட்டமன்றத்திலே கோரிக்கை வைத்தோம்.
An interfaith couple were attacked at a busy crossing in Hyderabad. We've carried that story yesterday, leaving the man dead. The police have now arrested 2 people from the woman's family. A young man lay bleeding by a busy road, his face smashed with iron rods, while his wife valiantly fought off his attackers, one of them her own brother. In this horrific killing in public, caught on camera. Here's more.
Hyderabad's gruesome murder has shocked the entire nation. Nagraj, who married Sultana 2 months back, paid a heavy price for love. He paid with his life. Murdered on a busy road in public view, allegedly by Sultana's family. India Today has accessed every possible video of the macabre murder. This video shows the assailant stop Nagraj and Sultana. Here is a clearer image from another CCTV. One that will help police nail the suspect. The assailant, now identified as Sultana's brother, hits Nagraj with a rod, while she pleads him to stop. Even her tears don't move her brother. Another video shows people standing there like mere spectators, while Nagraj lies in a pool of blood. The entire chain of events was narrated by Sultana.
నడి రోడ్ మీద నారాజ్కి 5 మంది కొట్టిండ్రు సిగ్నల్ దగ్గర మా అన్న ఒకటి తెలుసు అందరు కాలు మొక్కలు అయితే పబ్లిక్ ఎందుకు వచ్చింది
చేయాలి బేటా
పబ్లిక్ ఎందుకు వచ్చింది
పబ్లిక్ వచ్చే టైంలో వస్తారు బేటా ఎవరు పానం వాళ్ళకే తీపి వాళ్ళ పానం వాళ్ళ కొడతారా
తమాషా చూడడానికి వస్తారు కళ్ళు ముందు మనిషికి చంపేస్తే కళ్ళు కనిపించవా ఈ ప్రపంచానికి కళ్ళు లేవా ఈ ప్రపంచానికి కళ్ళు లేవా వాళ్ళు 5 మంది సిగ్నల్ దగ్గర అడుగులకు కూడా చంపలేదు సిగ్నల్ దగ్గర అందరు కాలు మొక్కి నువ్వు పట్టుకొని నా రాజుతో చెప్పకుండా నేను చచ్చిపోతే నాకు ఈరోజు బాధ ఉండకుంటుండే.
Nagraj's last rites at Marpalli in Vikarabad district was attended by a huge crowd, which included state BJP chief Bandi Sanjay. Sultana shared her pain with Sanjay.
నా కళ్ళ ముందు నా రాజు చంపేసిన సార్ నెత్తి మొత్తం ముక్కలు చేసిండు మీద పడితే నాకు దొబ్బి కూడా చంపేసిండు రాడ్లతో రోడ్డు మీద అందరూ కాలు పెట్టినా అందరు కాలు మొక్కినా నా రాజుకు కాపాడమంటే ఎవరు కాపాడలేదు అందరు కాలు పట్టుకున్నా రోడ్డు మొత్తం కాళ్ళు పట్టుకున్నా అందరికి ఫోన్లు చేసిన ఎవరు ఫోన్లు చేయలేదు మొత్తం నెత్తి మొత్తం ముక్కలు అయిపోయింది నా రాజుది. నేను వాడితో మాట్లాడతా వాడు నా ముందు రావాలి నేను చంపేస్తామండి నేను చంపేస్తా.
The gruesome murder in Hyderabad has once again brought to fore the divisions in society, even in this age and century. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today did talk to the wife Sultana of Nagraju. Listen in.
आप राजू को कब से जानती थी?
क्लासमेट्स थे सर, मतलब हम दोनों एक साथ ही स्टडी कर रहे हैं. हम 10 ईयर्स से मालूम राज में.
ये बताइए सुल्ताना कि आप लोगों ने कब सोचा कि आप शादी करेंगे?
मालूम तो 10 ईयर्स तक से थे उन्होंने, लेकिन 6-7 ईयर्स हुआ के हम शादी करना शायद डिसाइड कर रहे थे.
सुल्ताना, बुधवार की रात को जो हादसा हुआ, जो घटना घटी, वो हादसा उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए हमें, कैसे हुआ?
भाभी के घर से अपने घर चले जा रहे थे, जब ही अटैक करे मेरे भाई और उनके फ्रेंड्स से सर.
हमने देखा उस हादसे के दौरान काफी सारे लोग आसपास खड़े थे, क्या किसी ने आपकी मदद की या नहीं की?
सर कोई भी हेल्प के लिए नहीं है सर, ये तो मतलब कुछ जंगल में वैसा भी नहीं, ये तो मतलब पूरा ट्रैफिक था सर, बहुत लोग थे कि पूरा फुल ट्रैफिक था, मतलब वहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं था कि मेरे रात की जान नहीं बचा सकते बोले जैसा कुछ भी नहीं था सर. अगर ये समाज अच्छा रहा तो मतलब एक इंसान की जान जा रही बोले तो वो लोग को तकलीफ क्या है मालूम, बोले तो वो हेल्प करे तो आज राज बोल के नहीं किसी को भी ऐसा जान नहीं जाती सर. मेरा राज आज जिंदा रहते थे, लेकिन मैं सबको मतलब बाइक्स पे जो जाते ना बाइक्स पे जो जाते ना उनको सबको हेल्प पूछी सर, मतलब सबको बचाने के लिए बोली, लेकिन कोई भी नहीं बचाए. और मेरे भाई राड लेके पूरा सर फोड़ दिए सर, मतलब जो भेजा हुए रहता ना सब पूरा बाहर आ गया मेरे हस्बैंड का. और मैं बचाने के लिए हेल्प कर रही सर, लेकिन वो लोग मतलब एक मेरे भाई को बाजू में हटाए तो और एक जने आके मारते गए सर उनको. एक 15 या 20 मिनट्स तो भी मारे, लेकिन उतनी देर भी कोई भी नहीं है. जब उनका इंतकाल मतलब उनको सांस चले गई ना, जब 100 मेंबर्स या वैसा सब आके जमा हो गए.
सुल्ताना, आपने बहुत हिम्मत दिखाई है, ये बताइए कि आपको कभी भी ऐसा लगा था कि आपके भाई ऐसा कर सकते हैं?
हम लोगों को 3 मंथ से कुछ भी डॉट वैसा कुछ भी नहीं था, ये एक शॉक के जैसा था सर मुझे. मतलब डॉट पे सडनली उनको कौन इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं मालूम हम आपको, असल कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आया। सडनली अटैक कर दे सर, मतलब हम लोगों को डॉट वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं आया। लेकिन जिस दिन मेरे राज के ऊपर अटैक हुआ, जॉब को जब उन्हें सुबह जा रहे थे, जब थोड़ा मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मन में कुछ अलग फीलिंग आई कि आज कुछ बुरा होगा जैसा फीलिंग आई, बस इतना ही। लेकिन कुछ डॉट वगैरह ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ सर।
Meanwhile, political temperatures are soaring in poll-bound Telangana right ahead of Rahul Gandhi's visit to the state. A war of words has erupted between the ruling TRS and the Congress party. Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, Kavita, took to Twitter, asked Rahul Gandhi how many times he'd raised Telangana issues in Parliament. Rahul Gandhi will be in Telangana today and tomorrow, where he will be addressing a party meeting in Warangal, which is expected to have almost 5 lakh people. Yesterday, BJP chief Nadda too visited Telangana, accusing the state government of not implementing several central schemes. The BJP chief also said that the state is ready for a change and BJP's double-engine government. Minister KTR was quick to take on Nadda, saying that his government destroyed the economy and will destroy Telangana the same way.
जनता अब चल पड़ी है आपके साथ। जनता ने तय कर लिया है कि वह यहां परिवर्तन चाहती है। वो यहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में सरकार देखना चाहती है और वो मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद और नीचे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, डबल इंजन की सरकार तेलंगाना को आगे ले जाने वाली है।
They just came, delivered speeches and left back to Delhi. So people of Telangana and people of Mehboob Nagar particularly understand that Bharatiya Janata Party wants votes, but they do not want to give a single penny for the water irrigation projects, which were the promises of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Going into a quick break to stay with us. Up next, non-stop development on the Bagga Arrest drama continues. Getting you more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
our philosophy or our fundamentals was a customer-funded business model, meaning that early on, as we kind of had this idea that building digital maps would be something pioneering and unique for the country. There could be infinite applications for this product that we had in mind. We immediately started to look for customers who could benefit from digital maps as a solution. And because it was going to drive value for them, they actually paid us to build out digital maps for their unique kind of use cases and problems. So actually that not just generated business for us, it also funded our products. It's just simply a function of think through what problems people are facing in the world in different areas, and then try to apply the technology that you have deep understanding of towards solving that problem. And that product market fit is basically where monetization, profitability happens, and if you can solve it well. Build it with customers. I mean, build it for customers. Test it very often with them. So definitely don't have it as a shining kind of jewel that you're polishing, in the back of your lab or back of your office, but really like engage with customers. Tell them that, look, I'm planning to build this. Will this solve your problem? Get their requirements. Have them try out, iterate your product or solution towards that.
Everyone said the road was impossible. Everyone said, not in our lifetime. Everyone said the battle was unwinnable. Only KCR believed and made it possible. And how? You are watching India Today.
From welcome, you're watching our continuous coverage on Tajinder Bagga being arrested and then being rescued by the Delhi police, with a role to play of the Haryana police as well. We're going to get you more. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Tajinder Bagga handed over to Delhi police after being arrested by the Punjab cops. BJP says Bagga was abducted. Aam Aadmi Party justifies, calls him a history sheeter. High drama in Varanasi. Kashi Temple, Gyanyapit mosque survey blocked. Locals protest, raise slogans as court-appointed team reaches to conduct a videography of the disputed site. Blood politics peaks in Bengal. Amit Shah meets the family of deceased BJP worker in Kolkata, calls for a CBI probe, says there is anarchy in Mamta's name. Mega India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says Vignesh custodial death will be investigated as a murder case. AIDMK stages protest, demand CBI probe. Political temperatures soar in Telangana. BJP Chief Nadda roars on KCR's turf, declares war ahead of Rahul's visit. TRS taunts Rahul, says, what do you do for the state? Modi government bashes WHO COVID report, which states the death count is 10 times of the official count. BJP calls global body's methodology flawed. Now, the arrest of BJP leader Tajinder Bagga has sparked a fresh face-off. Bagga, who has now been given custody to Delhi police, was arrested early on Monday morning. This morning, viewers, I beg your pardon, India Today accessed videos that show how the Punjab police entered Bagga's residence to arrest him. In the video, the police can be seen dragging Bagga out of the house forcefully. Another video surfaced of Tajinder Bagga inside the police vehicle in which Bagga was being taken to Mohali, where he would be produced in court. The Punjab Police vehicle that was taking Tajinder Bagga to Punjab was stopped at Kurukshetra by the Haryana cops. While Bagga has been taken to a local police station in Kurukshetra, both Delhi and Punjab Police have traded charges against each other. While Punjab cops have charged Bagga for criminal intimidation, making provocative statements and attempted communal enmity, the Delhi cops have registered an FIR against the Punjab cops for trespassing Bagga's house, kidnapping and criminal intimidation.
तजिंदर बग्गा को किडनैप करके एक बोलेरो गाड़ी में लेकर जाया जा रहा है और उसको रोका जाए, तो हमने तो उस आदेश की पालना की है, हमने उनको रोका है।
लेकिन पंजाब के डीजीपी ने हरियाणा डीजीपी को चिट्ठी लिखी है और उन्होंने एफआईआर की कॉपी दी है और उन्होंने कहा ये अपहरण का मामला नहीं है, ये मामला पंजाब में एफआईआर दर्ज है और हम आरोपी को गिरफ्तार करके ला रहे थे। हरियाणा सरकार बेवजह इस रास्ते में रोड़ा बन रही है।
नहीं, कोई रोड़ा नहीं बन रहे हैं। अगर कोई ऐसा मामला था तो वो दिल्ली में भी दर्ज हो सकता था, वो पंजाब में ही दर्ज क्यों कराया जा रहा है? पंजाब कोई आम आदमी पार्टी का टार्चर हाउस बन गया, वो दिल्ली में भी दर्ज हो सकता था, दिल्ली में भी पुलिस है, तो ये काफी बातें देखने वाली हैं। अभी हम इसको जनकपुरी थाने में पेश करेंगे जहां पर अपहरण का मामला दर्ज हुआ है और इसकी फर्दर जांच होगी।
लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है पंजाब पुलिस ने बाकायदा एफआईआर की कॉपी वो भेजी है, वो कह रहे कि आप हमें सौंपे, हम इसको पंजाब लेकर जाने जाते हैं बग्गा को। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली में एफआईआर दर्ज हो गई है।
नहीं तो फिर पहले दिल्ली पुलिस इसकी छानबीन करेगी और छानबीन करने के बाद जो कानूनी उचित होगा वो करेंगे।
पंजाब पुलिस ने बाकायदा एफआईआर की कॉपी वो भेजी है, वो कह रहे कि आप हमें सौंपे, हम इसको पंजाब लेकर जाने जाते हैं बग्गा को। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली में एफआईआर दर्ज हो गई है।
नहीं तो फिर पहले दिल्ली पुलिस इसकी छानबीन करेगी और छानबीन करने के बाद जो कानूनी उचित होगा वो करेंगे।
तो इसका मतलब है कि आप जो है हरियाणा पुलिस अब तेजिंदर बग्गा को पंजाब पुलिस को नहीं सौंपेगी?
नहीं, हम पहले अपने जहां से हमें ये किडनैपिंग की सूचना मिली है, पहले हम उस पुलिस को सौंपेंगे।
यानी कि दिल्ली पुलिस अब यहाँ पर साफ हो गया है, हरियाणा के गृह मंत्री ने साफ कर दिया है कि दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम बाकायदा कुरुक्षेत्र पहुंचेगी और तेजिंदर बग्गा को दिल्ली पुलिस के हवाले किया जाएगा।
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਾ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਐਫਆਈਆਰ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਟੇਟ ਸਾਈਬਰ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਐਫਆਈਆਰ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ 18/20 18/22 153 A 505 ਆਈਪੀਸੀ 'ਚ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਜੀ ਤੇਜਿੰਦਰ ਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਬੱਗਾ ਨਿਊ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ मतलब 5 नोटिसेस सर्व किते 41A ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਨੋਟਿਸ ਡਿਊਲੀ ਸਰਵ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਐਕਸਕਿਊਜ਼ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੋ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਰਾਤ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਭੇਜੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਿਆਈਏ ਕਿ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਏ। ਤਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਐਜ਼ ਪਰ ਲਾਅ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ।
Meanwhile, Tajinder Bagga's parents have alleged harassment by the Punjab cops. Bagga's father says he was punched in the face by the Punjab police.
मैंने जब मोबाइल उठाया तो उसने मेरा मोबाइल छीन लिया, मेरे मुंह पे मारा, मेरे गले को दबा के मेरे को नीचे बिठा दिया। जी बोलिए। हाँ जी, सुबह के फिर क्या अब उसे खींच के घसीट के ले गए।
आप कैमरे में
कार्रवाई इस पे क्या कहेंगे? जो कार्रवाई दिल्ली पुलिस बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कार्रवाई कर रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना बताए हुए वो आए थे और दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो हमारा सहयोग किया है, दिल्ली पुलिस का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपकी कंप्लेंट पे एफआईआर भी हुई है? आपकी कंप्लेंट पे एफआईआर भी हुई है?
जी जी, मैंने कंप्लेंट की है, एफआईआर हुई है और मेरा मेडिकल भी हुआ है। मेडिकल में मुझे जो चोटें आई हैं वो भी दिखाई गई हैं। वो सारी आपको ये पुलिस दिखा सकती है।
आपने कंप्लेंट में क्या बोला था बताइए।
भाई मेरे घर में गुंडे आए, मेरे बच्चे को घसीट के ले गए, मेरा बच्चा चिल्लाता रहा, मेरे बच्चे ने कहा मेरे को सर पे कपड़ा कम से कम बांध लेने दो, उन्होंने उसका मौका नहीं दिया और घसीट के बाहर ले गए। बाहर में निकला तो कम से कम 15 गाड़ियां थी।
अरे देखो जी, बोलिए। बात बताइए क्या हुआ, फिर क्या हुआ? सारे नियमों को फॉलो करा।
आप मुझे बताएंगी कि हुआ क्या मैम? आज सुबह कितने बजे क्या हुआ?
मैं दरअसल बिहार में आई हुई हूँ। तजिंदर और उसके पापा घर पे अकेले थे, तो सुबह के करीब 7 के आसपास घर में पुलिस आई है सिविल ड्रेस में। उन्होंने आए और आके उन्होंने दरवाजा जैसे ही खुलवाया तो हमें नहीं पता था कि कौन है वो। उन्होंने आके तजिंदर को जैसे ही ले जाने की कोशिश की तो तजिंदर के पापा ने मतलब वीडियो बनाने की कोशिश की कि मैं घर के लोगों को इन्फॉर्म कर पाऊं कि भाई किस तरीके से ये लेके जा रहे हैं। और उन्होंने तजिंदर के पापा के मुंह पे पंच किया उनको।
All right, as the drama continues, I want to cut across right outside Tajinder Bagga's residence in Janakpuri, connecting to my colleague Munish Pandey. Munish, over to you.
Yeah, well, Preeti, we are standing outside the Janakpuri police station, and here you can see the workers of Bharatiya Janata Party in support of Tajinder Pal Bagga. And you can see now they are sitting. Now they are sitting here with the banners and posters saying that Kejriwal, don't use Punjab Police for dirty politics. Bagga को रिहा करो. केजरीवाल पगड़ी का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान. Since morning, from the time he was arrested by the Punjab Police, we are seeing that there are politicians, there are local workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party who have gathered outside this Janakpuri police station in good number, and now they are protesting against, the Punjab Police and also against Kejriwal. You can see these visuals right outside from the Janakpuri police station. I would also go to some of the politicians, some of the BJP workers, what they have to say, just to ask them. सर ये बताइए कि अब जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने जाकर हरियाणा पुलिस से बग्गा जी को अपने कस्टडी में लिया हुआ है, क्या कहना है?
दिल्ली पुलिस ने अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है और मैं दिल्ली पुलिस की प्रशंसा करना चाहूंगा कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो सुबह अपहरणकर्ता आए थे उनके खिलाफ मुकदमा दर्ज करके बग्गा जी को रास्ते में से ही डिटेन कर लिया, वापसी ले लिया, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस ने अपनी जो लीगल कार्रवाई थी उसको उन्होंने प्रसूख किया है। और मैं इसलिए दिल्ली पुलिस को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी देना चाहूँगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि जो एक प्रशासन का फर्ज बनता है उन्होंने वो फर्ज अच्छे से निभाया है। जिस प्रकार से पंजाब के बदमाश आकर और किसी का अपहरण कर रहे हैं, किसी थाने में इन्फॉर्म नहीं कर रहे, लोकल थाने में इन्फॉर्म नहीं कर रहे, अगर उन पर कोई मुकदमा दर्ज था तो उनको जो हमारा संविधान है उसकी प्रक्रिया को फॉलो करना चाहिए था। उसके बाद यहाँ से किसी स्टाफ को ले जाके उनको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए था, लेकिन उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से अपहरण किया है, और दिल्ली पुलिस की मैं प्रशंसा उन्हें करता हूँ कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने बहुत अच्छा कर्तव्य का पालन किया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So you heard one of the workers claiming that whatever the action of Punjab Police was, that was not good. I would also like to go to some other people also. आप ये बताइए केजरीवाल के खिलाफ क्यों गुस्सा है आप लोग को?
क्योंकि पंजाब के अंदर केजरीवाल का ही तो राज है। उसी ने पुलिस को भेजा है बग्गा को अरेस्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि बग्गा ने ट्वीट किया था कि आपने कहा था जीतने के 1 महीने के बाद जिन्होंने गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब का अपमान किया है उसे आप अरेस्ट कर लेंगे। इस ट्वीट के ऊपर द कश्मीर फाइल के ट्वीट के ऊपर टैक्स फ्री कर दो। आप पंजाब की पुलिस भेज देते हैं किडनैपिंग के लिए। ये किडनैपिंग है, ये क्योंकि दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री केजरीवाल है, उसकी पंजाब में सरकार केजरीवाल की है, ये उसी की हरकत है, ये उसी ने किया है।
So you can see the anger among the protesters here, Preeti, and they are protesting against the Punjab Police and especially against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now what they are claiming that Tajinder Pal Bagga was arrested on behest of Kejriwal and police was acting on behest of Aam Aadmi Party, and that is why they are arresting. But at the very same time, what Delhi police is claiming at this point of time is that they are also in touch with Haryana police, they are also in touch with the Punjab police. There is a team already in Haryana, we have been given to understand, and Tajinder Pal Bagga is with the Delhi police at this point of time. So high drama outside the Janakpuri police station over the arrest of Tajinder Pal Bagga, who was arrested 9 o'clock in the morning, but later on, within 6 hours, he was given back to the custody of Delhi police from Punjab police. Preeti.
Munish, what's the status of the 3-member Punjab police team that were detained inside the Janakpuri police station yesterday continue to be detained, or have they been let go of?
Well, Preeti, we are right outside the police station, and I will request my camera person to show you the visuals around this area. And the 3 police officials who came to Janakpuri police station, they are still under detention. Now, what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that this detention is illegal. This is completely bizarre. And at the very same time, the father of Tajinder Pal Bagga is also at the very same police station. Just a while back, he spoke to India Today. He said that Delhi police is doing a great job. He is very happy with the action taken by the Delhi police. And on his complaint, Delhi police took custody of Tajinder Pal Bagga from Punjab police. But still, the matter is in the court now. The court is hearing the matter, and we have to wait and watch that what order the court is going to pronounce, because Punjab police is also presenting a very strong case claiming that there was an arrest warrant issued by the Punjab court, and based on that arrest warrant, Tajinder Pal Bagga was arrested. He was supposed to be produced before a court, but forcefully he was taken out from the custody of Punjab police, and later on Delhi police was given the custody of Tajinder Pal Bagga by the Haryana police, where BJP is the ruling government.
You know, Munish, in a short while from now, even Tajinder Bagga would be brought to the Janakpuri police station where you are. But, you know, for somebody that has covered, the functions of police forces from across state, this is a very peculiar, very unusual situation. The court is now going to be hearing the plea of the Punjab police. As unprecedented it might be, Munish, I want you to give an understanding to our viewers on what would be the plea of the Punjab police, and what would the court be hearing, and what could be the possible, course of action, legal course of action from here on.
Well, Preeti, I have covered several state police in last 13 years, especially Maharashtra police and Delhi police. But this is completely unprecedented. I have never seen such type of bizarre case. Now, one state police is coming to another state, Punjab police coming to Delhi police. According to the procedure, once the person has been arrested by any state police in a different state, that police should be informed. It means that Punjab police should have informed the Janakpuri police station where Tajinder Bagga resides. So they should have informed. But what we have been given to understand is that after the arrest, 3 police officials came who are still under detention, and they were informing the Delhi police about the arrest. But at the very same time, there was a complaint of Tajinder Bagga's father saying his son has been abducted, and Delhi police started acting on that particular complaint. Now there is a third state police involved in this, that is Haryana police. Now Haryana police is claiming that they were acting on the complaint and information which was received from the Delhi police, that was an abduction. Their priority was to stop that particular vehicle in which Punjab police officials were with Tajinder Bagga, and once they were stopped, they were detained, they were taken to the Kurukshetra police station, and later on we know what exactly happened. Haryana police took the custody of Tajinder Bagga and handed over to Delhi police. Now as far as the Punjab police case is concerned, now one legal ground for them is very strong, that is the arrest warrant issued by the local court, no matter what the sections are. But if the arrest warrant has been issued, the police has power to arrest that person, and if the person has been arrested, the matter in which that person has been arrested, that can be raised legally before a court, before any court, that I was arrested illegally, due procedures were not followed, that can be heard by a court. But we have never seen intervention by 2 state police, by a third party, saying that this detention is illegal, the person has been kidnapped by someone, whereas everyone knows it was Punjab police, and later on, drama happens between 2 political parties and 3 state police. Now court is watching the video, they are going through all the black and white documents, and after going through the documents, they have to pronounce a judgment that whether this arrest was illegal, Tajinder Bagga should be sent back to his home, or he should be sent back to the custody of Punjab police.
All right, the legality of it all aside, the morality of it, whether he should have been arrested at all, is a separate question that we are going to continue to ask. But, I also want to introduce my colleague Amit, who's joining us, Amit Bharjwaj, right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, because the BJP protest that you see outside the Janakpuri police station, the action is going to shift right now to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The fight is now political. It might look as this complete mockery of the police system, of 3 states of police involved against each other, but viewers, the politics behind it just cannot be missed. I want to cut across to Amit Bharjwaj. Amit, what are we expecting outside the Aam Aadmi Party office now?
Well, Preeti, the Delhi police have made all possible security arrangements right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. What you see is that 3 layers of barricades have been put out by Delhi police in order to stop the Bharatiya Janata Party workers who have gathered near Aam Aadmi Party office right now in big numbers. So the first layer of barricade is right there. What visuals you see on the screen on the other side of this particular lane is the first layer of the barricades that have been put out by Delhi police to stop the Delhi BJP workers who are now marching towards the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters based on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Now, this is the second barricade where we are located right now. This barricade has been put in place to make sure that if Delhi BJP workers are able to manage to break those barricades and try to come near to the Aam Aadmi Party office, these particular barricades will be used to stop them further. And in case if these barricades are breached, what you see on the screen on the other side, there are water cannons standing right there waiting for the instructions to be given. If in case if there is requirement to use force or if there is requirement to use water cannons, that particular arrangement has been made by Delhi police as well. And in fact, even after the water cannons, there is a third layer of barricades which has been put by the Delhi police to make sure that if the Delhi BJP workers are able to breach the first barricade, the second barricade and even the water cannon layer which has been put on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, in that case, this is the last layer of barricades which has been put out right here on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. And right after this barricade is the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters. And remember, throughout the day, what we have seen that BJP has been holding press conferences, and in response to those press conferences, Aam Aadmi Party has been holding press conferences as well. We heard early in the day, Saurabh Bhardwaj, the national spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party, he came out and he spoke how Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was not responding to the notices which were continuously being sent by the Punjab Police, and he was not cooperating with the investigation. What we saw after that was a complete drama between the 3 state police, Delhi Police, Haryana Police and the Punjab Police. The hearing is going on in the High Court of Chandigarh. And right after the message came out that Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga has been handed over to Delhi police. After that, Aam Aadmi Party held another press conference. That particular press conference was held by Atisi, the senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party, and she also maintained that how Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was not actually cooperating in the entire investigation, and that is why this particular action has happened. But what you see
now, there are 2 flashpoints in Delhi. One is, of course, where Amit is standing, the police prepping for action where the protest of the Bharatiya Janata Party cadre is concerned. What you see on your television screen is the Delhi police cavalcade which is escorting Tajinder Bagga back to the national capital. Tajinder Bagga, who was a cadre, of course, a part of the Delhi BJP unit, clearly now going up higher in the ranks of at least the Delhi BJP unit, where he was practically rescued by the police of 2 states and brought back to the national capital. A political point which cannot be missed where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. I want to cut across back to my colleague Munish Pandey, who's joining us from the Janakpuri police station. You know, Munish, for somebody who's covered the police system, many would suggest this is an abject mockery of, the cops themselves, with 3 states completely bearing it all, public display of pitching each other against, one state against the other. But I want to also ask you, Munish, how embarrassing now is this for the Punjab Police as well?
Yeah, well, Preeti, as far as Punjab Police is concerned, the legal point for them is the arrest warrant and the FIR in which Tajinder Pal Bagga was made and accused in this entire case. Now, the legal point was the arrest warrant issued by the court. But, as per the law and procedure, if the person is being arrested from other state, for example, the FIR is in Punjab, but he was to be arrested from Delhi. What the procedure is that once the person has been picked up by the police, they should approach the nearest police station and an information should be given that this person has been arrested and we are taking him back to our state for further investigation or interrogation or to produce him before the court. But in this case, what we have been given to understand by our sources within the Delhi police is that he was arrested and he was taken by another police vehicle of Punjab Police. But 3 police officials of Punjab Police did come to this police station to inform about the arrest. But it happened after he was already placed under arrest and that vehicle had already left for Punjab. So that is the only law point where Punjab Police is not very strong, but they are strong at a law point where there was an arrest warrant against Tajinder Bagga, and also there were 5 summons issued to him, and after 3 summons, the police has power to arrest a person. They can approach a court for a non-bailable warrant. In this case, they approached the court after he didn't appear before the court or he didn't respect the summons, and based on that complaint, they finally arrested. But as far as Delhi police is concerned, the action by Delhi police, in this case was very fast. His father approached the police station around 9:30. There was an FIR filed within 1 hour, and the initial FIR was that my son was thrashed. I have been thrashed by the Punjab police, and the Delhi police.
Go on, Munish.
Yeah, well, then the Delhi police filed an FIR and immediately Haryana police was informed, and later on we know what exactly happened. Haryana police stopped the Punjab police vehicle. He was given back to the custody of Delhi police once they reached, and now the entire case is before a court. Now it is still not clear whether Tajinder Bagga is coming back to Delhi or he's still in Haryana waiting for the court order, because here the court will have to hear from 3 state police, that is Haryana police, Punjab police, and also from Delhi police. Delhi police will present their case in a manner that they got a complaint of abduction. Their priority was to find that person, and once they found the person, they needed that person in their custody, and according to law, they acted. But at the very same time, Punjab police will claim that there was a communication from the top office of Punjab police. They informed the Haryana police, they sent all the legal documents, the FIR copy, that they need to produce him before the court, but still there was no cognizance taken of that particular documents, and still he was given back to the custody of Haryana police. So this drama is completely bizarre. I have not seen such type of act by any state police in last 13 years or, for so long. I have never read about such activities in recent by any state police. But in this case, this is completely unprecedented, and still the Punjab police officials, 3 officials of Punjab police are still at the very same police station, and Delhi police team is still in Kurukshetra with Tajinder Bagga.
When can we hear the court order? Around what, are we going to hear it today? Can the court reserve the order?
Well, Preeti, this is a matter in which a person was already taken into custody, and according to law, if the person has been arrested, he has to be produced before a court within 24 hours. It means that if the arrest is legal, then he has to be produced before 8:30 tomorrow morning. That is according to law. So the court has to give an order. What we have been given to understand is that the hearing is already underway, and the court is going through the documents. The court has gone through the video presented by the Punjab police, and also the court has asked for all the documents from Punjab police and also from the Delhi police, who is being represented by a lawyer. And after going through the documents, all the paperwork, court might decide, and I am expecting that the order should come today, giving a clarification that whether Tajinder Bagga should be given back to Punjab police or whether there was any legal lapses due to which he should send back to his home in Delhi.
All right, so the entire case now, Munish, rests on the fact whether the arrest of Tajinder Bagga by the Punjab police was legal or illegal. If it is legal, then the Delhi police will be forced to give Tajinder Pal Bagga back to the Punjab police. Am I correct?
Very true. The first point is the legality in the manner he was arrested, and second point will be why Delhi police was not informed immediately when the person was arrested, and why it happened only when he was already on his way, or the police vehicle was on its way to Punjab. So that is the only legal point which the court has to decide. If that legal point is clear, then the court will decide whether Tajinder Bagga should be given back to Punjab police custody or he should be in the Delhi police custody. Apart from that, also the legal complaint, because there is an FIR, it becomes a legal case against Punjab police, a case of abduction of Tajinder Bagga, a BJP leader. At this point of time, Delhi police is also going to present a case that because they received a complaint from a father claiming that his son has been abducted, they needed to act immediately, and that is why after getting information, they informed Haryana police. The convoy was stopped, and the moment they got to know about the exact location, a team was dispatched to take Tajinder Bagga in custody. In overall, this is the legality of the case. This is the overall legality which the court has to decide. It is going to be a complicated, complex case, but the court is going to hear the matter, and most probably they will give an order today. But the politics will continue, because the Bharatiya Janata Party protesters are still outside the police station where I'm standing, and they are still protesting against Kejriwal and Punjab police. Preeti.
Come right back to you, but let's quickly dip into, there's a lot going on the road. Listen it.
नहीं सर, आप पुलिस से नहीं है क्या? मैं तो हरियाणा पुलिस से हूँ भाई, मैं दिल्ली पुलिस से नहीं हूँ। तुम आप सर एस्कॉर्ट, मैं नहीं जा रहा हूँ भाई, आप लोग एस्कॉर्ट कर रहे हैं। नहीं भाई नहीं मैं।
All right, one's trying to make sense. One can completely understand. It is a bit of a circus with what has gone down, but so has been the course of events. It's nothing unprecedented. Many would call it amusing. Many would call it an abject mockery of the police system.
आप एक बार बात तो कर लीजिए सर।
Okay.
आओ यार आओ।
Who you can actually see right now are these escort vehicles which are bringing in Tajinder Pal Bagga back to the national capital. Prashant Gautam, the additional DCP West, is the one who's headed the team to Kurukshetra, rescued Tajinder Pal Bagga from the Punjab police with the aid of the Haryana cops, and is now bringing him back to Delhi. But a lot can go wrong from here. In the next couple of hours, the Punjab police, meanwhile, has approached the Punjab and the Haryana High Court, terming the intervention by the Haryana police a violation of law. Now, the Advocate General, Anmol Ratan Sidhu, has claimed that everything was going on as per procedure, but the Haryana cops delayed the process. They made the Punjab police wait for 6 hours before handing Bagga over to the Delhi police. A lot going on there. I want to once again bring in my colleague Munish Pandey, who's going to get us a larger understanding. Okay. All right. I want to go. Okay, I want to cut across right now to Tejshri, my colleague, who's outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, where the protest from in front of the Janakpuri police station has now moved to the Aam Aadmi Party office. Tejshri, what are you witnessing? Over to you.
अभी महिला मोर्चा की अध्यक्ष योगिता जी, कौशल जी और सभी कार्यकर्ताओं के तरफ से
You hear me?
आमंत्रित करता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दिल्ली प्रदेश के।
I'm trying to establish our audio line with Tejshri, understandably in the din of all the loudspeakers. Very difficult to hear us from the studio. Tejshri, once again, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
yes,
great.
I can hear you.
Tejshri, where are you? And give us a sense of what you're witnessing.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Definitely, we are presently standing here at the BJP office, from where the cavalcade of BJP along with their karyakartas headed by Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta will be proceeding here now from a short while towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. These are all the karyakartas you can see here in the visuals, that karyakartas are holding placards in their hand along with the black flags as a symbol of the protest. As a symbolic protest, they are holding black flags, and along with it they have written the slogans on their placards. And and it is being headed by Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta, and these are the Karyakartas in a short while who will be heading towards Aam Aadmi Party office. Let me tell you that there is also a heavy police deployment over here, because anytime the situation might turn critical, and in order to make the situation in control, the police has been also deployed over here. We'll try to speak to Adesh Gupta, who is heading the protest over here and addressing the workers as of now, and he's sending a message that this is complete wrong thing which has been done by the Delhi government. He's completely putting the allegation over Aam Aadmi Party and blaming Kejriwal, and he's also making a point over here in his speech saying that it is a win for the BJP because the Delhi police along with Tajinder Pal Bagga is heading towards Delhi now, and they are here to welcome him, and also in order to say that it is whatever things have been done are completely wrong. They are heading they are organizing a protest over here. We'll also try to speak to a few कार्यकर्ताओं who are standing. आप लोग कब से आप कहाँ जाने वाले हैं यहाँ से? अब
ये हम आम आदमी पार्टी के यहाँ विरोध में जा रहे हैं कि हमारी जो ये समझ रहे हैं कि अन्याय करेंगे, ये नहीं करने देंगे, आप पंजाब में मनमानी नहीं करने देंगे।
आप प्रोटेस्ट कहाँ तक करने वाले हैं?
4 साल पहले हम आम आदमी कार्यालय तक करने वाले हैं, क्योंकि बग्गा जी को जो उन्होंने गिरफ्तार किया है, वो रात को उठाया उनको, उसके विरोध में हम आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
So the protesters are saying, making a point over here that they are very upset by the incident that has happened today morning without the information. He was arrested, Tajinder Pal Bagga. However, here the claims are being made that 5 notices were sent, and despite the fact that notices were being sent, Tajinder Pal Bagga didn't make to reach to the police. We'll try to speak to Adesh Gupta ji, who is right now here addressing the workers and the Karyakartas who are over here and sending a message to them continuously that they will not stop this protest because this is their fight against the Aam Aadmi Party, the atrocities against the Aam Aadmi Party, which Aam Aadmi Party has been continuously carrying out, and they seem to be very upset. And we'll try to speak to him once that I will like to also show the visuals over here. See, these are the visuals, and you can see that police has also done a barricading over here. Complete barricading has been made because anytime the protesters can proceed towards the Aam Aadmi Party office, and the Karyakartas could be seen here in large numbers and hundreds of numbers. The Karyakartas are present over here, and continuously they are saying one and the same thing, that ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से दिया जाएगा is what these Karyakartas are saying over here. We'll try to speak to few people who are standing here in the protest. क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? अभी कहाँ पर जाने वाले, किस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट है ये?
जैसे कई बार कहते हैं ना कि ताकत, सत्ता की ताकत, ये सत्ता की ताकत ही दिखा रहे हैं। पंजाब से आकर के दिल्ली में इस तरह का अत्याचार शायद पहली बार हुआ है जो आपने देखा कि घर में सोते हुए आदमी को उठा के लेके जाना।
लेकिन अब दिल्ली से उन्हें वापस लाया जा रहा है दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ।
ये तो जो लोकतंत्र है, हमारे लोकतंत्र के कारण आज बग्गा जी को छोड़ा गया। उन्होंने छोड़ा नहीं, एक मुकदमा उनके ऊपर हुआ है पंजाब पुलिस पे जो उन्होंने गलत रुख अपनाया।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, केजरीवाल जो है और ये पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग कर रहा है, और इसको अच्छा हुआ कि इसको दिल्ली की जनता ने भगाया है, और आगे चल के हम लोग केजरीवाल को धक्का मार के भगा।
इस तरह का आक्रोश आप लोगों में तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा को अरेस्ट किया उसके बाद?
प्रधानमंत्री जी को इन्होंने देशद्रोही तक बोल दिया, लेकिन भाजपा ने इसका कोई विरोध नहीं किया क्योंकि संयम वाली पार्टी है, सभ्य वाली पार्टी है। इतने शब्दों में हमारा प्रूफ है कि प्रधानमंत्री देश का सबसे बड़ा देश।
आप लोग जहांगीरपुरी पुलिस स्टेशन, आप लोग जनकपुरी पुलिस स्टेशन भी जाने वाले हैं?
जी, अभी जरूर जाएंगे और केजरीवाल के ईंट से ईंट बजा देंगे हम लोग।
यहाँ से आप कहाँ तक जाने वाले हैं?
यहाँ से अभी हम केजरीवाल के जो हेडक्वार्टर है यहाँ पे जो कब्जा कर रखा है उस पे हम लोग दबा बोलने वाले हैं।
So see, these people are holding placards in their hand and continuously saying this thing that they are completely disappointed by the action that the police has taken, the Punjab Police has taken against the Tajinder Pal Bagga. And I would also like to show you the visuals over here. That see, this is a complete 360 view which we are giving over here, where you can see that protesters, the BJP Karyakartas are protesting over here. And now in a short while they will be heading towards Aam Aadmi Party office. If I could request camera person Abhishek to zoom in and show that there is the office of Arvind Kejriwal, which is they have placed over here. here, and in a short while there is a probability that out of anger, they might burn the effigy in a short while. See, here is the effigy. Here is the effigy of Arvind Kejriwal, which the protesters, which the BJP karyakartas have made over here, and continuously they are holding the placards in their hand. And through visuals, we could like to show you that in a short while, the protest is going to head towards Aam Aadmi Party office, where heavy police deployment is also made. See, this is the Arvind Kejriwal effigy. किस तरह का आक्रोश है, आप क्या करने वाले हैं अब आगे?
हम लोगों का आगे का कार्यक्रम है कि केजरीवाल जी का हम अभी पुतला दहन करेंगे आगे जाके, जैसे हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश करेंगे।
You are going to करने वाले हैं FIR, पूरी FIR परस्यू होगी इसमें, जो होना है वो होगा इसमें। और जहाँ तक मोहाली की FIR है, हाई कोर्ट में केस पेंडिंग है। जज साहब छुट्टी पे थे, आप एक दिन वेट नहीं कर पाए, नेक्स्ट डेट तक वेट नहीं कर पाए कि उसमें स्टे ऑफ अरेस्ट होता है कि नहीं होता। इतनी जल्दी क्या हो गई? एक ट्वीट से आप घबरा जाते हो और फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच के मसीहा बनते हो, ये गलत है, ये गलत है।
All right, viewers, I want to quickly establish the three big flashpoints in the national capital where the story is developing right now. My colleague Tejshri, who is right now at the Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi unit headquarters. From there, the BJP workers will be going towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. They want to protest outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in the national capital. Standing there is my colleague Amit Bhardwaj. There's heavy security there. There are water cannons there. And on the other hand is Munish Pandey, my colleague, outside the Janakpuri police station, where in all probabilities Tajinder Bagga will be brought back. Listen in to reactions coming in.
से सब खबर आ रही है वो ये कि पंजाब पुलिस के लोग आए थे, तो ठीक है, पंजाब पुलिस के लोग आए थे, तो पंजाब पुलिस का भी कुछ रूल्स होते हैं, कुछ कानून होते हैं, प्रोसीजर एस्टैब्लिश बाय लॉ होता है जो फॉलो करना होता है। पुलिस भी गैर कानूनी काम नहीं कर सकती है। बिना किसी कानूनी प्रक्रिया को फॉलो किए, बिना यूनिफॉर्म में आए, बिना आइडेंटिफिकेशन लगाए, बिना लोकल थाने को बताए आप आएंगे और मारते हुए वहाँ उठाकर ले जाएंगे किसी को कहीं भी। ये गुंडागर्दी दिल्ली में तो नहीं चल सकती ना, और क्या कहीं भी नहीं चल सकती। अगर भारत में रूल ऑफ लॉ है और संविधान से हम गवर्न होते हैं, ये गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी।
मोनिका जी, जिस तरीके से जो शुरुआती जानकारी आई जब पुलिस से बात की, दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा हमें जानकारी थी, एक वीडियो भी वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें कि एक पुलिस वाला आमद कराने के लिए आया था और उसने इमरजेंसी कॉल किया कि उसके कुछ लोगों को अंदर बैठा लिया गया है थाने में, क्योंकि पुलिस ने कह रही कि उनको सूचना थी, अब पहले थी बाद में थी, वो जाँच का विषय हो सकता है।
देखिए, पुलिस को सूचना थी, व्हाट्सएप पे थी क्या? एक प्रोसीजर होता है, आपको यहाँ पर डेली डायरी में एंटर करना होता है। आप आए हैं तो किस लिए आए हैं, उसके बाद जब आप जाते हैं बग्गा के घर पे, वहाँ पर आपको बताना होता है आप कौन हैं, आपकी यूनिफॉर्म में आना होता है, आपको आइडेंटिफिकेशन यहाँ लगाना होता है, उसको बोलना होता है, आप लॉयर कर सकते हैं, उसके पेरेंट्स में से कोई साथ उसके जाएगा। आप आराम से पूरी प्रक्रिया को फॉलो करते हैं, वापस यहाँ पर आते हैं, आप बताते हैं क्या क्या रिकवरी हुई है, क्या क्या चीज लेकर जा रहे हैं। कुछ भी फॉलो नहीं किया गया, प्रोसीजर का पी भी फॉलो नहीं किया गया। इसमें सरासर इट्स अ वायलेशन ऑफ द प्रोसीजर एस्टैब्लिश्ड बाय लॉ।
अभी आपको क्या पता चला है कि जब बग्गा को लेकर आ रहे हैं तो आगे क्या प्रक्रिया होगी?
देखिए, उसको लेकर आ रहे हैं, पर उससे पहले जो बग्गा के फादर हैं उन्होंने क्लियरली कहा है कि मुझे, मेरे परिवार को लोगों से जान का खतरा है, मैं अपने घर में भी नहीं सो सकता, तो इसलिए मुझे पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए। मुझे नहीं पता कि रात को घर में आ जाएं, कल घर में आ जाएं, परसों आ जाएं, फिर उठाकर ले जाएं, मार डाले मेरे बच्चे को, तो इनको पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए।
क्या कोई सर्च वारंट की बात सामने आई, किसी तरह कोई सर्च वारंट दिखाया गया है या फिर सामने आया?
देखिए, सर्च वारंट तो क्या है, एक नॉर्मल प्रोसीजर ये है कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा कि FIR हमारे पास है, लड़का गुमा है, इनको डर है कि लड़के को मार देंगे ये, तो हमें आप विक्टिम वारंट दें कि हम जाएं और जहां भी विक्टिम है उसको लेकर आए वहां से, ये सर्च वारंट।
अच्छा, तो अभी आगे जैसे सुनने में आ रहा है कि शायद किसी कोर्ट में भी पेशी हुई है तजिंदर बग्गा की, किसी तरह की कोई पेशी?
नहीं, जैसे ही तेंदर आएगा उसका द्वारका कोर्ट में उसको पेश किया जाएगा। MM के हाँ जरूरी MM है वहाँ पेश किया।
Now to Munish, my colleague, speaking to BJP leader Kapil Mishra.
गिरफ्तार करती है, उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस उनको अपनी हिरासत में लेती है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
सत्यमेव जयते, आज सत्य की जीत हुई है, भारत के संविधान की जीत हुई है और भारत के कानून का, भारत के संविधान का एक करारा थप्पड़ अरविंद केजरीवाल के गाल पर पड़ा है। मुझे लगता है ये वर्षों तक आज का दिन अरविंद केजरीवाल को याद रहेगा। मैं केवल इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि पंजाब की पुलिस का जो दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, एक बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को उनके घर में घुसकर जिस प्रकार से मारा गया है, ये सब कुछ देश में पहली बार हो रहा है और पूरा देश देख रहा है इस प्रकार पुलिस का दुरुपयोग, कानून का मजाक उड़ाने की बेशरम कोशिश।
लेकिन पंजाब पुलिस का ये कहना है कि वो 5 बार उनको समन किया गया था, अरेस्ट वारंट निकला हुआ था, उसके बाद में वो यहाँ पर आकर गिरफ्तारी करते हैं। अगर ये गिरफ्तारी होती है तो ये गैर कानूनी किस तरह से होती है, ऐसा?
देखिए, कोर्ट का रेस्ट्रेनिंग ऑर्डर है, सबसे पहली बात है। दूसरी बात है कि प्रोटोकॉल होता है, जब आप किसी अन्य राज्य में जाते हैं वहाँ की राज्य की पुलिस को आप सूचित करते हैं। और ये 50 लोग एक आदमी के घर में घुस रहे हैं, किसी आतंकवादी को पकड़ने के लिए आई है क्या? वो जो खालिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगा रहे हैं उनको तो पंजाब की पुलिस पकड़ नहीं रही और दिल्ली के अंदर उनके पुलिस वाले घूम रहे हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि सत्ता का ये जो नशा है, ये जो अहंकार है, ये किसी भी व्यक्ति को पूरी तरह से ख़त्म कर देता है। व्यक्ति का पतन शुरू होता है जब इस प्रकार का अहंकार होता है। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल के सिर पे सत्ता का अहंकार आ चुका है।
तो आपका कहना है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने पर पंजाब पुलिस यहाँ पर आती है और गिरफ्तार करती है तजिंदर बग्गा को?
बिल्कुल, अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने पे पंजाब की पुलिस यहाँ पर आई है और अरविंद केजरीवाल पंजाब की पुलिस का इस्तेमाल अपनी व्यक्तिगत जो खुन्नस है उसको निकालने के लिए कर रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। So this was Kapil Mishra and you can see there are BJP workers who are throwing shoes on the face of Arvind Kejriwal. ये बताइए कि इतना गुस्सा क्यों आ रहा है आपको केजरीवाल जी?
आज हमारे केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली के अंदर बहुत ही ज्यादा इस तरह की जो ये राजनीति कर रहा है, जनता को परेशान देखे, जनता के बारे में इसको कोई होश नहीं है और ये सिर्फ बदले की भावना से और इस तरह की गुंडागर्दी जो फैला रहा है, क्योंकि इसके हाथ में, दिल्ली सरकार के हाथ में राज्य की पुलिस नहीं थी, तो वो जो नहीं करना चाहता था वो पंजाब जाके कर रहा है। भगवंत मान की सरकार को यूज कर रहा है और गुंडागर्दी कर रहा है। जिस तरह से पंजाब पुलिस यहाँ आई, हमारे बग्गा जी को और तजिंदर बग्गा जी को उठा के लेके गई है, ये क्या मानते हैं आप? मौलाना क्या मानते हैं? ये गुंडागर्दी है और सरासर गुंडागर्दी है, बदमाशी है। जनता के साथ, जनता के दिल्ली के अंदर सड़कें टूटी पड़ी हैं, उसका कोई ख्याल नहीं है। जमुना गंदी है, उसका कोई ख्याल नहीं है।
केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
So you heard the BJP workers here. They are claiming that they are angry against Kejriwal and that is why they are acting in this completely bizarre manner. We spoke to Kapil Mishra also. He is blaming Kejriwal for this. Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal for the entire action which was taken by the Punjab Police of arresting Tajinder Pal Bagga this morning. He is blaming Arvind Kejriwal. I am still outside the police station. You can see there is a large number of BJP workers who have gathered outside the Janakpuri police station. There is a traffic jam also just outside the police station. We saw there was an ambulance stuck here for quite some time due to the number of gatherings here, the number of people who have gathered here, and still the 3 police officials of Punjab Police, and this becomes very important, the 3 police officials of Punjab Police are still inside this very same police station at the Janakpuri police station. What sources are
all right, Manish, coming right back to you, cutting across to Amit Bhardwaj, who is right now at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Over to you, Amit.
Preeti, the BJP delegation of the group of protesters have crossed the first barricading, and there you see on the screen Adesh Gupta, the Delhi BJP president, is now heading towards, without any second thought, is heading towards this second barricade which has been put up by the Delhi police, and in all likelihood these BJP workers will try to break the barricades in order to move further towards the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. That is the plan. That is what BJP workers intend to do, and they're continuously raising slogans against Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal. I'll try to show you the visuals. Our colleague Abhishek is continuously trying to grab every visual on the ground possible. Now the Aam Aadmi Party office is on the other side of this particular lane, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, and what you see is that the BJP workers are now going straight towards the second barricade, and there is effigy of Arvind Kejriwal, which BJP workers in most likelihood will burn in front of the second barricade that has been put. And it is interesting to see this political showdown in the national capital that is happening on the lane where the BJP national headquarters and Aam Aadmi Party national headquarters is located, and Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta right there. आदेश जी, क्या प्रोग्राम है? अभी बैरिकेड तोड़ेंगे आप लोग?
देखिए, बैरिकेड भी तोड़ेंगे और आम आदमी पार्टी के मंसूबे भी तोड़ेंगे और उनका अहंकार भी तोड़ेंगे। जिस तरह की तानाशाही फरमान केजरीवाल के कहने पर पंजाब पुलिस ने किया है, और आज उनको ये सबक सिखाएंगे कि हम भी ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देना जानते हैं और ना रुकेंगे, ना थकेंगे, ना झुकेंगे। ये गुंडागर्दी केजरीवाल की नहीं चलेगी। एक का आज को बताएगा और ये हमारा संघर्ष पर जारी है।
Glitch on that line with my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, but I want to cut across right now to Tejshri because it is from the Delhi BJP unit office that the protesters from the BJP Delhi cadre are moving towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. Tejshri joining us from there. Palpable anger there. There's a lot of Delhi BJP political mobilization against the Aam Aadmi Party and anger on Kejriwal. Over to you, Tejshri. What are you picking up?
You could see the visuals over here. These are the karyakartas of BJP who are trying to, they are trying to just cross the barricades. By the visuals, you can see that they are trying to cross the barricades.
All right, okay, we're going to cut across to Tejshri, Amit Bhardwaj and my colleague Munish. Three big flashpoints: the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, the BJP Delhi headquarters, and of course, the Janakpuri police station, where in all probability the Delhi police will be bringing back Tajinder Bagga. But all eyes on the Haryana Punjab High Court as well, listening to the plea by the Punjab police. What comes out of that? A keen eye on all of those developments. A quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage, Paya Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
All right, viewers, these are visuals filtering in right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The might of the Delhi BJP unit protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. They've breached one barricade put in by the cops, forging ahead in protest of what the BJP says, and prima facie looks to be use of state machinery, which you can see Tajinder Bagga, who was picked up by the Punjab Police this morning, only to be rescued by the Delhi and the Haryana Police. You can, all right, so the BJP workers looking to take down the second barricade that has been put outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Pitched political battles being raged on the streets of the national capital between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. We're going to cut across to our reporters who are joining us. Amit Bhardwaj is outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. We're going to cut across to him. Tejashri is getting us the very latest from the BJP Delhi headquarters, where the cadre started marching towards the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and of course the action also at the Janakpuri police station, where Tajinder Bagga is going to be brought back. It is where the FIR of kidnapping was registered by the Delhi police against the Punjab police. Meanwhile, all eyes will also be, viewers, on the Punjab and Delhi, the Punjab and Haryana High Court. After the Delhi police took Tajinder Bagga's custody, the Punjab police have approached the High Court, terming the intervention by Haryana police a violation of law. We are going to be expecting a word coming in from the High Court anytime now. But the politics also peaking. What you see on your television screen is, like I said, the might of the BJP Delhi unit coming together in protest, hitting the streets and going to protest at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Tejashri is back with me. Tejashri, can you take us through a lot of people from the BJP Delhi unit gathered there, reaching barricades? What are they looking at? Do they want to go all the way up to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters? What's the aim? Tejashri, can you hear me? Tejashri, can you hear me? All right, in midst of all this, difficult to reach out to our reporters on ground, but I can tell our viewers there are three big flashpoints of the national capital. One of them, of course, is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, where the Delhi unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Adesh Gupta, the BJP head of Delhi, leading the protest to the doorstep of the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that this is illegal use of state machinery. Tejashri is back with me. Tejashri, over to you. What are you witnessing? What's the main aim? The BJP protesters, do they want to go all the way up to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters? What's the main aim? Hear us. All right, we seem to be having an audio. There is an audio link problem with where Tejashri is concerned, but anytime now, viewers, also on your right hand side of your television screen is the cavalcade of the Delhi police, which is escorting Tajinder Pal Bagga back to Delhi. Now, a lot will depend on what comes out of the Haryana Punjab High Court as well. The Punjab police, after the Delhi police took custody of Tajinder Bagga, has now approached the High Court saying that this was a violation of law by the Haryana police. We would, in all probability, be hearing in from the court anytime in the next hour. But politics peaking on the streets of the national capital, a pitched battle being fought between Haryana and the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Adesh Gupta has led the protest of the BJP cadre. This is barrier 2, viewers. The first barrier was breached by the BJP cadre There's palpable anger of their own lord. Tajinder Pal Bagga is part of the BJP state unit. He was arrested by the Punjab Police, and now in a show of strength where the BJP state unit is concerned, you can see the cadre breaching barricade 1, barricade 2, barricade 3 is water cannon. And after that, of course, the Delhi police trying what they can to try and avert a direct face-off between the BJP cadre and the Aam Aadmi Party. We haven't seen the Aam Aadmi Party workers yet. Right now, there's palpable anger where the BJP is concerned. Connecting right now to Tejri, who's back with us. Tejri, give us a larger understanding. What's the ultimate aim of the BJP workers there? Do they want to go all the way up to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters?
Okay, please. Yeah.
Tejri, can you hear me?
Yes, Priti, see, a high drama is going on over here at the Aam Aadmi Party office. These are the BJP karyakartas protesting right away in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office, where the police is continuously trying to stop them. These are the 2 barricades which have been recently broken. Yes, I can definitely hear you. I could hear you. These are the BJP karyakartas who are trying to, make a jump. And few karyakartas have tried to, go that side. And there, see, this is that they have broken the BJP karyakartas have broken the barricade over here. You could see the live pictures that how the BJP karyakartas have broken the barricade, and now they are trying to make an entry inside. These are all the live visuals we are sending you right now, where you can see that they are trying to make an entry over right here in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office. These are the visuals which you can see live on your screen, where these are the Aam Aadmi Party office. See, again the third barricade has also been broken, and they are trying to rush in now. They are trying to make their presence just in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office, and we will try to give you the live pictures, live visuals, where you can see that how these karyakartas are protesting, holding black flags in their hand, and they are right away sloganeering against the Kejriwal government and Arvind Kejriwal as well. They are upset because because Tajinder Pal Bagga was arrested over here in morning from his house. Here are the slogans that have been raised. See, they are sitting on the ground and holding the protest now. These are the karyakartas who are sitting down and holding the protest against the Arvind Kejriwal government, and slogans are continuously being raised. आप लोग कब तक प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले हैं? हाय 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 हाय। कब तक आपकी प्रोटेस्ट चलती रहेगी? हाय हाय। कब तक चलता रहेगा?
ये जब तक ये मानेंगे नहीं, ये अपनी गुंडागर्दी नहीं खत्म करेंगे, तब तक हम इस बात को नहीं विरोध खत्म करेंगे।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे मुद्दे पर?
एक है आम आदमी पार्टी गुंडाई पार्टी है, उनको लोकतंत्र में कैसे रहना है, कैसे प्रोटेस्ट करना है, ये बताना है। हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को हम साथ केजरीवाल।
So the continuous slogans are being raised when these people are saying that they are very much offended by the action taken by the Punjab Police, and now it is a big win for them since the Delhi Police is bringing back Tajinder Pal Bagga along with him. So they are saying that it is a big win for them, and also the Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta is also present over here along with all his party workers, party karyakartas. Let me tell you that 4 barricades have all been broken by the karyakartas. They were very angry and the situation was volatile. However, police tried to control the situation. And now again police is trying to again move them back from where they came. So attempt is being made to move them back, but these karyakartas seems to be very adamant, and they are not going to get up from here. But still there is a scuffle that is being you could see on your TV screens right now, the scuffle between the Delhi BJP karyakartas and the police, which is stopping the karyakartas to protest in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office. And one more noteworthy thing over here is that in a short while, Delhi police will be bringing back Tajinder Pal Bagga along with them at Janakpuri police station, which will be noteworthy to see that what kind of action over there takes place. Camera person Abhishek is showing you all the visuals over here, and let me take you to the closer view of what it is going on over here. See, again, the few senior members of the Delhi BJP have also reached over here, and they are trying to convey this message that they will not accept to what today has been done, and that is why they seem to be very angry. We will try to also speak to the Karyakartas who are protesting right over here right now. किस तरह की नाराजगी आप लोगों में और कब तक ये प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा?
केजरीवाल गुंडा है, केजरीवाल गुंडा है
जी। पुलिस का क्या कहना पड़ रहा है?
देखिए, जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल ने एक अपराध जिस तरह से बग्गा जी को रातों में सवेरे उठाया, ये बहुत ही बड़ी शर्म की बात है। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल का एक जो चेहरा सामने आ गया, एक जिस तरह रंजिश का चेहरा सामने आ गया, जो 1975 में आपातकाल के समय जो हुआ था, वही अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आज दिल्ली में किया, लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर दी।
तो सी यहाँ पर ये लोग लगातार प्रोटेस्ट करें। देखिए, यहाँ पर और भी ज्यादा लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होना शुरू हो गए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो सीनियर लीडर्स है, जो सीनियर बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता है, वो भी यहाँ पर आ गए हैं और एक संदेश दिए जाने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि ये यहाँ पर इस तरह की गुंडागर्दी जो की गई है, ये नहीं चलेगी। ऐसे कार्यकर्ताओं को in center over there is standing BJP chief Adesh Gupta, to whom we will try to speak and take a word from him to what he's saying after this massive protest which is going on. Let's listen to him what he said.
पंजाब में भी यही करेंगे।
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी।
Sir, so these are the pictures of Adesh Gupta who is standing right in front of the BJP office.
सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से निवेदन से बैठ जाएंगे सभी।
And a continuous instruction has been given to the BJP कार्यकर्तास to sit over here, right over here, just in front of the BJP office. Continuously it's being said कि हम यहाँ से नहीं हिलेंगे। लगातार यहाँ पर ये कहा जा रहा है कि हम यहाँ से नहीं हिलेंगे। जो भी हम लोग यहाँ पर करना चाह रहे हैं, जिस तरह की प्रोटेस्ट है वो यहाँ पर करना चाह रहे हैं। अजय जी हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मौजूद है। अजय जी, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप, क्यों आपको रोका जा रहा है?
देखिए, हम बिल्कुल लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से अपना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। पंजाब पुलिस ने और लोकतांत्रिक और गैर कानूनी ढंग से आज बग्गा जी को अरेस्ट किया, जिसका पंजाब पुलिस पर कोई जवाब नहीं है। दिल्ली पुलिस उनको सम्मान से वापस ला रही है।
लेकिन अब आपका प्रोटेस्ट कब तक चलेगा? आप तो वापस आ रहे हैं तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा।
नहीं, तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा आ रहे हैं, उनका स्वागत भी होगा, लेकिन केजरीवाल जी का चेहरा उजागर हो गया कि वो क्यों दिल्ली पुलिस बार बार मांगते रहे। आज वो रोहिंग्या मुसलमानों और बांग्लादेशियों को बचाते हुए।
यहाँ पर आप कब तक प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले और किस तरह का आगे प्रोटेस्ट होगा? हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर नारेबाजी चल रही है, झंडा लेकर आए हुए हैं, काले झंडे से भी यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
उससे इनकी गंदी दूषित मानसिकता पर हम प्रहार कर रहे हैं प्रदर्शन के माध्यम से। जिस प्रकार पगड़ी नहीं पहनने दी, उनके पिता के साथ धक्का मुक्की की गई, उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसा गया।
लेकिन पुलिस का ये भी कहना है कि 5 बार उनको नोटिस भेज दिया गया था, बावजूद उसके वो आए नहीं, ऐसा उनका कहना है।
तो पुलिस बताए कि किस बिना पर उनको उठा रही है। गैर कानूनी ढंग से अगर उठाया है तो आज क्यों पंजाब पुलिस बताए कि कैसे उनको छोड़ा है?
दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ वो वापस आ रहे हैं जनकपुरी थाने पर, वहाँ पर भी आप कूच करेंगे?
निश्चित रूप से। आज सुबह भी वहाँ पर पहले सुबह कूच हुआ था, और जिसके कारण दिल्ली पुलिस ने पंजाब पुलिस के ऊपर अपहरण का केस दर्ज किया है।
और यहाँ पर आप आगे आपकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, क्या करने वाले हैं? पुलिस ने फिलहाल आपको रोक दिया यहाँ पर आगे जाने से।
यहाँ संघर्ष जारी है। हम आज आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में जाकर उनको बताना चाहते हैं कि आपकी ये दूषित मानसिकता दिल्ली में नहीं चलने वाली नहीं।
किस तरह का संदेश देना चाह रहे हैं आप आज के इस पूरे प्रोटेस्ट से?
कि एक समय इमरजेंसी में ऐसे हालात पैदा हुए थे, आज आप किस प्रकार से किसी बोलने वाले को गला घोटना चाहते हो?
जी, so see, he is making a point over here that they will be staying right over here in front of Aam Aadmi Party office, and they will make an attempt to enter the Aam Aadmi Party office is what they are trying to say. And once we will try to listen into Adesh Gupta, who is going to speak to media in a short while. Adesh Gupta कुछ समय में यहाँ पर मीडिया से बात करने वाले हैं। और देखिए, यहाँ पर यहाँ पर आदेश गुप्ता के साथ उनके सभी तमाम कार्यकर्ता मौजूद हैं और उनका भी यही कहना है कि वो कूच करेंगे। देखिए पुलिस के साथ भी उनकी वार्ता यहाँ पर जारी है। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस भी है और यहाँ पर दिल्ली बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता भी है और साथ ही साथ रोकने की पुलिस जो है यहाँ पर पुलिस यहाँ पर कर रही है। पुलिस के आला अधिकारी वहाँ पर मौजूद है। पुलिस के आला अधिकारी वहाँ पर मौजूद है। आदेश गुप्ता जी से बात करें।
बग्गा जी वापस आ रहे हैं। ये न्याय की जीत है, अन्याय के खिलाफ न्याय की जीत है। जो षड्यंत्र केजरीवाल ने दुर्योधन बनकर इस इंद्रप्रस्थ की धरती पर जो षड्यंत्र किया था उसका परिणाम न्याय के रूप में कुरुक्षेत्र में आया जब बग्गा की वापसी हो रही है। मैं दिल्ली पुलिस को भी धन्यवाद करूंगा, उन्होंने समय रहते कार्रवाई की। पंजाब पुलिस के जो उन्होंने कानून के खिलाफ जिस तरह वो जाकर किडनैप करके ले गए बग्गा को और उसके खिलाफ किडनैप की एक एफआईआर पंजाब पुलिस के लिए की गई है कि बग्गा के पिताजी के साथ मारपीट हुई, उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसा गया, बग्गा को पगड़ी तक पहनने का टाइम नहीं दिया गया। ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक है। केजरीवाल ये चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए कोई जनता की आवाज हमारे सामने मत उठाए।
आदेश जी, इसके बाद आप कहाँ जाने वाले हैं? किस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट होगा यहाँ पर?
कोशिश है बीजेपी को डराने की कोशिश।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी कितना भी डराने की कोशिश कर ले, बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता न डरता है, न रुकता है, न थकता है, न झुकता है और हम ये संघर्ष सड़कों पर।
आदेश गुप्ता जी से हम एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। आदेश जी, आप जनकपुरी थाने पर भी जाने वाले हैं, क्या कहना है? जनकपुरी भी जाएंगे?
मैं जनकपुरी थाने होके आया।
अच्छा, आगे आने वाले समय में आप किस तरह से आपका प्लान ऑफ एक्शन होगा? जिस तरह से यहाँ पर लगातार तीनों स्टेट्स की पुलिस,
ये संघर्ष सड़कों पर जारी रहेगा और हम किसी भी कीमत पर केजरीवाल के खिलाफ ये जो केजरीवाल ने पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग किया है, अपने सत्ता का दुरुपयोग किया, इसके खिलाफ हमारा संघर्ष जारी है।
किस तरह का संदेश देना चाहेंगे आज?
मैं दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिस तरह आपने पंजाब पुलिस का मिसयूज किया है, इसके खिलाफ हमारे कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पर रहेंगे, न थकेंगे, न झुकेंगे, न रुकेंगे, न टूटेंगे और ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे।
So this is what Delhi BJP chief was making a point over here, saying कि ना हम झुकेंगे ना हम रुकेंगे, हम चलते रहेंगे। अब वो आम आदमी पार्टी के ऑफिस के बाहर इस वक्त उनकी मौजूदगी थी। जब आम आदमी पार्टी के ऑफिस के बाहर के बाद अब वो सीधे उस तरफ रुक कर रहे हैं जहाँ पर ये पुलिस की वैन मौजूद है। ये देखिए, यहाँ पर पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ भी यहाँ पर तैनात है और पुलिस उन्हें लगातार आगे भेजने की कोशिश कर रही है। देखिए, तस्वीरों के जरिए आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे कार्यकर्ता भी मौजूद हैं और साथ ही साथ उनके हाथ में काले झंडे भी है। वो हालांकि आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर के सामने गए थे, लेकिन आगे तक वो जो है नहीं जा पाए। पुलिस ने उन्हें वहीं पर रोक दिया और उसके बाद देखिए कार्यकर्ता भी यहाँ पर ऊपर चढ़ चुके हैं, बस के ऊपर चढ़ चुके हैं और ये अंदाजा लगाया जा रहा है कि अभी कुछ ही देर में कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ से जो है वो डिटेन कर लिया जाएगा। कुछ ही समय में यहाँ पर देखिए भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल भी तैनात है और कार्यकर्ता भी यहाँ पर तैनात है और कुछ ही समय में यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ताओं को जो है वो डिटेन कर लिया जाएगा। देखिए, लगातार तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर कोशिश की जा रही है इस प्रोटेस्ट को रोकने की। लाइव विजुअल्स के जरिए आप देखने की कोशिश कीजिए। वी आर शोइंग यू द लाइव विजुअल्स एंड ट्राइंग टू शो दैट you know what kind of situation is over here. There's a critical situation because we told you that the Delhi BJP chief is now being detained by Delhi police. The Delhi BJP chief is being detained is the big breaking which we are giving you right now. सबसे बड़ी खबर इस वक्त हम आपको यही दे रहे हैं कि दिल्ली बीजेपी चीफ को इस वक्त डिटेन किया जा रहा है दिल्ली पुलिस द्वारा। ये देखिए, तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे कि यहाँ पर दिल्ली बीजेपी चीफ को और सारे बीजेपी के उन कार्यकर्ताओं को जो यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए आए थे उनको डिटेन किया जा रहा है पुलिस द्वारा। उनसे सुनने की कोशिश करेंगे कि वो क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं इस वक्त। वी विल ट्राई टू लिसन टू हिम दैट व्हाट ही इज ट्राइंग टू स्पीक एज ऑफ नाउ।
दंगे कराए हैं तो ये सवाल बीजेपी का हर कार्यकर्ता पूछता रहा था और रहेगा। हम चाहते हैं ये पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग करना बंद कीजिए।
ये दीवाने कहाँ चले?
See, these are the visuals which you are seeing on your TV screen right now, where all the BJP karyakartas who are present over here will be detained by the police. See, they are standing over the buses along with the placards in their hands, and they are also trying to. We'll try to speak to few Mahila karyakartas also who are protesting against the, against the atrocities done by done by the Punjab Police. They are standing just in front of the bus, giving a message. Sir, कहाँ तक कुछ करने वाले हैं? आप कहाँ जाने?
हम लोगों को गिरफ्तारी की गई है, ठीक है ना। तो हमारे जो अध्यक्ष जी हैं उनके साथ हम लोग जाएंगे, गिरफ्तार होंगे, ठीक है ना। और केजरीवाल के खिलाफ दोबारा उसके अत्याचार के खिलाफ प्रदर्शन करते रहेंगे, बार बार प्रदर्शन करते।
कब तक आपका प्रदर्शन जारी रहने वाला?
जब तक इसकी गलत नीतियां रहेंगी, तब के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रदर्शन जारी रहेगा।
जी, यहाँ पर इनके कहने की कोशिश है कि प्रदर्शन जारी रहेगा। कुछ महिला कार्यकर्ता भी यहाँ पर बात करने के लिए मौजूद है। क्या नाम?
ममता काले, मैं दिल्ली प्रदेश की मीडिया से प्रभारी हूँ।
ममता काले जी, आप जो है अब किस तरह से महिला कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ आगे बढ़ने वाली है?
देखिए, बहुत ही शर्म की बात है जिस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 50 पुलिस वालों को भेज करके तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा जी को उनके घर से उठाया और उनका किडनैप करवाया।
तो आपको भी अब यहाँ से डिटेन किया जा रहा है। आर यू ऑल्सो बीइंग डिटेन्ड?
Yes, we all have been detained, and this is a clear-cut fight against injustice, against blatant misuse of law and order machinery, against misuse of state police, and it is a fight against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal who
क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप तमाम उन लोगों को?
मैं सबसे पहले तो केजरीवाल साहब को ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि आज आपने एक बार फिर से लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर दी है। आपने बहुत ही गलत इस्तेमाल खाकी वर्दी का किया है।
लेकिन अब तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा वापस आ रहे हैं, आपको क्या लग रहा है इस पर? वो अब लौट रहे हैं वापस दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ दिल्ली लौट रहे हैं और उन्हें जनकपुरी थाना।
जो आपने आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू नहीं की, अगर इस पर सवाल उठाना जुर्म है तो केजरीवाल सुन लीजिए, ये जुर्म भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता करता था, करता है और करता रहेगा। आपके तानाशाही गुंडागर्दी से बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता न झुकने वाला है, न रुकने वाला है, न थकने वाला है और न डरने वाला है। हम ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे।
केजरीवाल दिल्ली गुंडागर्दी।
This is a massive drama which is taking place in front of Aam Aadmi. See, these are the visuals which are giving you right now. These are the people.
जहाँ तक जी जाएंगे वहाँ जाएंगे। शान बांध के लिए।
See, आदेश गुप्ता is speaking again.
हम विरोध करते हैं पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग जो उन्होंने किया है। इसके लिए बीजेपी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पर रहेगा।
आगे आपको कहाँ ले जाए?
आगे हमारा ये संघर्ष सड़कों से कानून तक ये जारी रहेगा और दिल्ली के नहीं पूरे देश में केजरीवाल की गुंडागर्दी आज सामने आ गई।
Adesh Gupta, the Delhi BJP chief, has been detained from here. कहाँ ले जाया जा रहा है? किस तरफ ले जाया जा रहा है? संघर्ष कहाँ तक चले?
जेल में हमारे को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया, अध्यक्ष जी के साथ जेल में लिया जा रहा है हमारे।
So see, these are the कार्यकर्ताओं which are protesting over here just a while back, who have been detained by the police as of now, and the 2 vehicles of police has taken away all the BJP कार्यकर्ताओं who are protesting right over here. कुछ समय पहले यहाँ पर लगातार प्रोटेस्ट जारी था जिसमें बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ पर ले जाया गया। और देखिए, तस्वीरों के जरिए एक बार फिर से दिखाना चाहेंगे कि यहाँ पर लगातार बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ दी गई थी। Barricades were all broken over here. Delhi police was deployed, but however the situation went so out of control that they have broken these barricades. The first level of the barricade was broken, the second level of the barricade was broken, and then they sat on the dharnas on the floor chanting the slogans against Kejriwal government, showing that how sad and disappointed these people are. However, the second point to note here is that they people think that this is a victory for them, since Tajinder Pal Bagga is coming over here along with Delhi police in Janakpuri police station. In a while, he'll be reaching in any time from now.
Shri, we're going to come back to you. You know, all that action has just taken place right behind you. Chaotic scenes outside the Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party headquarters in the national capital. You know, very familiar sight of the Delhi police in a face-off with BJP protesters. You know, the Delhi police is controlled by the Home Ministry of the central government, not by the Delhi government. That distinction, you know, is important for the context of the pictures that you're seeing on your screens right now. But Tejshri, you're telling us that all those BJP leaders who are protesting there have been detained now.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. This is the big breaking news which we are giving you right now to our viewers, that all the BJP Karyakartas, most of them have been detained along with the Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta. Right now, the visuals over here which you are seeing right now, see, as I told you that these were the two barricades, two sections where the barricades were put. Here 4 barricades were put and here 4 barricades were put. But since the crowd, the BJP Karyakartas were wanting to go inside in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office, so they pushed the barricades and move inside over there where still the heavy police deployment is being made. They sat on the floor, chanted slogans against Kejriwal government, against Aam Aadmi Party, against the Punjab Police, saying that whatever has been done is completely unfair, is what these people want to say. And after that, when the situation went out of control, the Delhi police, along with their senior officials, gathered over here in the middle of the square, just in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office, where you could see, if my camera person Abhishek could zoom in and show you the visuals, that these are the Delhi police officers along with Delhi police officials who are present over here right after the detention of Delhi BJP Karyakartas and the Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta, who has been detained just a few minutes when we were giving you the live visuals. And we also spoke to him while he said that ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से दिया जाएगा, and we will not stop here right away. He will also go to the Janakpuri police station when Tajinder Pal Bagga will arrive. Also, let me tell you that Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was also present at a time when you know, the father of Tajinder Pal Bagga went to the police station to register a complaint against the arrest of Tajinder Pal Bagga. And here are the few upset BJP Karyakartas who are standing over here saying that the Karyakartas have been detained. क्या सभी को यहाँ से डिटेन कर लिया गया है इस वक्त?
जी बिल्कुल डिटेन कर लिया गया है और उनको थाने ले आया गया है।
कौन से थाने ले जाया गया?
जो भी इधर का आस-पास का लगता हो।
अच्छा, यहाँ पर आप कहाँ जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और किस तरह का संदेश दे रहे थे?
आज जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री ने अराजकता का माहौल बनाते हुए तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा जी को गिरफ्तारी का जो आज फरमान उन्होंने अपने पंजाब पुलिस के माध्यम से किया, वो सरासर गलत था। जबकि तेजिंदर सिंह बग्गा जी ने पगड़ी भी नहीं पहनी थी, उससे पहले उनको गिरफ्तार किया।
लेकिन अब तो उनको वापस लाया जा रहा है। ही इज बीइंग ब्रॉट बैक अलोंग विद द दिल्ली पुलिस।
दिल्ली पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस का आपसी संबंध बनकर और उनका झूठ को उजागर कर वो चीज रोकी गई है।
अब आपका आगे क्या रहेगा प्लान ऑफ एक्शन?
आगे का हमारा प्लान ये रहेगा कि जब तक केजरीवाल जी सार्वजनिक रूप से पूरे देश से और पूरे दिल्ली से और तेजिंदर सिंह बग्गा जी से माफी नहीं मांगेंगे, तो जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता का प्रदर्शन जारी रहेगा।
So see the high voltage drama which we showed you a while back, where the Delhi BJP Karyakartas were heading towards the Aam Aadmi Party office and they were stopped by the police, and police was not allowing to enter them towards the BJP or towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. And noteworthy point over here is, in a short while from now, anytime, Tajinder Pal Bagga, Delhi police will bring Tajinder Pal Bagga along with him at the Janakpuri police station, and the massive development over there could take place. On the second hand, we could see that hearing of the court is going to start in a short while around 5:30 p.m. And you know, as of now, all the Karyakartas have been detained from here and they have been taken to the nearest police station as of now. Back to you.
Stay with me. Those are pictures that Tejshri just brought to us of Adesh Kumar Gupta, the Delhi BJP chief there, and the man in the blue kurta being detained by the police, all of them bundled into those buses. India Today's Amit Bharadwaj is also standing by from the location where this dramatic scene is actually playing out right now. Amit, you have some voices with you. Over to you, Amit.
पुलिस बल भी तैनात है और
Gaurav, I'm joined by BJP MLA Ajay Mahavar. Sir, the state BJP chief has been detained. BJP workers have been detained. You tried to break the barricades in order to reach the Aam Aadmi Party office. Why were you so aggressive today?
देखिए, हमारे साथ नाइंसाफ़ी हुई है। लोकतंत्र का गला घोटने का काम आम आदमी पार्टी कर रही है। अगर हम आप पार्टी के मुखिया के खिलाफ कुछ बोलते हैं तो क्या फर्जी केस दर्ज करके और लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से कानून के विरुद्ध जा करके आप कैसे केस दर्ज करके उसको बेमानी अरेस्ट करेंगे? और वो भी पहुंच करके उनको वारंट नहीं इशू किया गया, उनको दस्तार पहनने नहीं दिया गया, उनके पिताजी के साथ धक्का मुक्की की, थप्पड़ मारा गया, मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसा गया। ये कैसा अमानवीय व्यवहार है? ये इस देश में और इस दिल्ली में बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा। निश्चित रूप से वो अगर सही नहीं होते तो पंजाब पुलिस नहीं छोड़ती। सम्मानपूर्वक पंजाब पुलिस को छोड़ना पड़ा। आज जब तिलक नगर थाने में हमने धरना दिया, उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने, पहली बार भी होगा ये कि शायद पंजाब पुलिस के खिलाफ उन्होंने अपहरण का केस दर्ज किया। दिल्ली पुलिस ने उनको बाइज्जत वहाँ से देना पड़ा दिल्ली पुलिस को, और दिल्ली पुलिस उनको लेकर आ रही है।
कई लोग ये सवाल पूछेंगे कि एक राजनीतिक लड़ाई में, आम आदमी पार्टी और बीजेपी के बीच की राजनीतिक लड़ाई में 3 राज्यों के पुलिस को इन्वॉल्व कर दिया गया। उनके जो कंडक्ट होते हैं, प्रेसिडेंट्स होता है, उसको तोड़ दिया गया। दिल्ली पुलिस को इन्वॉल्व होना पड़ा, हरियाणा पुलिस को इन्वॉल्व होना पड़ा, पंजाब पुलिस एक ऑल्टरकेशन की स्थिति में पहुंच गई। राजनीति की वजह से पुलिस को क्यों पॉलिटिसाइज किया जा रहा है?
नहीं, पुलिस का दुरुपयोग तो शुरू किया आम आदमी पार्टी के भगवंत मान जवाब दें इस बारे में कि क्यों इस प्रकार का किया। मेरे यहाँ एक हमारा छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता है, सतविंदर ओबराय, भजनपुरा में रहता है। उसने एक व्हाट्सएप पर लिख दिया खालिस्तानियों के विरुद्ध में, उसके पास केस दर्ज हो गया, उसको नोटिस आ गया। ये कैसी सरकार है? ये दमनकारी, ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से साथ मिली हुई पार्टी है। निश्चित रूप से जो एक इन पर आरोप लग रहा है कि ये अलगाववादियों के साथ हैं, अलगाववादी की मानसिकता इनके इस कानून के दुरुपयोग में झलक रही है।
राजनीति के चक्कर में पुलिस इस तरह से 3 राज्यों की आपस में एक तरह से एक ऐसी पोजीशन में पहुंच गई है, कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी पोजीशन है ना? आपको नहीं लगता ये एक फिर से एक राजनीतिक लो है राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में?
निश्चित रूप से ये पॉलिटिकल लो नहीं होना चाहिए। पुलिस को समन्वय के साथ काम करना चाहिए, कानून का सम्मान करते हुए। लॉ बाइंडिंग लोग हैं हम लोग, और कानून के मुताबिक काम हो, कौन रोक रहा है? लेकिन आप अमानवीय तरीके से और लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से किसी को उठाएंगे, हरास करेंगे तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक एक कार्यकर्ता ईंट से ईंट बजा देगा। अभी आम आदमी पार्टी को इसका इल्म भी नहीं है। हम इमरजेंसी से नहीं डरे, हम बड़े बड़े आंदोलन से नहीं डरे। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग जो अभी ज़्यादा दिन नहीं हुए, इनको शायद अभी राजनीतिक अनुभव की कमी है।
तेजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा इकलौते नेता नहीं है जिनके खिलाफ एफआईआर है और पंजाब पुलिस इस तरह से समन भेज रही है। बाकी कई नेताओं के खिलाफ इस तरह के समन आ रहे हैं। क्या कार्रवाई करेंगे अब?
मैं आपके माध्यम से एक बात पूछना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था कि रेत माफियाओं को हम अंदर कर देंगे। कर दिया क्या? जिन्होंने हमारे गुरु साहब का अपमान किया था उनको हम अंदर कर देंगे। कर दिया क्या? आप उनको तो अंदर कर नहीं पा रहे हो। भ्रष्ट पुलिस अफसर, भ्रष्ट अधिकारियों को, रेत माफियाओं को, किसी को भी अंदर नहीं किया, अलगाववादियों को भी अंदर नहीं किया। तो फिर क्यों तेजिंदर बग्गा पे सिर्फ एक्शन लिया जाने का काम करा जा रहा है? उन्होंने ऐसा क्या कह दिया कि वो बड़े बड़े अपराधियों को छोड़कर भी आप तेजिंदर के पीछे पड़े हैं?
एक आखिरी सवाल, आगे की रणनीति क्या होगी? डिटेन हो गए आपके अध्यक्ष, अब क्या कल भी यही प्रक्रिया चलती रहेगी, राजनीतिक लड़ाई चलती रहेगी?
निश्चित रूप से दिल्ली पुलिस अभी लेकर आ रही है। तजिंदर पाल बग्गा जी से भी बात होगी, हमारे वकील भी बात करेंगे, क्योंकि उनको अभी तक तो वकालत भी नहीं दी गई, किसी वकील को मुहैया भी नहीं कराया गया। तो अभी कानूनन रूप से क्या कर सकते हैं और पार्टी के रूप से, पॉलिटिक्स के रूप में, राजनीति के रूप से हम क्या कदम ले सकते हैं, इन दोनों बातों को विचार विमर्श करके कल हम इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
So that was BJP MLA Ajay Mahavar who is saying that this political showdown is not over. They are going to re-strategize tomorrow. And remember, there were 3 barricades on this particular stretch. 2 barricades were broken by the BJP workers and they tried to reach the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters located on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. However, Adesh Gupta along with hundreds of BJP workers were detained on Delhi police buses and they have been taken to the nearest police station. And you just heard Ajay Mahavar, the BJP MLA, telling us that, you know, this protest was necessary as far as BJP is concerned. They believe that the arrest of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga is illegal. That is what BJP is saying. They are saying that all due processes were not followed by Punjab Police, and he's also regretting the fact that Punjab Police had to become the victim of political war between the two political parties. Had Punjab Police followed the procedures, this situation would not have happened. However, as far as the political showdown is concerned, it is not over. That is what the BJP workers are saying. Once BJP leaders are saying once Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga reaches Delhi, there could be further developments which might erupt in the national capital. Over to you.
Okay, Amit, thanks very much. We'll keep coming back to you on this. Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was handed over to the Delhi police a short while ago by the Haryana police. He's on his way back. He'll be produced at the Janakpuri police station. Okay, Pal Singh Bagga is the father of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga. He joins us live right now after all of these developments. Pal Sahib, thank you. धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. मेरा नाम शिव है. अभी तेजिंदर वापस आने वाला है. अभी तक आपके पास क्या जानकारी आया है प्रीतपाल जी?
आपल्याला परवडणार.
अभी यही जानकारी है कि वो रास्ते में है. लगभग 7 बजे वो दिल्ली में पहुंचेगा. जी.
सुबह से क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ? क्या आप बता सकते हैं आपके शब्द में कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ? क्योंकि ये भी जानकारी हमें मिली है कि आपके ऊपर कुछ हमला भी हुआ था. क्या आप साफ बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे हुआ था?
सुबह 8:30 बजे हमारे घर का दरवाजा नॉक हुआ. मैंने दरवाजा खोला. 2 आदमी अंदर आए. दरवाजा मैंने बंद किया. उनसे बात करने लगे. अभी बात कर शुरू ही की थी कि कम से कम एक करके घर में 10, 12, 15 आदमी घुस गए. उन्होंने तजिंदर को बाहों से पकड़ लिया. किसी ने गले से पकड़ लिया और खींचना शुरू कर दिया. तजिंदर ने पूछा क्या हुआ है. उन्होंने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया. फिर तजिंदर ने पूछा क्या बात है, कहाँ ले चलोगे? तो चलो हमारे साथ. तजिंदर ने कहा ठीक है मैं चलता हूँ. मेरे को सर के ऊपर पटका या पगड़ी बांध लेने दो, तब मैं चलता हूँ. उन्होंने इसका मौका नहीं दिया. इतने में मैं अपने रूम में गया और मैंने अपना मोबाइल फ़ोन उठाया और वीडियो बनाने की कोशिश की. जैसे ही मैं वीडियो बनाने लगा, एक बंदा मेरे पास आया. वो मेरे को धक्का दे के कमरे में वापस ले गया. उसने मेरे मुंह के ऊपर पंच मारा. मेरे कंधे के ऊपर ज़ोर से झटका दिया जिससे मेरे गर्दन में चोट आई और मेरा मोबाइल छीना और बाहर आ गया. इसके बाद वो घसीट के तजिंदर को बाहर ले गए. जब मैं बाहर आया तो देखा कम से कम 15 गाड़ियां बाहर खड़ी थी और कुल मिला के ये लोग 50 लोग बंदे थे. वो लोग तजिंदर को गाड़ी में बिठा के ले गए. मैंने शोर मचाना शुरू किया कि कुछ बदमाश लोग किडनैप करके ले जा रहे हैं. लोग बाहर निकले, देखा, लेकिन इतने में सारी गाड़ियां निकलना शुरू हो गई और लोग देखते रह गए. जी
प्रीतपाल जी, इसके बाद क्या हुआ? जब तेजिंदर को खींच के बाहर ले गए थे पुलिस ने, उसके बाद क्या किया था? क्या आपने फोन पर संपर्क करने के लिए कोशिश की? किसी ने आपसे संपर्क किया? उसके बाद क्या हुआ था जी?
जी नहीं, मैंने अपने तजिंदर की मम्मी से फोन पे बात की. मैंने उससे संपर्क किया. वो इस समय दिल्ली से बाहर बिहार में मुजफ्फरपुर में है. मैंने उसको बताया कि ऐसे ऐसी घटना घटी है. तेजिंदर की मम्मी तेजिंदर के चुनाव में एक्टिव थी, इसलिए उसे सब लोगों से संपर्क था. उसने फेसबुक पे, व्हाट्सएप पे और से हर बंदे को जो भी जानकार थे उन सबको खबर की. उसके बाद ये मीडिया में सारी बात फैल गई और मेरे को फिर मेरे समर्थकों ने, तेजिंदर के समर्थकों में कहा आप थाना जनकपुरी पहुंचो. मैं थाना जनकपुरी चला गया और सुबह से वहीं सिलसिला चल रहा है.
Kamaljeet Kaur Bagga, the mother of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga, is also with us. Kamaljeet जी मुजफ्फरपुर बिहार में है, वो दिल्ली में नहीं थे जब ये हुआ था सुबह में. कमलजीत जी, आपके शब्द में आपको कैसे पता चला कि ये सब हुआ था? प्रीतपाल जी ने अभी काफी डिटेल में बताया कि क्या हुआ था. क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि आप आप काफी दूर हैं जहां से ये हादसा हुआ था। आपको कैसे पता चल गया और आपके ख्याल क्या थे जब आपने सुना ये सब?
मुझे सबसे पहले तजिंदर के पापा का फोन आया। वो बहुत घबराए हुए थे। उन्होंने बोला कि तजिंदर को ऐसे ले गए हैं खींच के, बल्कि उन्होंने मुझे अपने बारे में नहीं बताया। वो मुझे टीवी के माध्यम से पता चला कि वो इतना घबरा गए थे। मैंने तजिंदर के कुछ दोस्तों को फोन किया कि तुम तुरंत घर पहुंचो, और उसके बाद मैंने अपने संपर्क से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को ऊपर तक, हमारे जो लॉयर थे जो जिन्होंने पटिशन डाली थी वहां पे चंडीगढ़ में, उनसे संपर्क किया, लोगों से संपर्क किया और उनको बताया कि ये हादसा हो चुका है। जनकपुरी थाने में मैंने फोन किया, उन्होंने कहा कि हमें कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है।
कमलजीत जी, हाँ जी बोलिए।
जी, तो मैं यही उनसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि अगर आपको आना था तो आप बता के कोई इंफॉर्मेशन दिल्ली पुलिस को लेके आते या कुछ करते, कोई प्रोटोकॉल तो फॉलो करते, लेकिन ये नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि ये केजरीवाल को, इन लोगों को तो ताहिर जैसे बंदे पसंद हैं, इनको तो अमानतुल्लाह जैसे बंदे पसंद हैं। जो इनकी बात करेगा, जो इनके लिए सच की बात करेगा, वो इनका दुश्मन है। जो इनकी पोल खोलेगा वो इनका दुश्मन है। जो ये अपना इंडिया आर्मी को गाली देने में 1 मिनट का गुरेज नहीं करेंगे, एक मिनट नहीं लगाएंगे हमारे देश के पीएम की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाने के लिए, कुछ भी बोलने के लिए इन पे ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए। ये खुलेआम आजाद हैं, और जो इनकी पोल खोलेगा वो इनका दुश्मन है, वो गुंडा है, वो बदमाश है। यही इनकी लैंग्वेज है, क्योंकि इनको आईने में सिर्फ अपना चेहरा नजर आता है। केजरीवाल को अपने चेहरे में ये ताहिर, अमानुल्लाह और इनके जितने भी विधायक हैं वो कैसे कैसे हैं आप सबको पता है।
जी, अभी तो तेजिंदर वापस दिल्ली सही सलामत पहुंचेंगे कुछ देर में। आपके मन में अभी तक क्या कुछ घबराहट था कि कुछ हो सकता है, उनको खींच के लेके गया था?
बिल्कुल मेरी घबराहट नहीं थी, क्योंकि मैं सच्चाई पे विश्वास करती हूँ, और जो सच के साथ चलता है उसके साथ ईश्वर होता है। सच्चाई का कोई बाल बांका नहीं कर सकता।
प्रीतपाल जी, आम आदमी पार्टी और बीजेपी के बीच में काफी एक अगली राइवलरी है, और आपको पता है कि राजनीति में क्या क्या होता है। क्या आपके दिल में, आपके मन में कुछ नर्वसनेस थी, कुछ घबराहट थी कि कुछ हो सकता है तेजिंदर के साथ?
नहीं, हमारे दिल में कोई घबराहट नहीं है, कोई नर्वसनेस नहीं है। हाँ, जिस समय वो आए थे उस समय थोड़ा सा जरूर लगा था, लेकिन अब हम लोग नॉर्मल हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और अब हम आगे की रणनीति बनाने जा रहे हैं। ये भी आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि पहले केजरीवाल के सपने में तजिंदर आता था, अब उसके माँ बाप भी आएंगे।
प्रीतपाल जी और कमलजीत जी, हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं अभी मनोज तिवारी, बीजेपी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, सांसद, एक्स दिल्ली चीफ ऑफ द बीजेपी भी। मनोज जी, वेलकम, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू इंडिया टुडे। तेजिंदर के माता और पिता दोनों हमारे साथ हैं लाइव, एक दिल्ली से और एक मुजफ्फरपुर से। मनोज जी, आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? पूरा दिन आज हमने देखा है कि कैसे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पे आके फ्रॉम कुरुक्षेत्र टू चंडीगढ़ टू मोहाली एवरीवेयर काफी प्रोटेस्ट हुआ है। अभी आम आदमी पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स के सामने भी प्रोटेस्ट हुए हैं, काफी डिटेंशंस भी हुए हैं। मनोज तिवारी, आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे टू द पेरेंट्स ऑफ तेजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो पापा मम्मा आपको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, और मुझे पता है कि आपको बहुत चोटें आई हैं पापा। मैं आपसे मिलने भी आया था घर पे। मैं आप लोगों पे क्या गुजरा है मैं आप समझ सकता हूं, आप लोगों की सारी घटनाओं से, लेकिन आप बिल्कुल अकेले मत महसूस करना। हम पूरे सभी सांसद, दिल्ली के लोग आपके साथ हैं। और मैं आपको बताऊं कि जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो खेल शुरू किया है ना, इसका अंत बड़ा भद्दा होने वाला है, बहुत क्रूर होगा इसका जो अंत होगा। ये संविधान के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है। किसी भी स्टेट की पुलिस किसी दूसरे स्टेट में बिना पुलिस को विश्वास में लिए, उसको इन्फॉर्म किए बिना, वो कभी भी एक्शन नहीं ले सकती है। हर स्टेट की पुलिस दूसरे स्टेट में जाती है, लेकिन गुंडा बन के नहीं जाती, माफिया बन के नहीं जाती, वो पुलिस बन के जाती है। यहाँ पंजाब पुलिस को जो धक्का लगाया है आम आदमी पार्टी ने, उसकी भी चर्चा लंबे समय तक होगी। ये लोग किस प्रकार से पंजाब के इमेज को, पंजाब की पुलिस की इमेज को धक्का लगाए हैं, क्योंकि पुलिस कभी भी सरकार के लिए माफिया की तरह काम नहीं कर सकती। इसलिए मैं आज इसको कंडेम भी कर रहा हूँ और मुझे बहुत जो भविष्य है वो दिख रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो भी किया, आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो भी किया, उसको दिल्ली न माफ करेगा, न पंजाब माफ करेगा, न देश माफ करेगा।
कमलजीत जी, आपने मनोज तिवारी के शब्द आपने सुने अभी, आगे जाके आप क्या एक्शन एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे? क्योंकि आज तो पूरा दिन बीजेपी के विधायक लोग, बीजेपी के नेता लोग पंजाब में, हरियाणा में, दिल्ली में आपने देखा कि वो काफी गैल्वनाइज थे तेजिंदर के लिए। आगे जाके आप क्या एक्शन एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे? मनोज तिवारी एक सर्विंग सांसद है जिन्होंने बोला है आपको कि वो आपके साथ हैं, बिल्कुल है आपके साथ, तो आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे अभी इसके बाद?
जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने पार्टी के लोगों का, हर सांसद का, हर कार्यकर्ता का, और जो आज पार्टी के नहीं पूरे देश के लोगों ने जो हमें सपोर्ट किया है, मैं सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ। जो सच के साथ खड़े हुए हैं, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ खड़े हुए हैं। और अब मैं यही चाहूंगी कि इसके हर झूठ का पर्दाफाश किया जाए। केजरीवाल के जो झूठ के सपने दिखा के ये पंजाब में अपनी राजनीति चमका रहा है, 4 स्टेटों में तो मुंह की खा चुका। पंजाब के लोगों ने अगर मैंडेट दिया है तो ये ना करे कि भगवान ने हंकार तो किसी का नहीं रखा, रावण का भी नहीं रहा, इसका भी नहीं रहा। अगर तुम्हें भगवान ने कोई शक्ति दी है तो अच्छे कामों में लगाओ, जनता की भलाई में लगाओ, देश के लिए कुछ करो, ना कि गुंडागर्दी करने के लिए करो या किसी के बुजुर्गों पे हाथ उठाना। जो करना है वो करो, लेकिन कानून के दायरे में रह के करो। हर किसी को कानून के दायरे में रह के सवाल उठाने का हक है। तुम्हें भी है तो तजिंदर बग्गा को भी है और मुझे भी है। और मैं भी सवाल उठा रही हूँ तुमसे कि ये गुंडागर्दी तुम्हारी किस काम आएगी, किस बात के लिए कर रहे हो? हैं, तुम्हारी नजरों में क्या किसकी औकात है? अमानतुल्लाह की, ताहिर की, या तुम्हारे जो ये विधायक हैं जिनके खिलाफ इतने अपराध हैं, उन लोगों की? वो आपके लिए बहुत अच्छे हैं और यही आपकी सभ्यता है और यही पंजाब को आप देना चाहते हो। एक सभ्य पंजाब को आप किसने और लेके जा रहे हो?
मनोज जी, कमलजीत कौर बग्गा जो तेजिंदर की मां है, उनको आप क्या बताएंगे? ओके, we'll get back to मनोज तिवारी in just a minute। कमलजीत जी, एक दो आखिरी सवाल आपसे। तेजिंदर के काफी राजनीतिक दुश्मन बन गए होंगे अभी तक, क्योंकि वो लगातार काफी सालों से एक हाई वोल्टेज पॉलिटिक्स का खेल रहे आए हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो हुआ है आज वो एक बायगॉन कंक्लूजन था? ये तो होना ही था क्योंकि वो हाई प्रोफाइल थे, वो लड़ाई करते थे, वो क्रिटिसाइज करते थे, वो सोशल मीडिया पे काफ़ी कैंपेन चलाते थे, कंट्रोवर्शियल कैंपेन चलाते थे। कुछ लोग मानते थे कि ये आउट ऑफ लाइन थे, वो लिमिट क्रॉस करते थे। क्या आपको लगता है एक माँ होने के नाते कि ये दिन होने ही वाला था?
जी, मैं एक बात ये कहना चाहूंगी कि केजरीवाल ने सिर्फ पंजाब जीता है तो पंजाब के जो इसके सपोर्टर हैं वो दुश्मन बने हैं, और जितने दुश्मन बने हैं ना, उससे ज्यादा लोग इस देश प्रेमी को प्यार भी करते हैं, जो अपने देश के लिए लड़ मिटने का जज्बा रखता है। मेरा बेटा तजिंदर पाल सिंह, और मैं उसको शाबाशी देती हूँ कि देश के लिए जियो और अपने देश के लिए हर गलत बंदे को एक्सपोज करो। मैं उसके साथ खड़ी हूँ।
और आप तेजिंदर को क्या बताएंगे जब वो घर आएंगे, जब आप उनसे फोन से बात करेंगे? कमलजीत जी, आप क्या बताएंगे उनको? क्या आप बताएंगे कि संभाल के रहना, कि आप बताएंगे कि जो आप कर रहे हो वो ठीक है और भी करो ऐसे?
न डरो न निराश करो मन को, कुछ काम करो, जग में रहकर कुछ नाम करो। इस झूठ का पर्दाफाश करो, जग में रहकर कुछ नाम करो, सच्चाई के साथ जियो। भगवान तुम्हारे साथ है, भगवान सच का साथ देता है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल का आम आदमी पार्टी, कमलजीत जी, आखिरी सवाल, अभी पंजाब में सरकार बनाए हैं, और ये जो हादसा हुआ है आज वो इलेक्शन के कुछ हफ्तों बाद ही हुआ है। क्या आपको लगता है कि आगे जाके और भी ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स होंगे पॉलिटिकल राइवलरी के ऊपर?
जो आवाज उठाएगा उसके खिलाफ केजरीवाल जाएगा। आज कपिल मिश्रा को भी धमकी आ चुकी है कि अब तुम्हारा नंबर है।
कमलजीत कौर
क्या
बग्गा,
कहेंगे आप?
जी कमलजीत कौर बग्गा हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद।
उठाएगा उसको केजरीवाल उसके खिलाफ यही काम करेगा।
फेयर इनफ। कमलजीत कौर बग्गा, मदर ऑफ तेजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। Her son will be returning to Delhi after a day of very high voltage drama. He will be returning to Delhi by about 7 p.m. we're told. Delhi BJP leader Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga, in the news always for controversial reasons, was arrested. It was a nothing less than an interstate police war that has played out since 10 this morning. He was arrested by the Punjab Police as the parents of Tajinder related just now, and was being taken to Mohali when the Haryana police stopped them and handed Bagga over to the Delhi police. A kidnapping FIR was also lodged against the Punjab Police in Delhi. Here's a report on how this entire drama played out. Early Friday morning, a Punjab police team arrived at BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's home in Delhi's Janakpuri area. The police were from Mohali. They were there to arrest Bagga on the basis of a complaint filed with the cyber cell. The action prompted by Tajinder Bagga's tweets against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The case in Mohali was registered against Bagga on April the 1st for incitement to cause violence, use of force in an orchestrated manner by making or publishing provocative, false and communal inflammatory statements through his interview given to media and through his posts on social media site Twitter.
ये जबरदस्ती अंदर घुस गए, इन्होंने उसको खींच के घसीटना शुरू कर दिया। इसने कहा कि मेरे को सर पे कम से कम कपड़ा बांध लेने दो। उन्हें नहीं सी, वो उसको खींच कर ले गए। इन बातचीत नहीं की, बस पकड़ा, घसीटा और ले गए।
कश्मीर फाइल जो पिक्चर आई है, तो कुछ लोगों ने कहा था कि कश्मीर फाइल को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया जाए, तो उन्होंने जब बोला है तो उनके पीछे उनकी विधायिका बैठ के हंस रही थी। उन्होंने कहा कि जब तक आप इसके लिए माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का युवा मोर्चा का कार्यकर्ता आपको चैन से जीने नहीं देगा। अब इस बात को लेके इन्होंने कहा है कि तजिंदर पाल बग्गा पे FIR मोहाली से कर लिया, क्योंकि आज पंजाब पुलिस उनके हाथ में आ चुकी है।
Bagga's father alleges that the Punjab police officials manhandled him.
मैं कमरे में गया, अपना फोन उठाया, उसकी वीडियो लेने लगा, तो मेरे को वीडियो नहीं लेने दी, मेरे को मुंह के ऊपर पंच किया और जबरदस्ती मेरे को कंधा पकड़ के बिठा दिया।
After arresting Tajinder Bagga from his Delhi residence, the Punjab police then reached the Janakpuri police station to inform the Delhi police of the arrest. The act triggered a Delhi versus Punjab police showdown.
Today, this complete abuse of the police at behest of Mr. Kejriwal, the super CM of Punjab, as if Punjab police is his personal Gestapo, is a reminder of emergency days of Indira Gandhi. If Indira Gandhi was alive, she would say, "Well done, Kejriwal." Is this the standard that should be applied? If that is so, the entire Aam Aadmi Party could perhaps be thrown into jail for their own social media comments and their own statements.
ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे कि पंजाब की पूरी पुलिस की ताकत बग्गा को चुप कराने के लिए लगा दी है अरविंद केजरीवाल ने। 50-50 पुलिस वाले उनके घर के अंदर आ रहे हैं, वो भी तब जब कोर्ट ने बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से कहा था कि इस प्रकार का कोई कदम ना उठाया जाए। पुलिस का इस प्रकार से इस्तेमाल भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है।
Even as the Delhi police tried to figure out Bagga's whereabouts, the Delhi BJP leader was whisked away to Mohali to be produced in court. Around noon, the Punjab police was stopped in Kurukshetra in BJP-ruled Haryana.
क्षेत्र हाईवे ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੀਗਲੀ ਡਿਟੇਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕੋਈ ਡਾਊਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ ਪੱਤਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਿਜਵਾਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਸ ਪਰ ਲਾਅ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵੀ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ
The Haryana government alleged that Bagga had been kidnapped and that it would ensure that he is handed back to the Delhi police.
अगर किसी ने कोई गलती की है तो क्या दिल्ली पुलिस पर आम आदमी पार्टी को भरोसा नहीं है? क्या दिल्ली में पुलिस नहीं है? क्या दिल्ली में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर नहीं है? दिल्ली में भी तो पुलिस सर्च कराई जा सकती है। तो ये अलग बातें हैं, उस पर अभी हम नहीं जाना चाहते हैं। अभी तो इतनी सी बात है कि हमारे पास अपहरण की सूचना आई है और अगर किसी व्यक्ति को अपहरण करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, उसको बचाना, पकड़ना, ये हमारा काम है।
The highway drama continued for another couple of hours. The Punjab Police knocked at the doors of the High Court and a Delhi police team reached Kurukshetra. And just a little before 3 p.m, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was handed over to the Delhi police and was on his way back to the national capital and his home. With Satyendra Chauhan in Kurukshetra, Bureau Report, India Today. And as you saw with that huge crowd right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in Delhi, the politics has been absolutely titanic right through the day over the arrest of this young BJP spokesperson. Take a look. Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga arrested from his residence. The Punjab Police entered Bagga's house, forcefully dragged him out. In the process, the police allegedly assaulted his father. The arrest soon turned into a political potboiler, with the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party trading hostile charges against each other. The BJP, leaping upon the opportunity, launched back-to-back scathing attacks at the Aam Aadmi Party for the arrest. The BJP has made sensational charges against the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that Tajinder Bagga was arrested illegally. They also said Bagga's father was assaulted during the arrest. And they claimed that a case of kidnapping had been filed. The BJP returned fire at Kejriwal, claiming that the Delhi Chief Minister was misusing the police. BJP leader Gautam Gambhir lashed out at Kejriwal, calling him a modern-day Tughlaq. Claiming that Bagga tried to incite violence, the Aam Aadmi Party continued to justify Bagga's arrest, claiming that Tajinder Bagga tried to incite violence against Kejriwal. The Aam Aadmi Party said that they have a criminal dossier on Bagga and that he was summoned a total of 5 times.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जो उसके खिलाफ लोग बोल रहे हैं, जो सच्चाई खोल रहे हैं, जो उसके बेनकाब कर रहे हैं उनके झूठों को, उनका मुंह बंद करना चाहता है, उनको डराना धमकाना। वो चाहता है कि बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता सच ना बोले, उसकी सच्चाई लोगों के सामने ना आए। इसके लिए वो पंजाब पुलिस का दुरुपयोग कर रहा है।
पंजाब के अंदर सांप्रदायिक तनाव और सांप्रदायिक हिंसा भड़काने की कोशिश की और इनके ऐसे बयानों के चलते इनके ऊपर पंजाब पुलिस ने मुकदमा दर्ज किया। किसी भी मुजरिम के ऊपर जब मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाता है, एक्यूज को पुलिस कहती है आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन कीजिए। 5-5 बार तो बीजेपी के लोक प्रवक्ताओं ने बयान दिए कि पंजाब पुलिस बग्गे के घर में आई। क्यों आई थी? इनका कोई फिल्म का ऑडिशन करने आई थी?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग दंगे करते हैं और फिर पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मशीनरी ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक गुंडागर्दी करने वालों को, हिंसा करने वालों को, दंगे भड़काने वालों को बचाती है। आज भी वही हो रहा है। तेजिंदर बग्गा को बचाने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस क्यों सामने आ रही है? तेजिंदर बग्गा को बचाने के लिए हरियाणा पुलिस क्यों सामने आ रही है? क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुंडागर्दी करने वालों को बचाती ही बचाती है।
पंजाब पुलिस ने जिस गलत तरीके से आकर दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना सूचना दिए, बिना इत्तला दिए वो बग्गा के घर आते हैं, उनको किडनैप करके ले जाते हैं और जब उनका विरोध परिवार वाले करते हैं तो उस पर उनके पिताजी के साथ मारपीट करके उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसते हैं। इस तरह की तुगलकी और तानाशाहपूर्ण जो पंजाब पुलिस ने केजरीवाल के इशारे पर कार्रवाई की है, इसके खिलाफ हमने दिल्ली पुलिस में कंप्लेंट दर्ज कराई है।
ट्वीट करने के मामले में, सोशल मीडिया पे सवाल उठाने के मामले में पुलिस का इस प्रकार से इस्तेमाल भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि पंजाब की पुलिस पंजाब का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर छोड़कर दिल्ली में लोगों को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए लगा दी गई है।
The politics has had a ripple effect on the police of 3 states. The police departments of Delhi, Haryana and Punjab all involved in the dance around Bagga's arrest. The Haryana police stopped the Punjab police convoy in Kurukshetra and handed Bagga back to the Delhi police.
With Satyendra Chauhan in Kurukshetra, Haryana. Bureau Report, India Today.
And if the chances that you haven't heard of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga are very small. But in case you haven't, we're going to refresh your memory and tell you a little bit about him, because he's an in-your-face BJP leader who began life as someone who actually administered a physical beating to lawyer Prashant Bhushan. That's how he made his name. That story's next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
We've got some breaking pictures coming in now. A big protest, another one has broken out in the national capital, this time against the Punjab Police by BJP workers near the Dwarka court. Vehicle surrounded by protesters in these images coming in right now from the national capital. This particular protest by BJP workers pointed at the Punjab Police. Officials, their vehicles have been surrounded outside the Dwarka court by angry, galvanized BJP cadres and supporters over the entire arrest saga of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga. Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga is currently with the Delhi police. He is being driven back to Delhi as we speak. We're told that he should be in the capital within the next hour or so. But the BJP has hit the streets in a very big way. A huge show of force against the Punjab Police that's controlled by the new Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab from Aam Aadmi Party's leader Kejriwal's government. Let's go across and listen into some voices from the ground.
वो कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है, कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है।
So these are voices coming in from outside the Dwarka court in Delhi. Two big protests have taken place in the national capital, one outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and the other outside Delhi's Dwarka court. The BJP certainly not in any way short of cadres at any point of time. They can be enlisted for protests at very, very short notice, and that strength is on display right now at two locations in the capital. Now remember, on the 28th of March, just a couple of months ago, Arvind Kejriwal was asked about Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga's arrest because Bagga had made provocative comments that had gained a lot of traction and he'd been criticized by the Aam Aadmi Party. India Today had asked Kejriwal whether Bagga would be arrested. Take a look.
अरविंद जी, आज एक और मुद्दे को लेकर बड़ी चर्चा है, वो ये कि जब तक अरविंद केजरीवाल दूसरे नेताओं को बोलते थे तब तक तो ठीक था, आज किसी ने उनके खिलाफ बोला है तो उस पर एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई पंजाब में।
किसने किसके खिलाफ बोला?
तेजिंदर बग्गा पर।
किसके क्या बोला उसने? किसके खिलाफ बोला?
आप पर बोला था, उसके बाद पंजाब में केस हो गया है, एफआईआर।
कौन है तेजिंदर बग्गा?
एफआईआर होनी चाहिए आपके खिलाफ बोलने पर।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं होनी। कौन है तेजिंदर बग्गा?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हैं।
मैं तो ना तेजिंदर बग्गा को जानता,
बड़े पोस्टर लगाते हैं वो आपके खिलाफ दिल्ली भर में।
वो तो सारी बीजेपी इस टाइम पोस्टर लगाने में लगी हुई है। कोई पिक्चरों के पोस्टर लगा रहा है, कोई केजरीवाल के पोस्टर लगा रहा है।
पर एफआईआर नहीं होनी चाहिए अगर कोई बोल रहा है। अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी होनी चाहिए।
किसी कल आदेश गुप्ता जी ने मेरे को कितनी गालियां दी हैं, कितनी गंदी गंदी गालियां दी हैं। गालियां उनको मुबारक, हम ऐसी राजनीति करने ही नहीं आए, गाली गलौज की राजनीति नहीं करने आए। ऐसे थोड़ी देश सुधरेगा एक दूसरे को गालियां देने से।
And suspense builds over what's going to happen once Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga arrives in Delhi within the next hour. Sneha has the full story for you on the other side of this very short break. The Delhi and the Aam Aadmi Party on the warpath. This is what many parts of Delhi look like at this time.
So the city of Mariupol in Ukraine was always on Russia's agenda, and they bombarded Mariupol down to rubble. But even then, Russia has still not been able to gain access to the Mariupol port because of the Sea of Azov, which stands between Ukraine and Russia. And that Sea of Azov is laden with sea mines, which were laid there as far back as the Second World War. This was basically a military strategy to avoid a Russian naval invasion. So the entire seawater was embedded with mines. By the looks of it, the port will not be functional anytime soon. Now, Russia has appointed a demining department which has about 120 specialists working just on this region. That is how desperate Russia is to get to the Mariupol port. And these specialists are working on land and water across captured territories. Now, one of the commanding officers of this demining operation stated that as many as 10,000 of these sea mines have already been extracted from the Sea of Azov. But there is no certain figure as to how many more sea mines still stand between Ukraine and Russia as far as the Mariupol port is concerned. The demining team will be doing a thorough sweep, clearing the city block by block.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HP Pavilion, power to do it all. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. Oh, so smooth.
India versus WHO
over COVID death data. WHO deaths dossier debunked. Mischievous, WHO's data flawed.
Almost 250,000 deaths have now been reported to WHO.
Modi government bashes WHO data, model and method. India fights WHO with facts. Getting you all the details of that big story. A fight has broken out between India and the World Health Organization, with India issuing rebuttals after rebuttals on that data. Why did you not use our data, which is more robust and more accurate, is the question that India is asking of the World Health Organization. That story and much more ahead on the show. I'm Sneha Moldani. This is 6 p.m. Prime. The headlines first. Meltdown in over BJP's Bagga arrest. BJP workers break down police barriers. Protests outside Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta has been detained. High drama in Varanasi Kashi temple. Gyan Vyapi mosque survey has been blocked. Locals protest, raise slogans as court-appointed team reaches to conduct a videography of disputed site. Blood politics speaks in Bengal. Amit Shah meets the family of deceased BJP worker in Kolkata. Calls for a CBI probe. Says there is anarchy in Mamata's state. Mega India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says Vignesh custodial death is going to be investigated as a murder case. AIADMK stages protest, demands a CBI probe. Political temperatures soar in Telangana. BJP Chief Nadda rose on KCR's turf. Declares war ahead of Rahul Gandhi's visit. TRS taunts Rahul, says, what did you do for the state? Billionaire Elon Musk likely to show Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal the door after $45 billion deal closes. Reports say Musk could take over as Twitter CEO too. The government has come out strongly against the World Health Organization's COVID deaths data, questioning the report on multiple levels. The government blasted World Health Organization's COVID deaths claim, raising questions over the validity of the estimate model used by the international public health body. Sources on data projections for COVID deaths have said that there are serious objections with data presented which showed excess mortality. Sources also say that data collection happens in India from 7.9 lakh centers. While there could be some discrepancies, it isn't to the tune of what has been projected by the WHO. 10 letters have been written by the Union Health Secretary, but there has not been any response to this matter yet. Health Ministry sources call the WHO estimated COVID excessive deaths data a vicious agenda to malign a country which is emerging as a credible healthcare hub in the pandemic. Government sources also say this data is going to be presented in the executive board of the World Health Organization and challenged. The World Health Organization has claimed that over 47 lakh people lost their lives due to coronavirus infection in India. However, the center has refuted these claims, questioning the credibility. Here's more.
$15 million people died from COVID or from the pandemic's impact on global health system between January 2020 and December 2021. Nearly 10 million over the 5.4 million deaths officially reported by countries across the world. And of that, 4.7 million deaths took place in India alone. 10 times what India has officially reported. And roughly a third of the deaths that the WHO estimates as part of a new report, sending shock waves across India and the world. But that isn't the full story. The Indian government has come out strongly against the WHO, questioning the report at multiple levels. But if it's India's word against the WHO, let's ask some serious questions of the WHO, whose handling of the coronavirus plague has been a subplot to the global pandemic. Has the World Health Organization inspired confidence in its handling of the COVID pandemic, or has it been a global hypocrite, largely bending to certain clients? Like China, for instance, that reports no data whatsoever on COVID deaths and remains unquestioned by the WHO. WHO's claims on other countries fly blind when it comes to China, a nation that continues to hide the origin of the Wuhan virus till date. The WHO actually claims China's excess COVID deaths is amongst lowest in the world, a country that makes a mockery of its zero COVID policy by forcefully keeping its citizens under lockdown. When the world was suffering the first wave, China's COVID deaths suddenly disappeared from official reports after April 1st, 2020. China's COVID case count never went beyond 80,000 in the public domain, and the WHO never really made a noise about it. China has in fact continued to report thousands of new cases of COVID from April 1st, 2020 until January 8th, 2022. China officially counted 34,107 new COVID infections, including 12,000 in Hong Kong as per Johns Hopkins data. The University of Washington estimate put China's excess mortality at 17,900, including 10,600 from Hubei province, where the coronavirus was first detected 2 years ago. While the WHO report asks no questions of China, India is the only country to stand up to object to the claims.
That occurred after testing positive for COVID-19 were occurring in the first 4 weeks. So a cutoff of 30 days was given for the definition of death. So this is robust data that we have, and a robust definition that I think only NHS has used it in the UK, and we have used it. Many countries don't have this definition.
The data the WHO has used is more on hearsay evidence or what has been there in the media or from unconfirmed sources. That data itself is questionable, and to do a modeling on that data is not correct, and it's not scientifically a right thing to do. Especially when you have data which is more robust as far as the RGI data is concerned.
To apply assumptions based on a subset of states, based on reports that come from the websites and media reports, and then you come out with an exorbitant number is not tenable. So that's on the process, and we are disappointed by what WHO has done.
India has also presented its side of data collected. Earlier this week, the government released civil registration data showing 8.1 million deaths in 2020, a 6% rise over the previous year. Officials played it down, saying all the 4,74,806 excess deaths could not be attributed to COVID. According to official records, some 1,49,000 people died of COVID in India in 2020. While the China resorts to blatant human rights violation with its forced testing and vaccination, India carried out a smooth, voluntary vaccine drive, protecting more than 72% with one dose and more than 60% fully vaccinated. While China masters in data manipulation, WHO calls for better data monitoring from the world.
The WHO has repeatedly come under fire when it comes to questions surrounding China, but it refuses to learn from its past mistakes. An independent panel that was looking at the pandemic response said that China and the national health authorities there, along with WHO, failed to act in time in 2019 when the genesis of the coronavirus was first reported from Wuhan. China continues to hide data and does not reveal the true picture of the COVID burden in their country. But the World Health Organization preaches other nations on development and proper data upkeep. This is Milan Sharma reporting for India Today.
Meanwhile, back home in India, politics has erupted over the World Health Organization's COVID death estimate. After the WHO's report on India's COVID-19 death toll, including that of other countries, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi slammed the Modi government, accusing the centre of lying. Here's more.
"47 lakh excess COVID deaths in India," claims WHO. The claim has opened a can of bombs. The opposition has cornered the ruling BJP government over the claims made. Congress's Rahul Gandhi added fuel to the fire by tweeting that 47 lakh Indians died due to COVID pandemic, not 4.8 lakh as claimed by the government. Science does not lie, Modi does. Respect families who have lost loved ones, support them with a mandate of 4 lakh compensation. The ruling BJP government has hit back at the opposition.
मोदी जी को नीचा दिखाने का ये जो प्रयास राहुल गांधी का है, ये कोई आज का नहीं है। 2014 से ही निरंतर मोदी जी को नीचे दिखाने के प्रयास में, हमेशा भारतवर्ष को नीचे दिखाने में राहुल गांधी सफल रहे हैं। चाहे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का विषय हो, चाहे अन्य महत्वपूर्ण विषय हो, सभी विषयों पर जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी ने समय समय पर मोदी जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे आक्रमण करते हुए भारत को नीचा दिखाया है, ये बहुत ही दुखद है।
It is not just the two prime political parties, but state governments, whether BJP, Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party, none have agreed with the COVID estimates presented by the WHO.
मैं पूरे देश के बारे में मैं कोई प्रवक्ता नहीं हूँ, मेरा बताना मुश्किल है, पर दिल्ली का मैं बता सकता हूँ। दिल्ली के ये जो आंकड़े हैं बिल्कुल ऑथेंटिक हैं, बिल्कुल सही हैं। दिल्ली में 25,600 के करीब डेथ हुई हैं, एक डेथ को काउंट किया गया है, सबको पता है।
Indian states have been complicit in not just hiding death figures, but repeated reminders to many states by the central government often fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, none can deny the tears, pain and agony of the families who have lost loved ones in this pandemic.
Later, just 2 states came forward to say that the minimum number of deaths occurred due to oxygen. And while the WHO does say that there have been more deaths than actually reported, it may not be an overestimation, but only a true death count can reveal the death burden due to COVID in India. With Ravikant Otawar, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Joining me now is Dr. Rajiv Das Gupta, is a member of the National COVID Task Force. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Das Gupta. What is your take on this system that has been adopted by the WHO to arrive at a conclusion that the death figure vis-a-vis COVID-19 deaths in India is actually 10 times more than what the government has said?
Thank you and good evening. I think a distinction needs to be made that these are not COVID deaths, but these are excess deaths attributed to the pandemic. And to that extent, there is a fundamental difference, and therefore both the technical discourse and the media discourse needs to take that into account. Now, having said that, the WHO puts out a long 30-page note on the methodology. And for India, it does specifically mention that because all-cause mortality data were not available at that point, a subset of 12 states for which data was available has been taken and extrapolated to the country. Now, I think India, with its very robust public health institutions, universities, and other academia, a very large body of academia, can certainly run this model, given that the methodology has been spelled out. And now that we have the 2020 civil registration system data released just 2 to 3 days back, India should also run that model and come up with definitive figures with which this discourse can continue forward, so that we are also able to come up with what we believe are the true figures of the excess death associated with the pandemic.
But Dr. Dasgupta, India has said in a press statement, a strong one at that we did share our data, but the WHO has not considered the data that India has essentially shared. So is it a case of the WHO not trusting a member state with its data?
Well, India, as the report stated earlier, this is going to be placed in the executive board. India currently is the chair of the WHO executive board, and the Health Ministry of India will be representing both India as well as chairing that board. And I'm sure with India's chairpersonship there would be a good academic and technical engagement. But having said that, now that even if as India says, WHO did not take that CRS data into account, we can certainly now apply that data and come up with a figure that we believe is more realistic than what's come out in this report, on which there is unanimity or near unanimity that it's way too high, even based on lived experiences.
But Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta, in fact, if a country as large as ours is saying that, look, if you've collected data only from 12 states, it does not give an accurate picture. Our method of collecting data from 7.9 lakh collection centers. Here's our system. It's a robust one. It's extremely efficient. It's a large network of 3 lakh data collectors and a reliable system that we've been using for COVID or no COVID. Why can't you consider this data? But the WHO goes on to publish this data in spite of objections, 10 letters written by the Union Health Secretary, and puts out a footnote at the bottom talking about India's CRS and the data under the Registrar General of India. Do you think that's fair? Do you think the WHO has been fair to us?
WHO has now come up with a statement that now that the CRS 2020 has been released, they will run the model again with those. And as I said, India should certainly do that and come up with a set of figures so that it can take the WHO estimates head on. Now, at the same time, the methodology does take into account a very, very large range of factors, and all of which make certain assumptions. And therefore, while it adds many layers to try and make it as robust as possible, some error would creep into all these through all these layers. Now, having said that, WHO therefore also comes up with a lower level of estimate and a higher level of estimate. And therefore, if India can actually run this again, we can see whether our own computations lie more towards the lower end or even lower than the lower end, for that matter, if we are actually right about it, most of the data has been captured. But certainly there's a room to engage in that exercise, and I believe that would be a very, very powerful argument on behalf of India.
Absolutely. Give our answer in the form of our data, which is much more reliable than the data that has been put out by the WHO. Dr. Dasgupta, thank you so much for your perspective on that important story. Now let's talk about China. What about China's data? China's death figures, China's numbers. What is the WHO saying about the figures that China is regularly giving out? Is it talking about these figures as an underestimate? What about the situation in China as it imposes the world's most brutal lockdown? Inhumane COVID management in China has left people shattered. Locals are being beaten up, confined in the name of COVID management. But there's not been a word from the World Health Organization on what's happening in China. Here's more.
brutal action against its own people. Citizens being hit, beaten, coerced and confined. This is China's zero COVID policy for you. Unscientific, inhuman and senseless. The Chinese COVID policy has zero empathy in addition to having zero results. China has been following the horrific policy of coercion with COVID-positive patients for days now. Killing pets, separating mothers from kids, or leaving people locked down in Shanghai without essential supplies. In these videos posted by citizens, many of them residents of Shanghai, citizens are protesting against action by health authorities, only to be dragged and pulled away. The scenes speak volumes of the failure in handling the infection that originated from its soil. The truth that China denies vehemently till this date.
It appears as though a long-term strategy of zero COVID is simply not going to work. It imposes a lot of stresses on the population, lots of economic difficulties, a lot of social difficulties in terms of the very large-scale movements of populations to confinement zones that Shanghai is currently seeing. It's unlikely that this can be sustained, as I said, for a long period of time. We may just simply have to figure out better strategies.
These pictures, now for the world to see, show how turning positive for COVID is a deadly traumatic experience in China. When the world is trying to work its way around the virus, a country that prides in calling itself an emergent superpower is failing.
Some news just coming in, going straight to the Haryana Chief Minister, speaking on this entire controversy around Bagga.
लेकिन उसका रास्ता ये होता है कि उसका निर्णय चार्जशीट करके कोर्ट के ऊपर छोड़ना चाहिए, कोर्ट का।
ये पंजाब की दूसरी बड़ी कार्रवाई है जी। पहले स्मृति ईरानी जी के खिलाफ भी जैसे उन्होंने केस रखा, फिर
कुमार विश्वास पर भी किया,
तो ये क्या लग रहा है कि बग्गा जी पे भी पॉलिटिकल
डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप को नुकसान पहुंचाने की ये कार्रवाई पॉलिटिकल शय के ऊपर, सरकार की शय के ऊपर पुलिस को करनी पड़ी होगी, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ।
एक सवाल
है ये ना,
उसकी निंदा कर रहे हैं ना।
मैं कहता हूँ इस घटना की जितना निंदा की जाए उतनी कम है।
कल एक बहुत बड़ा हरियाणा पुलिस को बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि थी जो करनाल के पास पकड़े हैं 4 आतंकवादी, और आज गुरबख्श सिंह पर उन्होंने वीडियो मैसेज करके और आपके नाम और विशाख का नाम लेके एक और वीडियो सोशल मीडिया में भी डाल दिया, पत्रकारों को भी डालते हैं इस, क्योंकि अब आज की जो घटना पता लगी है कि लोकल लोगों से साथ भी करनाल में इन लोगों का संपर्क में थे, जैसे आज टीवी पे चल रहा था एसपी करनाल की तरफ से, तो इसमें वास्तविकता क्या निकली? क्या ये भी उधर से बारी कर रहे थे या लोकल?
वैसे तो ये बहुत बड़ी एक घटना है, सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के लिए जांच करने का विषय है, कोई भी चीज ज्यादा कहना हमारे लिए भी ठीक नहीं है, लेकिन जो अभी तक पुलिस की जानकारी में पूछताछ में जो बातें आई हैं, पंजाब के व्यक्ति हैं और पाकिस्तान में जो व्यक्ति बैठे हैं, बिंदा, क्या नाम था इनका? रिंदा, वहां से इन्होंने ये सामान सप्लाई किया है और जानकारी ये मिली है कि ड्रोन के द्वारा सप्लाई की गई है, और ये बीच में मीडिएटर जैसे होते हैं सप्लाई करने वाले, इनका एक उनके हाथ लिंक था। ये सामान उन्होंने ले जा करके जो पूछताछ की, तेलंगाना में एक ऐसे स्थान के ऊपर जहाँ कोई आबादी नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, जंगल का एक्सपर्ट बताया, उसके अंदर इन्होंने रखना था, रख के आ जाना था। इनको भी पता नहीं कि उसको हैंडओवर यानी कौन उठाएगा कौन नहीं उठाएगा, इस प्रकार से इनकी प्लानिंग थी। लेकिन ये जो सारा असला था बहुत खतरनाक था, इस प्रकार से था कि जो रिमोट कंट्रोल से भी चीज़ों को बहुत नुकसान पहुँचा सकता है। वो आईबी की इन्फॉर्मेशन थी। अब आईबी की इन्फॉर्मेशन के बाद हरियाणा पुलिस अलर्ट हुई, और अलर्ट होने के बाद इन्होंने इनको बस्ताड़ा करनाल में पकड़ा, और पकड़ करके मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा एक कोई साजिश के तहत ये जो सारा काम किया जा रहा था उसका भंडाफोड़ हुआ है।
ये गुरपत सिंह जो पन्नू है आए दिन अब मेल पे उतराया।
Chief Minister of Haryana saying that there is clear political pressure on the Punjab Police. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Mega India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says Vignesh custodial death is going to be investigated as a murder case. We're getting you all the details in just 2 minutes.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
In what can be described as the biggest leak in American history, the US Supreme Court could strike down the right to abortion for women. This has sparked widespread protests across the country and comes as a huge blow to women and the right to their bodies in America. So while India is progressing by making amendments to its abortion laws, is the US regressing? In January 1973, the US court decided that the constitutional right to privacy applied to abortion. However, abortion laws vary from state to state. The gestational limit for terminating pregnancy varies between 8 to 12 weeks. Abortion was a criminal offence in India. It was described as intentionally causing miscarriage and could lead to 3 years in jail. Then the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act was formed in 1971 that legalized abortion. The MTP Act allows for termination of pregnancy up to 20 weeks. Pro-choice supporters believe that one should be able to decide whether to have children or not. On the other hand, pro-life supporters believe that a fetus should be allowed to live. The Indian Supreme Court in 2016 judgment put an end to the debate. The Supreme Court stated that the debate is about life versus life and allowed abortion for rape survivors. Documents published by American media outlet Politico suggest the country's top court is willing to overturn the 1973 decision that legalized abortion nationwide. This would result in women using unsafe alternatives for abortion like coat hangers, chemicals, unskilled abortion providers, or other dangerous methods. According to WHO, unsafe abortions kill more than 47,000 people every year. It also shows that banning abortions has little or no effect on abortion rates throughout the world. Countries with restrictive abortion laws have 3 times higher maternal mortality rates than the rest. And the US would join a very small group of countries that have tightened abortion laws in recent years as opposed to loosening them. Poland, El Salvador, and Nicaragua are the only 3 countries which have restricted their laws since 1994, while in the same period, 59 countries have expanded access, and the US could soon be the 4th country on the list.
A treatment for cancer using the body's defense mechanism, that's the principle of immunotherapy. Unlike conventional treatments like chemotherapy or radiotherapy, which target the tumor itself, immunotherapy stimulates the patient's immune response. Cancer cells neutralize the immune system's defenses, allowing cancerous cells to multiply in the body. There are many ways of waking and instructing the immune system to eliminate cancer cells. Immunotherapy uses various tools like vaccination, targeted antibody therapies in which proteins in the immune system are capable of recognizing undesirable cells and eliminating them, and immunomodulators, substances that stimulate the immune response. Another strategy uses cell therapy. A sample of white cells known as lymphocytes are taken from the patient before being genetically modified to enable them to recognize cancer cells. These super lymphocytes are then re-injected into the body to attack the cancer. Used today to treat blood cancer and inoperable or advanced stage cancers, these therapies have raised hopes for the treatment of other types of cancer. Immunotherapy only works for a minority of patients, however. It can also have serious side effects, such as autoimmune reactions by the body to healthy cells. Cost is also a factor. The bill can be as large as several hundreds of thousands of euros per patient.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
The chorus for demanding justice for Vignesh is only getting louder. Taking stock of the situation, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has said that the horrific custodial death of Vignesh is going to be investigated as a murder case. The AIADMK staged a walkout from the assembly over the case's investigation being handed over to the CBCID. Leader of opposition Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has demanded a CBI probe in this case. Meanwhile, the state's Human Rights Commission has taken cognizance. The notice issued by the body states the matter is going to be listed for further consideration before the Commission after 4 weeks. The Commissioner of Police has been asked to submit a report before the Human Rights Commission within 4 weeks.
ஆகவே மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்திலே விக்னேஷ் மரணத்தில் குறிப்பிட்ட செய்தியும் தற்போது விக்னேஷனுடைய உடற்கூறு ஆய்வில் தெரிவிக்கப்பட்ட செய்தியும் முரண்பட்டு உள்ள காரணத்தினால் இந்த வழக்கு நேர்மையாக முறையாக நடைபெற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் இந்த வழக்கை சிபிஐ ஒப்படைக்க வேண்டும் என்று முதலமைச்சருக்கு நாங்கள் சட்டமன்றத்திலே கோரிக்கை வைத்தோம்.
எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க? உங்களுக்கு அது திருப்தி இருக்கா?
அது திருப்பி இருக்குங்க எனக்கு. அது திருப்பி இருக்கு.
தேவையான ஜஸ்டிஸ் கிடைக்கும்ன்ற நம்பிக்கை இருக்கா இதுல? இப்போ
இருக்கு நம்பிக்கை.
அண்ட் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சிபிஐ விசாரணை வேணுன்ற மாதிரி சிலவங்க கேட்குறாங்க. உங்களுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது கோரிக்கை இருக்கா?
வேணும்.
சிபிஐ விசாரணை வேணுமா இல்லை இப்போ போகிற விசாரணை ஓகேவா உங்களுக்கு?
இதுவே போதும்.
விசாரணை நல்லா நடந்தா போதும்.
அது நல்லா நடந்தா போதும்.
சிஎம்க்கு நீங்கள் என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புகிறீங்க?
இந்த மாதிரி யாருக்கும் நடக்கூடாது. அதுதான் போதும்.
It's time for a break. Here on the other side, India Today catches up with Dr. Strange Cumberbatch himself. Stay tuned for this exclusive conversation.
You break the rules.
Look out!
So if you're using VPNs to access the net, or if you're trading on crypto exchanges, well, something is going to drastically change now. New rules have been rolled out by the IT ministry, and now VPN companies and crypto exchanges and data centers will need to share all their user data with the government, and it's going to be shared and saved with the government for a period of 5 years. If you don't comply with this, it could lead to imprisonment for 1 year. What does all of this mean and how is it going to impact you? We'll tell you everything. So very quickly, basically a VPN stands for a virtual private network. What this network basically does is to mask your internet protocol address. So whatever you are doing online, if you're using a VPN, then all your online actions will remain untraceable. And India has seen the highest growth of VPN users all over the world. So as and when this new rule is rolled out, the end user is going to be majorly impacted because your privacy and anonymity is going to go out the window because all your user data will be saved with the government. What that basically means is that from your browsing history to your download history, whatever you are doing online, even if you're using a VPN, it is going to be saved with the government. Apart from this, companies who are giving this kind of VPN service, they will have to switch to storage servers, which will be an extra cost for the companies, and who will bear that extra cost? Obviously the end user. So VPN services will no longer be private and anonymous, and they're going to get more expensive. So the new laws are expected to come into effect from about 60 days after being issued, which basically means end of July 27th, 2022, that's when this rule will become active. So browsing and download history apart, data regarding any unauthorized access of social media accounts, IT systems, attacks on servers and more will also be stored. Defacing any websites, malicious virus attacks, attacks on any servers, identity thefts along with data breach and leaks will also need to be reported. So all in all, as a user, as a VPN user, if you decide to cancel your subscription to any VPN provider, the new rules state that the VPN provider will still have to maintain and keep a track of users even if they cancel their subscriptions. And that data is going to be with the government for 5 years, or whether it's going to be kept with the government for longer, who's to say? Do you feel it's a welcomed change?
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Well, today is the day most Marvel fans were waiting for. The release of the much-awaited Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Ahead of the release, India Today spoke exclusively to Doctor Strange, Benedict Cumberbatch. Listen in.
Just got out of hand.
You break the rules. Look out! To become a hero. do it, I become the enemy.
Hi, Benedict. Welcome to India Today.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. I have to begin by asking you about that scene with the cloak. We've had that moment where you and the cloak obviously have some sort of an altercation. If I take you back in time to the first time you wore the cloak and the suit, do you remember that moment and what was your reaction like?
Yeah, well, it was my idea. It's the moment where I break away from Christine Palmer in the Origin movie in 2016, Doctor Strange, and it was an emotional scene, and I shed a tear. And then Cloak, I said, wouldn't it be fun if Cloak started sort of wiping away the tear? And I was like, stop it, So it was sort of my idea, and I think from that, Cloak now has his own agent, he has his own contract, he has his own rider, he has his own team, he has everything that I gave him, and I get none of the credit. So I think I've had enough of the Cloak right now, No, I'm joking. It's a fun thing to interact with, even though it's not there like a lot of things in these films. And it's not, he does a lot of work on his own when Wong isn't there or is otherwise engaged as the Sorcerer Supreme, which is a sore point, as you know. So yeah, it's nice to have someone to talk to.
Right.
Every night, I dream the same dream. The nightmare begins. I did what I had to do to protect our world. You cannot control everything, Strange.
What do you make of this whole conversation that your character was purely reckless with what he did with the multiverse? And, the parallels that people are drawing between he's becoming more and more of Tony Stark, or he's taking that stream of thought. What is your take on this?
Very possibly. You have to wait and see what happens in this film. But he's quite an anarchist, and he likes to operate outside of the norms. He's someone who isn't constrained by rules. He's very adaptable, and that's both one of his strengths and one of his weaknesses, I guess. It leaves him vulnerable to certain dangers that he might be best at creating himself at times. I think. He's a renegade, and I like outsiders. I like people who are sort of trying to stretch the rules a little bit. They're a little bit more fun. But he is still trying to be good and do the right thing, just not necessarily the right way. So you have to wait and see what happens in this one.
Wanda, what do you know about the multiverse?
Viz had his theories. He believed it was dangerous.
He was right.
I was just speaking to Wong before this, and I asked him and I spoke to him about the beautiful Asian heritage that has representation in MCU now.
Yes.
Given the fact that the world is becoming smaller, do you see a character with an Indian origin ever get placed in MCU?
It's about time, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot more of the world still to include, but, we're very happy one step at a time to be part of that story in our culture. And I think the inclusion of America Chavez in this film is a shining example of that, an LGBTQ plus community character who's representing in that regard, and also the Latino community as well. And she's bringing an awesome power. I mean, once we get to the stage where this is normal and not a talking point, that alone should be enough. She's a very, very powerful character who can punch through the multiverse. So, but it's great. It's great as we evolve that these are stepping stones to a fully inclusive and diverse reflection of our world at large, our society at large.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Stephen. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished. We should tell him the truth.
Finally, what message for the Indian fans? You have a huge fan base in India. What would you like to tell them? Would you come visit us?
Oh man, yeah, in a heartbeat. I love India. I mean, I've got a little family, so that takes precedent. But maybe I can come and work there. I don't know, do a bit of filming there. I really, really love your country. It has been almost a lifetime since I was last there as a 19-year-old, but I had the most extraordinary and informative experience, really. Informative is not the right word. Formative is the right word. When I was teaching in a Tibetan Buddhist monastery in West Bengal, in their monastery, and staying there, sleeping there, and then working in the Tibetan community as well, the refugee community there, and then experiencing India at large. First of all, when I got up there, I went from Delhi across by train through Varanasi, and then on the way back, we stayed in Rajasthan for a month and journeyed around there. And I fell in love with the country, and that's only that part of it. I haven't even been to the south of India yet. Let alone Ladakh and all other regions in the north that I'd love to visit. So it's a huge place, and I've only got one life, but I'm hoping that something will bring me back there soon.
Fingers crossed. Absolutely stoked to watch the film. Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome. Thank you for yours.
It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side is our India Today Impact feature.
More than 20 farmers have died by suicide in Telangana since January 2022. And the cause? Chili thrips. A pest attack has affected hundreds of farmers across the state. The inability to pay back loans has pushed farmers to take the extreme step. Human Rights Forum, an independent organization in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, formed a fact-finding committee to investigate the issue.
Generally, a mirchi crop requires 1 lakh of investment per an acre, in addition to the family labor. This year, the farmers have lost lakhs of investment in the fields, and they have lost all their efforts.
The rate of desi chili has gone up to Rs 55,500 per quintal. This is higher than the price of 1 tola of gold. Compared to a year ago, the same chilies were priced at about Rs 8,000 to Rs 9,000 a quintal. The premier desi variety was being quoted at Rs 20,000 a quintal. The price hike has been attributed to low production across the country, increased demand in the international market, and crop damage due to pests. India is the world's largest producer, consumer, and exporter of chilies. Red chili is grown extensively across Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. The desi variety is grown in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It has a high demand both in India and overseas. It is used for food flavoring and coloring and in preparation of chemicals. But these crops are vulnerable to pest attacks. Agricultural Minister Narendra Singh Tomar said that around 40 to 80% of the damage to the chili crop in the two states was because of the pest invasion. Devi Reddy lost her husband when he consumed weedicide. Heartbroken from the loss, the future of her family now seems uncertain.
In Mahbubabad district alone, around 40,000 hectares of chili fields have been affected by this black thrips pest, and the yield of the crops have been dropped to less than 10%. Most of the farmers are scheduled tribe farmers, small and marginal farmers. They could not bear this much of loss to them.
Chili thrips is an invasive pest species that comes from Southeast Asia. It is less than 2 mm long, It is known to infest more than 225 species of host plants. This includes corn, cotton, eggplant, pepper, strawberry, tomato, and of course chili. Chili is a high investment crop, with farmers investing more than Rs 80,000 to Rs 1 lakh per acre. And farmers in Telangana have become hopeless. The government's earlier promise of compensation after crop loss in January has not yet been fulfilled, but the farmers continue to seek help from the government.
Cyber pirates have a whole range of tools like viruses at hand to create computing havoc. Viruses attack a computer system by attaching themselves to program files, multiplying and spreading. Most are transferred by email. Worms are equally malicious but work independently. Instead of piggybacking host files, they find their way through security holes to invade networks. Viruses and worms are capable of destroying and altering computer files, meaning hackers can cause serious damage. Trojans, for instance, is a type of program which appears legitimate, but once opened, they allow hackers to gain access to a computer system. Cyber pirates use this access to block a server. They command remote computers to simultaneously send request messages to the target system until it becomes overloaded and crashes. Spy software, meanwhile, is used to discreetly collect as much information as possible from data stored on a computer. Among spying techniques are seemingly official fake emails or hijacked internet files. Most attacks, however, are designed to commit fraud. Hackers recover personal data, passwords, and user credit card details and then use them to their advantage. So, be aware and be safe.
You are watching.
Do you remember the fictional planet Pandora from the blockbuster movie Avatar? Hold that thought. Because this is not Earth. It's not from a movie. This is Earth's clone called Titan. It is real and it is very much here in our solar system. Titan is not a planet like Earth, but a moon in the Saturn system. Saturn has a total of 82 moons which revolve around it. Of these, Titan is the largest. Well, there are no reports or studies to confirm whether Titan has the kind of conditions shown in Pandora with those glittering lights or floating hills, but Titan does have rivers, lakes and seas filled by rain which come through a thick atmosphere similar to what Earth experiences. Titan is the only celestial body besides Earth to have liquid on its surface. New research reveals the presence of landscapes on the surface of this moon. Titan has streams of liquid methane and winds of nitrogen gas, which build hydrocarbon sand dunes. Researchers say that the dunes, plains and labyrinth terrain have been formed on Titan in a similar manner as on Earth. The surface temperature is about minus 180 degrees Celsius and people would need to wear respirators to breathe oxygen, since the atmosphere is mostly nitrogen. The light on Titan is a little dim, just like after a sunset here on Earth. So staying on Titan won't be a reality anytime soon, but Titan is the most hospitable extraterrestrial world within our solar system. It is like Earth in a parallel universe where things are different yet so similar.
Congress or BJP? The suspense over Prashant Kishore's political career continues. In fact, the Post strategist put out a tweet hinting at starting his own political party in Bihar. After declining to join the Congress, he said that he would turn to the real masters, the people. Be it the 2014 BJP win in Lok Sabha elections, or 2015 Bihar Assembly elections, or the 2020 Delhi polls. Prashant Kishore has been behind it. Prashant Kishore was born in 1977 in the Konar village of Rohtas district. Later, his father shifted to Buxar in Bihar. He went to Hyderabad to pursue engineering. He later joined UNICEF's health program. Then, at the age of 34, he left South Africa and came to India and joined Narendra Modi's campaign in Gujarat. That kick-started his political career. He worked with Modi in 2004.
Everyone said the road was impossible. Everyone said, not in our lifetime. Everyone said the battle was unwinnable. Only KCR believed and made it possible. And how? Despite decades of marginalization within the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, the people of Telangana never backed down. They fought for their identity, for equal rights, resources and opportunities, and won a spectacular victory. By the powerful people's movement led by the Telangana Rashtra Samiti and the People's Own KCR.
I think the ayes out. The bill is passed.
2nd June 2014, K. Chandrasekhar Rao takes oath as the first Chief Minister of a newly formed state.
Kalvakuntla Chandrasekhar Rao ane nenu.
With it, he has delivered on his promise of giving the marginalized people of Telangana a new identity, a new hope, and a new dawn.
Now, Telangana needs to be reinvented. Telangana needs to be reoriented.
But his government had inherited Telangana in grave distress. Severe drought, suicides by farmers and handloom weavers, no water for irrigation or drinking, migration of lakhs of people, endless power cuts, uncertain income and expenditure of the budget, and financial status in doldrums. The brand new state and its young government were being chased by a vicious cycle of endless problems. Every key sector needed reform and urgent action. In such dire situations, KCR dared to dream of a golden age for Telangana. Leading from the front with his futuristic vision and dynamic leadership, KCR shone a light to steer the state from rock bottom. From day one, India's youngest state was firing on all cylinders in multiple sectors at the same time to become India's most revolutionary success story. Telangana state has launched over 450 welfare schemes that leave no one behind. Asra, or Helping Hand, it is a pension scheme of 2016 rupees to senior citizens, single women and other vulnerable groups, and 3016 rupees for disabled persons. Asra scheme releases them from deep financial distress to live a life of dignity. Telangana is the only state in India to launch the landmark 2-bedroom housing scheme. The scheme will construct buildings with multi-stories, each housing 2-bedroom residences to be allotted at 100% subsidy to the poor and needy. So far, over 3 lakh 2-bedroom houses have been sanctioned at a cost of nearly 20,000 crore rupees. The Telangana government has embarked on a magnanimous journey to solve the issues and problems faced by the Dalits in the state with the introduction of Dalit Bandhu scheme. The scheme provides 10 lakh rupees non-refundable one-time grant to each and every Dalit family and reservations in sectors where government issues licenses, thereby instilling a sense of financial security and hope for a better future. Apart from monetary benefit, the government created a corpus as a safety net to support the beneficiary in the event of any adversity. With a special focus on inclusive development and capacity building of the SC/ST entrepreneurs, Telangana government's T-Pride, Telangana State Program for Rapid Incubation of Dalit Entrepreneurs, extends various incentives to the SC/ST entrepreneurs. In a very special move to prevent child marriages and to alleviate the financial burden of girl families, the Chief Minister announced the Kalyana Lakshmi and Shadi Mubarak scheme, a first-of-its-kind initiative in India. The scheme grants 1,116 rupees to families organizing weddings for their daughters. Till date, this scheme has saved over 11 lakh families from debilitating debt and financial ruin. Across Telangana, first-of-its-kind welfare schemes are innovated to uplift struggling communities, including artisans and daily wage workers in small industries like beedi making. Incentives like sheep distribution drives for sheep-rearing communities have won the hearts of the people. In places like Sirisella, entire weaving communities have been brought back from the brink of crisis. Stories of upliftment are unfolding all across Telangana on a grand scale, under a leader who actually walks the talk. A revolution in the drinking water sector, Mission Bhagiratha. This flagship program has been launched on a war footing so that every household in Telangana is provided with a tap connection, giving safe, treated and abundant drinking water. It is a grand network of pipelines in various sizes spanning over 2 lakh kilometers, a staggering length that can encircle the globe 5 times. At an estimated cost of over 46,000 crore rupees, Mission Bhagiratha supplies 3,000 million litres of safe drinking water every day to the entire state. For the first time in the country, Telangana is the only state to provide its citizens with adequate safe drinking water to every household free of cost. With Mission Bhagiratha, history is made for the first time in India, achieving 0% fluoride safe drinking water in the state. Telangana is now a role model to Union government's Jal Jeevan Mission, as well as to the 11 state governments in the country.
मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं तेलंगाना की सरकार का कि एक भी घर ऐसा नहीं है जहां पीने का पानी लेने के लिए किसी गरीब को मां को और बेटी को बाहर जाना पड़े.
When Telangana's first government took charge, it was reeling under an impossible power deficit. In the newly formed state, power supply was erratic, disproportionate power supply and meager transmission capacity. The Chief Minister took urgent action. Hundreds of substations of various capacities were built on a war footing. State discoms were empowered. These moves electrified the state. Within 200 days of state formation, KCR fulfilled the promise of 24 hours uninterrupted quality power supply. Today, there are no power cuts in Telangana, and Telangana is the one and only Indian state which supplies 24/7 high-quality power to all sectors. Within 7 years, the installed power capacity has increased from 7,600 megawatts in 2014 to 17,305 megawatts in 2021. And by 2023, Telangana will increase its total power capacity to an impressive 25,000 megawatts. Under KCR's visionary leadership, this will be achieved with the completion of ultra-mega power projects. from 7,600 megawatts to 25,000 megawatts, adding 18,000 megawatts of power in the shortest span, is the biggest achievement that had never happened in the history of the Indian power sector. Telangana is leading the country in terms of per capita consumption of power. This is a good indicator of the excellent growth in all sectors. The KCR-led government is also unstoppable in the renewable energy sector. Telangana is growing its solar capacity at breakneck speed. Its installed capacity of solar power has increased by 50 times in just 6 years, from mere 70 megawatt in 2014 to 4,478 megawatt in 2021. Today's Telangana is a shining example of futuristic power reforms for the entire nation. Before the state's formation, its irrigation sector was in a dismal state. After Telangana state formation in 2014, the government made bold moves to boost irrigation. In 7 years, the total spend in irrigation sector has seen a stunning increase of a whopping 1,28,000 crore rupees. How did this happen? Leading from the front, the Chief Minister held brainstorming sessions to strategize the speedy completion of ongoing projects, as well as the radical modernization of older projects. All these projects were getting new life. The government adopted a multi-pronged approach to drastically scale up the irrigation coverage, keeping the urgent needs of the state in mind. Audacious plans for redesigning and re-engineering of irrigation projects was carried out. Palamuru Rangareddy and Sitarama lift irrigation projects, Devadula lift irrigation scheme, and Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme. Kaleshwaram multi-stage lift irrigation scheme is the world's largest lift irrigation project. An innovatively designed massive project to lift Godavari waters from an elevation of 90 meters to 618 meters, reaching some of Telangana's most parched lands. Kaleshwaram multi-stage lift irrigation scheme is a mission impossible achieved by the Telangana government. With 3 barrages across Godavari River, 20 mega-volume water lifts, 22 pump houses, 20 reservoirs and a network of tunnels, pipelines and canals, nearly 2,000 kilometers long, all completed in a record time of just 36 months.
This project is going to cater 45 lakh acres and it will be giving water for 2 crops. So that means 90 lakh acres will be producing gold out of the land.
Simultaneously, the government also launched Mission Kakatiya, bringing a novel solution from the 11th century Kakatiya dynasty into the 21st century to restore minor irrigation tanks and water bodies. A whopping 46,531 existing tanks lying in disuse were desilted and restored at a staggering investment of 22,000 crore rupees. Mission Kakatiya is designed to transform Telangana's groundwater levels, ensuring that water reaches every cultivable part of the state, that livestock is cared for, and the overall rural economy gets a boost. Thanks to the incredible focus on irrigation sector, the gross irrigation area of Telangana has increased by 119% from 2014 to 2021. Water once more gushes through Telangana's farmlands. It has even rippled through Telangana's fisheries, which have today achieved the status of #1 inland fisheries in India. Telangana's dramatic agricultural turnaround has come thanks to sweeping innovative reforms that are designed not just to alleviate the farmer's distress but make him strong enough to steer his own destiny. This has happened because of political willpower to fulfill promises, including all stakeholders as partners in brainstorming and planning schemes, and a detailed and strategic execution of farm reforms that has never happened in the country before. Today in Telangana, farmlands of 5,000 acres each are covered under one designated cluster, supported by one agricultural extension officer under the Raitu Vedika scheme. With a total of 2,601 clusters, it is a novel concept for India. Raitu Vedika is a bridge between farmers and agricultural extension officers. It provides smart solutions for finance, cultivation, husbandry and more, right to the farmer's doorstep. Raitu Bima Scheme, a 100% premium insurance plan for any tragic and unforeseen eventuality. Raitu Bandhu, a 100% investment input subsidy with 10,000 rupees non-refundable per acre for Rabi and Kharif. Telangana's Raitu Bandhu became a role model for Government of India's PM Kisan Yojana. In the last 7 years, the government has spent a whopping 50,448 crore rupees to enforce these reforms. Thanks to them, Telangana's farmer is now striding into the modern age. He is including innovative and scientific agricultural methods like micro-irrigation, drip irrigation, crop change patterns, greenhouses and polyhouses, etc. into his practice. He is also introducing new crop varieties and mechanizing his farms. And the impact is transformative. Free power supply for agriculture 24/7, a nowhere in India achievement. Water supply for agriculture was provided without cess. Telangana is #1 in cotton production. Over 35 lakh farmers had loans worth over 22,000 crore rupees waived off. In 2018, farmers' suicides in Telangana became zero for the first time in decades. The agricultural sector saw an 8-fold increase in production. The 15th Finance Commission hailed Telangana state as the second in digitization of soil records. For the first time in India, Telangana launched online certification of seeds. Today, Telangana's farmers are competing with Punjab for the #1 position in paddy production. None of this could have been possible without a leadership that works tirelessly round the clock for the well-being of its people. One of the key areas Telangana has worked on in a mission mode is healthcare. Kanti Velugu, the world's largest eye screening camp, has already reached a population of 3.5 crores since 2018. From free eye screening and vision testing to free eyewear and surgery, create awareness about eye care and prevention of serious eye diseases. With the new medical colleges and the hospitals, there is a sweeping change in every neighborhood too. Basti Davakhanas are a network of primary healthcare centers that have come up to serve the urban poor. These are easy to access and free of cost. 350 Basti Davakhanas offer free consultation, medicines, and a variety of diagnostic tests. Schemes like these reach the people quickly and efficiently, thanks to a total upgrade in healthcare from top to bottom. The biggest beneficiaries have been Telangana's women. Amma Vodi scheme, having a total of 300 ambulances, provides free ambulance-driven diagnostic services for pregnant women. The ambulance picks them up, provides free tests and checkups at the hospital, and drops them back home. The Arogya Lakshmi scheme takes care of pregnant and lactating women as well as infants by preventing malnutrition and providing for complete nutritional needs. The program provides regular balanced meals and has reached over 19 lakh lactating mothers, over 5 lakh infants and over 25 lakh pregnant women. And that's not where it ends. Expectant mothers receive financial assistance to the tune of 12,000 rupees for a male child and 13,000 rupees for a girl child. Even after birth, the family is taken care of thanks to the KCR kit. A special care package of 16 essential health and nutritional items for all expectant mothers. This kit is precious to new parents, especially those who don't have the means to purchase the items themselves. As a result of these interventions, today in Telangana, the total institutional deliveries are 98% and 100% immunization for infants, children and pregnant women. And the state also has best outcomes for maternal mortality rates and infant mortality rates. When public healthcare is delivered equitably, it raises the quality of life for the whole society. Telangana is a national leader when it comes to providing for its next generation. It's making sure their future is bright. Let each child have the benefit of quality education, from primary level to higher education. This promise is delivered through sweeping reforms of the school system, especially at the grassroots. When the state was formed in 2014, Telangana only had 300 residential schools. By 2021, it had established nearly 1,000 residential educational institutions, a threefold increase that no other state has been able to achieve in such a short span. Mana Uru Mana Badi program is a game changer. With an allocated budget of over 7,200 crore rupees, it will benefit nearly 20 lakh students across 26,000 schools in rural and urban Telangana, which will be digitized and brought to international standards. Today, Telangana tops the country in the residential educational system Avasiya Vidya, with a total budget of over 6,000 crore rupees per annum, spending 1,25,000 rupees on each student yearly. This will benefit over 5 lakh students with excellent education. The state also offers a scholarship of 20 lakh rupees per beneficiary to pursue higher studies overseas. By bringing government schools up to standard, students can now compete with and surpass those in expensive private schools. The results are clear to all. Telangana schools have seen a drastic reduction in dropout rates. Armed with quality education, Telangana's talented Gen Next can reach for the stars. But talent without opportunity has nowhere to grow. That's why Telangana is steering dynamic growth in industry and business. Ease of business, a simple statement that backs a punch. In Telangana, it is more than a mere slogan on a poster. It brings in investment and sparks the spirit of entrepreneurship. Invigorating this space are the Telangana State Industrial Policy, TSI Pass and TSB Pass, the Dharani portal. Designed for minimum inspection and maximum facilitation, TSI Pass is a lightning-fast approval process by which permissions are granted within 15 days. Today, Telangana boasts of an enviable 20,000 industries which have been accorded approvals through Telangana State Industrial Policy.
Come to Telangana, invest in Telangana, let us grow together.
Together, they have made Telangana flush with an investment of over 2,32,000 crore rupees in just 7 years. Not surprising then that international giants and multinational corporations, especially in IT, are turning to Telangana and Hyderabad. Hyderabad is fast becoming a preferred destination for startups. Today, it's home to over 6,600 startups, some of them close to receiving $1 billion valuation or unicorn status. With 14% growth, IT exports are over 1.5 lakh crore rupees in 2021-22. But the Telangana government has set its sights even higher. It is aiming at 3 lakh crores in the next 3 years. Genome Valley in Hyderabad is the vaccine capital of the world. 33% of global vaccines are produced in the Genome Valley. And soon, a world's largest pharma city for R&D and manufacturing is coming up in Hyderabad. It is expected to attract an investment worth $9.7 billion and create employment for an estimated 5,60,000 people. This progress is not just in big cities, but in every village of Telangana. It is a rural development unlike any other state in India, thanks to a Telangana leadership that places village infrastructure development at the very heart. In Telangana, there are 12,769 village panchayats, and each village panchayat is a model, Palle Pragati, to improve the quality of life in the rural areas. Palle Prakruti Vanam. Each village has pristine landscape parks, which include eco-parks and open gyms. Palle Davakhana. Each village has quality primary healthcare centers, pakka houses and streets with proper lighting. Every village has a nursery to increase the green cover. Every village has a tractor for village development works as well as garbage collection. Integrated markets for all the daily needs. Every village has state-of-the-art crematoriums and funeral services. Vaikuntha Dhamam. In just 7 short years, Telangana's villages have turned the tide, having all the amenities, a first time in any state in India. Telangana's Harita Haram, the largest plantation and reforestation drive in India, third only to Brazil and China in the world. It is a mega push to cover the map with a blanket of green from 24% to 33% forested area. A whopping 242 crore seedlings are already planted across the state. The drive will involve the people of the state by creating nurseries at the village level to steer this 21st century green revolution. By harnessing the participation of the common man, Harita Haram has delivered a strong message. The government will take a lead in fighting climate change. Cities like Hyderabad are not only the land of opportunity, but cities with an excellent standard of life and liberty. Telangana has accelerated urban development by an influx of 7,000 crore rupees for roads and bridges. 10% of its municipal budget is reserved as green budget. Today, Telangana can proudly claim to have some of the most state-of-the-art law and order infrastructure in place. She teams, alert, modern and high-tech police systems geared especially towards the safety of women. New fleets of police vehicles are equipped with state-of-the-art devices. monthly police station maintenance funds to each police station and 30% additional pay to traffic police as a risk allowance, a first in the country. High-tech world-class police command control center. The state government has knitted a grand Telangana cultural and spiritual canvas, strengthening the social fabric with its diverse cultures and celebrating festivals of all faiths. As one of the major state festivals, Bathukamma is a floral festival celebrated by the women of Telangana on a grand scale across the globe. In Yadadri, Telangana, a world's unique temple of Sri Lakshmi Narasimhaswamy is newly reconstructed as a center of mega spirituality. The pink wave has touched every life. It has transformed Telangana in just 7 years, giving the rest of India a model to aspire to. In 7 years, India's youngest state has proven that effective governance is the only path to progress. Empowering schemes and people-friendly administration have proved to be a winning combination. Telangana's per capita income has more than doubled from 1.24 lakh rupees in 2014-15 to 2.78 lakh rupees in 2021-22. Gross domestic product of Telangana, GSDP, has increased by 128% from 5.06 lakh crore rupees in 2014-15 to 11.55 lakh crore rupees in 2021-22. Today, Telangana's strides are being hailed by all from both sides of the political aisle. Government of India's Niti Aayog and Reserve Bank of India have acknowledged Telangana as a top economic performer. Telangana is India's top performing state in UN Sustainable Development Goals. 7 Telangana villages were awarded in India's top 10 Sansad Adarsh Gramin Yojana, and the state received national awards by the Ministry of Rural Development Government of India for 19 Telangana villages. In just 7 years, Telangana has shown the country and the world an innovative model for development. Telangana's rise is like a phoenix. From one of India's most deprived states to top performer on the national stage. It is an undeniable model for the rest of India. The kind of development we dream of is no longer a distant one. Have the courage to aspire. Together we can and we will make it happen.
Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly partner. In association with Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Big developments taking place in the state of West Bengal as well as in the state of Delhi, but we are going to put the spotlight on To The Point on what's happening in West Bengal. The Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, is on a 3-day visit to the state of West Bengal. And on day 1 and day 2, he tore into the Mamata Banerjee government. Well, it's an old feud. It started, if you remember, viewers, when West Bengal elections took place. The BJP, the primary contender then, now the principal opposition, attacked the Mamata Banerjee government then. And Amit Shah, on a 3-day visit only, went on to bolster that same attack. Amit Shah on Mamata Banerjee's turf. A 3-day visit loaded with political rebuke.
मैं आज कहकर जाता हूँ, कोरोना की लहर समाप्त होते ही सीए को हम जमीन पर उतारेंगे और हमारे भाइयों को नागरिकता देंगे। मानव अधिकार आयोग ने कहा कि यहाँ पर कानून का राज नहीं है, यहाँ पर जो सत्ता में है उनकी इच्छा का राज चल रहा है।
If Home Minister Amit Shah tore into Didi, Didi gave it right back.
You should not create the political complication which will harm the democratic system, which will bulldoze the democratic federal structure. Don't do it. Don't play fire. Don't play with fire.
Amit Shah addressed a rally, met the family of a deceased BJP worker. He will attend the event, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav at Victoria Memorial with the Governor Jagdeep Dhankar in attendance, where the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is not invited. And on Friday evening, Amit Shah will dine with Saurav Ganguly. Enough political activity to keep the hostility turning. Top focus on To The Point this evening. Old foes, new battle. The Didi Shah showdown. All right, so political rebuke coming in from both sides. Let's cut across to our political panelists this evening. Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Shashi Panja, she's a minister in the Bengal cabinet. Appreciate you both for joining us. Ms. Tibrewal, I want to begin with you. And let's just go one by one instead of getting into political rhetoric. On the issue of CAA, yesterday, you had Amit Shah, the Home Minister, come out and say that Mamata Banerjee is trying to spread lies by saying there will be no CAA. Once the COVID waves abate, you're going to implement CAA. It's already been 2.5 years, ma'am. The COVID wave or the pandemic is something we have to live with. Why, if there is intent, why not it be implemented?
Of course, it will be implemented. And, you know, it is quite imminent that it will be implemented because BJP, whatever BJP has said, BJP has done each and everything, be it the abolition of 370 or be it the Balakot, whatever we said we have done and we have proved ourselves. And there is no reason why CA should not be implemented. See, I do not understand those who are having a difficulty with CA. Tell me, do they not stand with the Hindus who have faced religious persecution? Do they do not have any sympathy for people who came from Pakistan, Bangladesh or Afghanistan? So there is no reason. Yes, of course, COVID wave. And today people who are questioning that we'll have to live with COVID, let me say that we can say this at this ease because it was this government who made sure, who ensured that each and every person of our country gets vaccinated and gets vaccine. So it was due to the effort of our Prime Minister that people, you know, they could be safeguarded. So whatever was the priority, that was taken care of and that has been done. And of course, I will once again say that whatever Amit Shah ji has said, that once COVID situation is under control, CA will be implemented.
All right. Dr. Shashi Panja, what is the issue where Mamata Banerjee comes into play? Because the BJP says you're trying to spread misinformation by saying that the government will not implement CAA.
The issue is this, that citing COVID, this is the 6th time that the union government has submitted to the parliamentary committee. Rather, the parliamentary committee has asked for an extension for the 6th time to frame the rules. So basically, they had said that they would do it in the first, immediately after the first cabinet. Now then they cited COVID. Now COVID is something which is here to stay. It's become endemic now. So that is just a reason because you see, it's so simple. They have a brute majority. They have the cabinet. The Union Home Minister is theirs. They have done the act. Then what is keeping them away to frame the rules? So what we are trying to say is it is just a political agenda of theirs. The intents are not clear. There is no clarity on it. And what Mamata Banerjee is saying, that we have dared them to do the CAA and RC. We have dared them. And we have said that those you are trying to assure to be citizens, like they've said about the Matuas here, they're already citizens. So once you are a citizen, you cannot say again that now we are giving you a citizenship. Once you are a journalist, I'm not going to say that you are going to be a journalist only after I give you a certain kind of a document. So what is the thrust, on this, that on the Matuas that we will give you a citizenship? They already avail all the rights, the facilities, everything is given to them by the West Bengal government, even to the extent that Didi has done, she has given recognition to the 94 refugee colonies also. So there's nothing they have to do. It is just to contain their BJP members, because there is a lot of infighting, there is a lot of protest amongst themselves over this issue that the Union Home Minister or Prime Minister is not doing anything about this. It's just to contain them and to keep them together, that you'll find the same rhetoric, same dialogue.
All right. Second issue, the issue of interference. Priyanka Tibrewal, Mamata Banerjee has time in and time again says that the Home Minister, the centre, is trying to disrupt the federal structure. One small example of that is there is a memorial at the Victoria Memorial. There is an event today, the Azadi Ka Mahotsav. And for that same thing, there is the governor, there is the Home Minister, and the Chief Minister is not invited. Why, ma'am?
I don't think that it is that the Chief Minister is not invited, because the Chief Minister chooses not to go to many such functions where she is invited. And those who are talking about the federal structure, I need to remind them that on many such occasions, they have not invited the governor because they do not respect the governor in that manner, and they say that he's the spokesperson of BJP. So I think they shouldn't speak about the federal structure at all, because they do not believe in the federal structure. Now, one more question which comes to my mind, and that is pertinent here, is that TMC should clear their stand on CAA. It is the TMC who had hoardings and pictures all over the city saying Kaka Chichi. We will not allow the implementation of CAA. And now that they are so eagerly waiting so that CAA can be implemented in West Bengal, they should clear their stand on it. Either they stand with it or they protest against it. So they have to be clear on that.
Okay.
Apart
I want to
from
ask
that,
you,
when she was speaking of Matuas, and she said that citizenship has already been granted to them, then let me also say that Citizenship Amendment Act, which has been done now, and the earlier which existed in 1955, the Act of 1955, it clearly says how a person can be a citizen of the country and what are the ways. Now, Mrs. Dastidar feels that it is the state government who, by giving pattas to the refugees who came from there and has given them the status of citizen. So I do not think that that goes with the law of the country.
All right. I'll come back and ask you that same question again. You said Mamata Banerjee chooses not to go. Was an invitation given for this evening's function to the Chief Minister of West Bengal?
I do not have records on that, nor am I aware whether she was invited or whether she was not invited. But apart from that, again, I will repeat myself, Mamata Banerjee, whenever she is invited to many places, she chooses not to go. When there are meetings held by the Prime Minister, the Chief Ministers of each and every state are welcome. There also on many occasions, she did not choose to go. When such meeting was called for the Amphan and Feni, which came in West Bengal, then also she chose not to go. So on many such occasions, she disrespects the federal structure herself.
Dr. Panja, you talk about the larger picture that the Chief Minister is not invited to a function which the Home Minister and the Governor is attending. But where the West Bengal government comes into play, there are many times documented events where BJP MPs, BJP MLAs are not invited to government functions.
So don't try to put all the eggs in one basket. The governor recently attended and he inaugurated the very prestigious Bengal Global Business Summit, just held in April 2022. This is true that they don't have an answer, because by now the governor would have tweeted. He loves to tweet that the Chief Minister was invited, but she did not come. So they don't have an answer, or they don't want to answer, because actually Chief Minister has not been invited. Now the event is about a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage tag, which has been given to Durga Puja. So somehow the government of India now feels that they should jump and take credit of it. So there is a huge outcry about this here because Durga Puja is organized by many such committees. I mean, Durga Puja is celebrated here, and the organizers are saying even they were not invited. For that matter, the very well-known artisans also who actually make the Durga Puja idols, even they were not invited. And they're obviously surprised why is the Chief Minister not invited. So Priyanka Tibrewal, you're lying on this. Now the point is
I completely
that why is this?
I'll come back to you now.
Don't interrupt.
The fact is, let's go one by one. Yeah, let's go, all of us not interrupt. Mr. Tibrewal, I promise to give you time enough for a rebuttal.
I did interrupt.
Yes, Mr. Tibrewal, I promise you, I will give you equal time for a rebuttal. I promise you that as the moderator of this debate. Go ahead, make your point, Dr. Panja.
Yes, so regarding Durga Puja, Mamata Banerjee has done the Durga Puja Carnival. It has gone international. People from abroad and India, from other states of India, come during the Durga Puja to Kolkata. So it is a festival of religious harmony. It involves all sections of society, everything, etc. Now the point is, suddenly why have they jumped for this? All these years we have been saying that the Ganga Sagar pilgrimage should be declared a national pilgrimage like Kumbh Mela. But the Ganga Sagar Mela was not given that. Why? Even, certain disasters, cyclonic disasters which have taken place every year in May of the last 3 years. Cyclone like Amphan, Bulbul and all. The Chief Minister's appeal to the Prime Minister to declare it as national disaster, they wouldn't do it. So they think that at the drop of, at their convenience, at their, it's their, patronizing kind of an attitude. So now why have they actually jumped for this UNESCO? I think it's very surprising.
But Dr. Panja, you are accused of the same because it's a larger, event this time around, but you are accused of not inviting BJP MLAs and MPs to other state functions.
Which state functions? If you may kindly, as if they want to participate. Are they, there is no positive input from their end. They have always they are talking about division of Bengal. You must be aware. There are some who are claiming that North Bengal should be separate, South Bengal should be separate. These people out and out in front of the Home Minister.
May I? Okay. Ms. Tibrewal has held her peace. She wanted to come in for a rebuttal. Go ahead, Ms. Tibrewal.
I was so worried about the Durga Puja thing that they're not invited. So let me also say that it is the same government who said that there will be no Visarjan of Durga Puja because of Muharram. Now they are feeling very bad that they're not invited. She also said that certain committees are not invited, and I think by committees she means certain Trinamool clubs. Is she speaking about certain Trinamool clubs who organize Durga Puja? So of course no political people are invited in that, so that is the reason those clubs are not invited. Now she also said about Ganga Sagar Mela and the other melas. So suddenly they are remembering all these tewars, but when it is celebrated in West Bengal, they do not raise their voice. And of course, they do not even allow the procession of Ram Navami. They are there to stop everything. She is talking about federalism and democracy. Now,
all right, Mr. Tibrewal, we've lost your video link, ma'am. We're going to try and reestablish that. I'm going to take a quick comment. I want to go back right now and go to the other because we're short on time. But Dr. Panja, I want to ask you about the other big attack which came in this morning from the Home Minister, talking about anarchy in the state of West Bengal, especially where political murders and deliberate hunting down of BJP workers who speak against your government.
No, regarding today's incident, if you wish to speak about it, I would say that we really want a clarification from the end of the Union Home Minister in what capacity he is visiting Bengal, or rather when he went there. Is it like a BJP neta or is it the Union Home Minister? Because there is a death. There is a death. What is the cause of the death? Was it suicide or was it murder? So it is an unnatural death which has to be confirmed by a post-mortem. And there you find BJP workers on a rampage. They were tampering with evidence out there at the scene where this took place and not allowing a post-mortem. Then the Union Home Minister, as a BJP neta or as the Home Minister, says it's a political murder. How can you come to a deduction when the post-mortem is not done? Then comes the tag, whether it is political or personal reasons. how a Union Home Minister, he's accountable to it for these statements. And the number of lies the panelists just mentioned about Muharram, about, Durga Puja, about certain committees, none of the committees were invited. I mean, how can you lie on national television? I'm amazed. And we have celebrated Akshaya Tritiya and Eid. All of us have celebrated. Don't divide in the name of religion and language.
All right, madam. We have Mr. Brewal back into this conversation. Mr. Brewal, the claims that you're talking about political murders, the TMC says, are fabricated, at least prima facie. Let the investigation take place.
Not at all. The boy who is murdered, he was a victim of the post-school violence and he was ousted from his house. It was under Chitpur police station that through the court's order, we had sent him back to his house. And Ms. Panja, I am not lying. It is the TMC who has the habit of lying. That is the reason, without a postmortem done in the Haskali case, the Chief Minister said that the girl was having an affair and that she was pregnant. So it is the Chief Minister who said all that. And here in this case, whatever the police has done today was in front of the cameras. They misbehaved with the family. They almost took the dead body. They snatched the dead body and took it. Because why was that haste? Why was that haste done? When the family wanted to meet the Home Minister and when he was present. Because it was a cold-blooded murder. And that the same will come out. That is the reason. That's the reason that the Honorable High Court today has handed over the post-mortem to a command hospital which doesn't come under the state government, because even the Honorable High Court said that they do not, the people, the family have no belief in the police and the administration.
All right, Dr. Panja, please respond and then I'm going to close the show, ma'am.
It's a very quick thing. Now they don't even trust the doctors. So a postmortem which is done in a government hospital cannot be trusted. But the postmortem which will be done in another hospital, command hospital, will be trusted. Just look at the division. Now it is amongst the medical fraternity. They are questioning the character or, the eligible doctors. Second, I mean, I'm truly surprised. This is all fabricated again, all lies. Police was not snatching. I mean, it is beyond their comprehension that rigor mortis will set in. I mean, if you really want to know the reason, you need a postmortem. What is unusual about it?
May I, with the permission? May I, with the permission?
You have to have an investigation.
Yes, okay. May I, with the permission of both of you, now bow out of this debate? That's all the time that we have for. We had a bit of a video link problem with Mr. Brewal. We are hoping to establish the next time and get a better link going there. With that, I'm going to wrap up this edition of To The Point. It's going to continue. The rancor is going to continue. The dust on the elections might have settled. The animosity clearly hasn't. And it's going to rear on, especially as we move forward to 2024. A quick break. Stay with us. Up next is News Track, and we should focus back to the national capital, Punjab, and the state of Haryana.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
So the city of Mariupol in Ukraine was always on Russia's agenda, and they bombarded Mariupol down to rubble. But even then, Russia has still not been able to gain access to the Mariupol port because of the Sea of Azov, which stands between Ukraine and Russia. And that Sea of Azov is laden with sea mines, which were laid there as far back as the Second World War. This was basically a military strategy to avoid a Russian naval invasion. So the entire seawater was embedded with mines. By the looks of it, the port will not be functional anytime soon. Now, Russia has appointed a demining department which has about 120 specialists working just on this region. That is how desperate Russia is to get to the Mariupol port. And these specialists are working on land and water across captured territories. Now, one of the commanding officers of this demining operation stated that as many as 10,000 of these sea mines have already been extracted from the Sea of Azov. But there is no certain figure as to how many more sea mines still stand between Ukraine and Russia as far as the Mariupol port is concerned. The demining team will be doing a thorough sweep, clearing the city block by block. So it is evident how important and strategic the Mariupol port really is. But why? All the wheat, steel and other items are transported from this port. So the mines in the water have thrown a wrench in the Russian plan. Until the waters are demined, the port here cannot resume operations. Now these old mines will either have to be extracted or they are going to be deliberately detonated in the water for safety reasons. Nevertheless, these mines are extremely dangerous, and here's why. Apart from the fact that these sea mines can obviously explode, the other concern is that seafarers will have to take a longer route. Turkey on the other side is also extremely concerned about these sea mines because a lot of them have drifted apart and entered the Black Sea, which is obviously bordering Turkey. So if you see the way Sea of Azov and Black Sea have been located, the mines are very much infesting Black Sea as well. So basically that means is that it's not just Mariupol port which is affected. All the ports around the Black Sea are also going to get affected, and the vessels bringing in goods could also become collateral damage. The International Transport Workers Federation Union said that it is essential that the world's seafarers can continue to perform their duties safely and keep global supply chains moving.
Our philosophy or our fundamentals was a customer-funded business model, meaning that early on, as we kind of had this idea that building digital maps would be something pioneering and unique for the country, there could be infinite applications for this product that we had in mind. We immediately started to look for customers who could benefit from digital maps as a solution. And because it was going to drive value for them, they actually paid us to build out digital maps for their unique kind of use cases and problems. Okay. So actually that not just generated business for us, it also funded our products. It's just simply a function of think through what problems people are facing in the world in different areas, and then try to apply the technology that you have deep understanding of towards solving that problem. And that product market fit is basically where monetization, profitability happens, and if you can solve it well. Build it with customers. I mean, build it for customers. Test it very often with them. So definitely don't have it as a shining kind of jewel that you're polishing, in the back of your lab or back of your office. But really, like, engage with customers. Tell them that, look, I'm planning to build this. Will this solve your problem? Get their requirements. Have them try out, iterate your product or solution towards that. And still, there will be failures that one will have. You will have ideas, you will have visions. It may be that the market is not ready for your solution right now. The market will be ready in a few years. Basically, if your customers love and use your product, I think that's kind of the key insights that you have to drive. You have to actually talk to the customers and figure out whether they are using it, whether they like it, and then whether they're willing to pay for it. And then can you build it cheaper than what they're willing to pay for it.
400 kilometers above Earth, the International Space Station is watching us, orbiting the planet every 90 minutes, traveling at a speed of 28,000 kilometers an hour. It was built over a 13-year period from 1998 with more than 70 Russian and American flights, transporting the 100 or so components at a cost of $100 billion. At 108 meters long, the ISS is solar-powered and the living space is equivalent to a Boeing 747. Equipped with several laboratories, it's a unique platform to conduct experiments, observe the world, climate change, as well as the universe. 15 countries finance the ISS, and up to 7 astronauts stay up to 6 months, now permanently occupy it. Since 2020, astronauts have arrived in the Dragon spacecraft, powered by the American SpaceX rocket launched from the United States. Astronauts arrive via Russian Soyuz spacecraft from Kazakhstan's Baikonur Cosmodrome. 2 Soyuz craft are kept at the station to act as a lifeboat should the crew ever need to evacuate. A key stage in the human exploration of the moon and beyond, the ISS remains in use until at least 2024.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Sensodyne.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newstrack. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Our big focus tonight, the massive showdown over Delhi BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's arrest, and also on the mockery of the police force of not 1 but 3 states. We're going to get you an all-out perspective on what went down today within a matter of 6 hours. That's coming up next. But first up, viewers, let me take you through the headlines.
One dramatic arrest. Three states. 3 different state police. Cops, netas, and 100% Rajniti. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP at loggerheads. Mega meltdown over BJP's Bagga. Big focus on Newstrack.
That's the top focus on Newstrack. Let me now take you through the headlines. Blood politics peaks in Bengal. Amit Shah meets the family of deceased BJP worker in Kolkata, calls for a CBI probe. Says there is anarchy in Mamta's state. High drama in Varanasi. Kashi Temple Gyanvapi Mosque survey blocked. Locals protest, raise slogans as court-appointed team reaches to conduct a videography of disputed site. And this is a mega India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says Vignesh's custodial death will be investigated as a murder case. AIDMK stages protest, demands a CBI probe. Political temperature soar in Telangana. BJP Chief Nadda roars on KCR's turf, declares war ahead of Rahul's visit. TRS taunts Rahul, says, "What did you do for the state?" Billionaire Elon Musk likely to show Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal the door after $44 billion deal closes. Reports suggest Musk could take over as Twitter CEO himself too. The big story of the day involving one dramatic arrest, 3 states and its police, nearly 7 hours in all. That's how the arrest of Delhi's BJP leader Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga played out. Bagga was arrested early morning by the Mohali police based on an FIR with the cyber cell for his alleged comments and tweets on Arvind Kejriwal. But the Punjab police was stopped and Bagga handed over to the Delhi police after a dramatic intervention by the Haryana police. Here's how the events unfolded, which are rather rare ever where the police systems across states is concerned.
Early Friday morning, a Punjab police team arrived at BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's home in Delhi's Janakpuri area. The police were from Mohali. They were there to arrest Bagga on the basis of a complaint filed with the cyber cell. The action prompted by Tajinder Bagga's tweets against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The case in Mohali was registered against Bagga on April the 1st for incitement to cause violence, use of force in an orchestrated manner by making or publishing provocative, false and communal inflammatory statements through his interview given to media and through his posts on social media site Twitter.
ये जबरदस्ती अंदर घुस गए, इन्होंने उसको खींच के घसीटना शुरू कर दिया। इसने कहा कि मेरे को सर पे कम से कम कपड़ा बांध लेने दो। उन्हें नहीं सी, वो उसको खींच कर ले गए। इन बातचीत नहीं की, बस पकड़ा, घसीटा और ले गया।
कश्मीर फाइल जो पिक्चर आई है, तो कुछ लोगों ने कहा था कि कश्मीर फाइल को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया जाए। तो उन्होंने जब बोला है तो उनके पीछे उनकी विधायिका बैठ के हंस रही थी। उन्होंने कहा कि जब तक आप इसके लिए माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का युवा मोर्चा का कार्यकर्ता आपको चैन से जीने नहीं देगा। अब इस बात को लेके इन्होंने कहा है कि तजिंदर पाल बग्गा पे FIR मोहाली से कर लिया, क्योंकि आज पंजाब पुलिस उनके हाथ में आ चुकी है।
Bagga's father alleges that the Punjab police officials manhandled him.
मैं कमरे में गया, अपना फोन उठाया, उसकी वीडियो लेने लगा, तो मेरे को वीडियो नहीं लेने दी, मेरे को मुंह के ऊपर पंच किया और जबरदस्ती मेरे को कंधा पकड़ के बिठा दिया।
After arresting Tajinder Bagga from his Delhi residence, the Punjab police then reached the Janakpuri police station to inform the Delhi police of the arrest. The act triggered a Delhi versus Punjab police showdown.
Today, this complete abuse of the police at behest of Mr. Kejriwal, the super CM of Punjab, as if Punjab police is his personal Gestapo, is a reminder of emergency days of Indira Gandhi. If Indira Gandhi was alive, she would say, "Well done, Kejriwal." Is this the standard that should be applied? If that is so, the entire Aam Aadmi Party could perhaps be thrown into jail for their own social media comments and their own statements.
ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे कि पंजाब की पूरी पुलिस की ताकत बग्गा को चुप कराने के लिए लगा दी है अरविंद केजरीवाल ने। 50-50 पुलिस वाले उनके घर के अंदर आ रहे हैं, वो भी तब जब कोर्ट ने बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से कहा था कि इस प्रकार का कोई कदम ना उठाया जाए। पुलिस का इस प्रकार से इस्तेमाल भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है।
Even as the Delhi police tried to figure out Bagga's whereabouts, the Delhi BJP leader was whisked away to Mohali to be produced in court. Around noon, the Punjab police was stopped in Kurukshetra in BJP-ruled Haryana.
क्षेत्र हाईवे थे, उसे लीगली डिटेन किया हुआ
ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਡਾਊਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ ਪੱਤਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਿਜਵਾਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਸ ਪਰ ਲਾਅ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੀ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ
The Haryana government alleged that Bagga had been kidnapped and that it would ensure that he is handed back to the Delhi police.
अगर किसी ने कोई गलती की है तो क्या दिल्ली पुलिस पर आम आदमी पार्टी को भरोसा नहीं है? क्या दिल्ली में पुलिस नहीं है? क्या दिल्ली में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर नहीं है? दिल्ली में भी तो पुलिस सर्च कराई जा सकती है। तो ये अलग बातें हैं, उस पर अभी हम नहीं जाना चाहते हैं। अभी तो इतनी सी बात है कि हमारे पास अपहरण की सूचना आई है और अगर किसी व्यक्ति को अपहरण करके लेके जाया जा रहा है उसको बचाना पकड़ना ये हमारा काम है।
The highway drama continued for another couple of hours. The Punjab Police knocked at the doors of the High Court and a Delhi police team reached Kurukshetra. And just a little before 3 p.m, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was handed over to the Delhi police and was on his way back to the national capital and his home. With Satyendra Chauhan in Kurukshetra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Because I'd like to now graphically represent the peculiar turn of events that actually spanned through 3 states, not one. What exactly happened that involved 3 state police machinery? And whatever was displayed, many would suggest, was embarrassing for all 3 of them separately. But that aside, let's take you now on what it actually looked like on a map which spanned about 500 kilometers. I want to take you through the Punjab Police arrests Tajinder Pal Bagga, comes from Mohali all the way to Delhi. Now, this is based on an FIR that was lodged in Delhi. After the arrest, Tajinder Bagga is picked up from Delhi by the Punjab Police and then taken right back to Punjab Mohali. However, in the middle, there is a patch which comes Haryana. Now, Haryana is a BJP government. Kurukshetra is the next point of action where the Haryana police is told by the Delhi police, which has already lodged an FIR, against Tajinder Singh Bagga, against the Punjab police who have picked up Tajinder Singh Bagga, saying that this is a case of kidnapping. There is a white Bolero car coming, stop it. The Kurukshetra Haryana police stops that car. Bagga is then handed over to the Delhi police by the Haryana police. The Haryana police detains the car, wait for the Delhi police unit to come, and then hands over Tajinder Pal Bagga to the Delhi police. The Delhi police then brings Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga all the way from Kurukshetra back to Delhi. In midst of all of this, if it has to be states, I wonder if the Punjab police is now thinking, what if we had just taken the route of Rajasthan to go into Punjab and avoided the route of Haryana? Would the state machinery of Rajasthan be any way which kinder? Well, that's food for thought. But let's cut across to our political panelists, because there is a big political fallout of all of this. Over the course of the last 7 hours is when this entire incident took place. What's happened is we've seen massive protests. Understandably, the BJP going to town literally in protest of what they say is that the Aam Aadmi Party resorted to misusing its state machinery. Our panelists this evening, Nupur Sharma, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson, Reena Gupta, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Like to connect to Ms. Gupta first. Ms. Gupta, should anyone at all be arrested for a tweet? And within 50 days of governance, haven't you gone against, in Punjab, everything that you have accused the centre of misusing state machinery? You've done exactly the same today, madam.
So, Preeti, a case was filed against Tajinder Bagga in Punjab for disturbing communal harmony of the state. Mr. Bagga was summoned 5 times by the Punjab police, but Mr. Bagga thinks just because he is part of the ruling party, he is above the law. Any common citizen, if he is summoned by police and asked to come and cooperate in the investigation, would go and do the same. And also, let me explain who Mr. Bagga is to your viewers. Mr. Bagga is somebody who has attacked a Supreme Court lawyer in the premises of Supreme Court, who's attacked several journalists. He has several cases of inciting violence, communal harmony against him. So this is the gunda that Bharatiya Janata Party tried to protect today, because this is the toolkit of Bharatiya Janata Party, that the more gundagardi you do, the bigger leader you become. And Tajinder Bagga is a perfect example. You know, last last month also, a couple of gundas from Bharatiya Janata Party, including their MP, attacked the Delhi Chief Minister. All of them were garlanded in the party office. So this is the message that the government, the ruling government wants to give to the youth of the country, that we won't be able to give you any jobs, but you become a gunda and you will become a big leader in Bharatiya Janata Party. The last point I want to make, Preeti, is today that in the history of the country, it has never happened that one police is filing a case of kidnapping in another police. Today, they have wasted the time of 3 state police. I wish they were as proactive. The Haryana police was as proactive in solving the crime in Haryana. We would be living in a better state of Haryana. Today, the senior most officers, the IG and several SSPs were standing on the Haryana highway to stop the Punjab police vehicle. And then after that, the Delhi police and gone ahead and registered a case of kidnapping against the Punjab police. Punjab police had given enough chances to Mr. Bagga to appear before the police, explain his case, but he refused to do that. And that's the reason the Punjab police came to Delhi. They followed the due process of law. They informed the Delhi police, the Janakpuri police station, they informed them that they are on their way to arrest Tajinder Bagga. So everything was done by the book. But,
all right, Ms. Gupta, as I bring in your co-panelist, Ms. Sharma, into this conversation, I will ask you again, madam, should anyone at all, the alleged criminal antecedents of what you allege of Mr. Bagga's side, I will ask you in one line, should anyone at all be arrested on the basis of a tweet?
This is not arrest on the basis of a tweet, Preeti. There is a serious case against him. There is an FIR against him. He was asked by Punjab police if he was not, if he had nothing to hide, why did he not cooperate with the Punjab police? Why did he not follow the rule of the law? If he would have followed the rule of the law, then none of this would have happened.
The origin of the FIR is the tweet, Ms. Gupta, but I will bring in Nupur Sharma into this conversation. Nupur Sharma, the Haryana government, the BJP, today has alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party has misused state machinery. But would you reckon it's a little rich because it's happened in the state of Assam as well with Mr. Mewani, where your government is there, ma'am?
Well, good evening, Preeti. If at all in the case of Mr. Mewani, due process was not followed, he has all the rights to approach the court and actually appeal against it. But that was not the case. And usually in our courts of law it is said, and infamously so, half knowledge of law is twice as dangerous, which is exactly what the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson established on your show. Point number 1, she said that Tajinder Bagga did not actually follow suit. Yes, 5 summons, 5 notices were issued to him, but what she has actually omitted to tell you is that his own advocate, and he's a senior advocate and a very well-respected one, Mr. Chetan Mittal, actually responded to each and every notice that was issued to him. And I mean the 5. Point number 2, what she has omitted to tell you, that 2 advocates from the city of New Delhi travelled to Punjab and actually submitted a statement on his behalf. Point number 3, no due process was not followed as per the laid down law of the Honorable Delhi High Court. And if you would give me 20 seconds, I am going to read exactly what the law states. Yes, they may have called the Thana, but the law does not stop at just calling the local police Thana and informing them, hello, we are going to arrest somebody in your jurisdiction. That is point number 5 of para number 15, which was the law laid down in the case of Sandeep Kumar versus State of Delhi as per judgment of Justice Muralidharan dated October 18, 2019. Interestingly, what she has omitted to tell you is point number 6. Now, point number 6 states, after reaching the destination, first of all, he as in the assigned police officer should inform the concerned police station of the purpose of his visit to seek assistance and cooperation. It goes on thereafter to enlist 29 points, Preeti, mind you, as to how an interstate arrest...
Ma'am, let's go one by one. I promise, Ms. Gupta, I'm coming back to you. I
point
promise
number 29.
Make your point, Ms. Sharma, make your point.
Yeah, point number 29 of para number 15 of the same judgment goes on to state that delinquent police official, in case the set procedure, the established procedure under this judgment, which was on recommendation of a committee, is not followed, the delinquent police officer can be directed to pay compensation under the public law and by way of strict liability.
Right.
These 29 points were thereafter accepted as recommendations. They were accepted as the set procedure under CRPC, which is the current law of the land, as per para 17 of this judgment. So I do not know what law she is talking about. Anyway, for a party which has infamously declared themselves to be anarchists, should be not talking about following the law of the land. And that's exactly what happened today.
I'm going to go to...
The abduction case registered against the police was actually correct.
I'm going to go to Ms. Gupta, but I'm going to ask you, Ms. Sharma again, how is it different than what happened in Gujarat, Banaskantha, where the Assam police flew in, arrested Jignesh Mevani in Banaskantha in Gujarat, by air took him to Assam on the charges of a tweet that he had tweeted out, which at some point of time offended a BJP cadre. What's so different in what happened here and what happened in Gujarat?
The fact simply is of legal procedure, Preeti. The fact is, you can go by road, you can go by air, or you can go by train. Please follow the procedure, which in the first case says that any visiting police contingent needs to visit first the local thana, thereafter take him to a transit, take him to a local magistrate for transit remand. None of this was followed. And if at all in the case of Mr. Mevani, the set procedure in the state of Gujarat was not followed, then please, I urge you, go to the court. This is the set procedure as far as the jurisdiction of Delhi is concerned. I am not actually stating the law as set by, say, a local court, a district court, or a sessions court. I am quoting directly Justice Muradhar's
The law of the land was not followed in that case, but fair enough, that's an issue that had to be raised by the Congress in a court of law, which they did not raise. But, you know, prima facie, both cases lack of similarity, but having said that, you've raised questions of procedural overlook, which, Ms. Gupta, there are quite plenty if you look at what's gone down.
So, Preeti, the Punjab Police informed the Delhi Police, the Janakpuri Thana, but do you really think that Delhi Police that reports to Mr. Amit Shah, they refuse to accept that, acknowledgement, the intimation that they will be visiting Mr. Bagga's residence for his arrest? Point number one. Point number two, everything has been video recorded. It has been done by the process, by the book, and the facts will come out in the court. But Preeti, the bottom line is, what did they do today? They basically wasted the time of 3 state police, 3 state senior police officers to try to save one gunda who's a habitual offender, who's always trolling, writing abusive things about everybody on the internet, who's known to incite violence, who's known to cause communal disharmony. To protect that one gunda tells you what? That this is what the Bharatiya Janata Party stands for. They're a party of gundas, and they bend backwards to save gundas. This is what they've shown today. 70 years of the history of this country, it has never happened that 3 state police time has been wasted. One state police slapping a case of kidnapping against another state police. You give me one example where this has happened in the 70 years of India's history.
All right. Ms. Sharma, the fact is, let's prima facie agree. Let's prima facie agree that the Punjab police overlooked all procedures. What did the Haryana police do? What did the Delhi police do? Because many who followed the rule book and the state of police machinery and law would say the intervention of Haryana police was unlawful. That is what is being contested in the Punjab and the Haryana High Court as we speak, which is up for hearing tomorrow. Yes.
Preeti, if that was the case, their AG today actually mentioned this matter before Justice Lalit Batra's court in the Punjab High Court. Pray tell me, where is the judgment where Mr. Batra has said that by not arresting the Punjab police, by not allowing them to arrest
the matter is up for hearing again tomorrow,
the Delhi police and the Haryana police have urged...
Before we talk over each other, may I before we talk over each other. Okay, I will come. Ms. Sharma, you're going to make your point.
I'm not talking over anybody.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to come to you.
I'm not talking over anybody.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to come to you. But let me, for the benefit of the viewers, they'll get confused. I'm going to allow you. Just for the benefit of our viewers, I just want to make clear there are 3 multiple cases which are going on. That's why the confusion. Case number 1 is what Tajinder Bagga's father filed this morning. Case number 2 is the one which is already going on, where 5 summons by Punjab Police were sent for Tajinder Bagga. Case number 3 is the one which Ms. Gupta is talking about, is where the Punjab Police filed after the Haryana Police intervened and handed over Tajinder Bagga to the Delhi Police. Go ahead, Ms. Sharma.
Yeah, but it was still mentioned by their AG before Honorable Mr. Justice Lalit Batra as to how he has not been allowed to arrest Tajinder Bagga. He has in the Punjab Police. And therein, there is not a single stricture passed by the Honorable Mr. Justice Mr. Lalit Batra in the Punjab High Court that this was illegal to send him back from Haryana. If there is a judgment to the effect, please show me. Second, and most importantly, your apprehension, iski police, cannot actually trump a set established procedure of law. You may believe कि पुलिस आपकी है. That's exactly what केजरीवाल said. मेरे पास पुलिस आ जाएगी तो मैं तो ऐसे अरेस्ट कर लूंगा लोगों को. हम मानते हैं देश की पुलिस है और वो तो set established procedure of law से काम करेगी Ms. Gupta. Point number 3, most importantly, before you call us gunda, offenders and a bit rich, coming from a party wherein you have ranks of people like Tahir Hussain and Ansar, did that infamous Pushpa wala dance, challenging the authority of the court inside the premises of Rohini Court. And lest we forget, Arvind Kejriwal himself, who slept in the house of the KLF head, Gurvinder Singh, Khalistani person's head. Now pray tell me, under what section should we actually register a case against Mr. Kejriwal? Because he called the Honorable Prime Minister of this country a psychopath, a coward, and thereafter he has been hobnobbing and flirting with Khalistanis, which is all a matter of record, something that even India Today actually printed, especially his nightstand KLF leader's place. Point number 3, most importantly, he misused the assembly against which Tajinder Bagga tweeted to actually monger a rumor that the Kashmiri Pandit exodus and cleansing was all a lie. He said ye sab jhoot hai. So Miss Tikku was never raped. She was never cut into half with a saw, a mechanical saw. Another person was never killed. A wife wasn't actually forced to eat kacha rice soaked in her husband's blood. What you have done is completely changed the historical reality of this country.
No,
Please
okay,
tell me
Ms.
what
Sharma,
is the
Ms.
section.
Sharma.
I'm talking about exactly how you arrested him.
I'm going to,
How are you any better than the days of 66 AIT
let's
Act?
not, okay. 1 second. Where the Kashmiri Pandit statement was concerned, it was clarified very clearly that he did not mean to say that the film is a lie. He said that many times over, even on the floor of the House. That is what he had said.
But
having said that aside...
Yet he did. Yet he did. Can't undo what
Okay, 1 second. May I come back? May I come back to the moot point? May I come back to the moot point? And that is the fact that whether it is the Punjab Police, whether it's the Haryana Police, whether it's the Delhi Police, anyone who's followed law, who's followed police forces across states would say each one of them made a mockery of themselves. It is up for hearing. The Punjab Police has approached the High Court in Punjab and in Haryana, calling, which many would suggest is a fact, the intervention of Haryana Police unlawful. We'll only know what the court says tomorrow. Ms. Gupta, you wanted to respond? Go ahead.
See, Preeti, we have seen this time and again that Bharatiya Janata Party promotes these leaders. And this is the message they are giving to the youth of the country, Preeti, that you become a gunda and you become a leader. I mean, Tajinder Bagga has played everything by the Bharatiya Janata Party book. He started, getting into violent activities. He started trolling people. He started behaving like a gunda, and then they gave him a ticket to contest from Delhi.
What is
this is the rule book of Bharatiya.
Can we go one by one? Maybe please go one by one. Can I just get, come on. Ms. Sharma, accord the same privilege. Accord the same privilege. You're not being intervened. I'm coming in when? Accord the same to her. Go ahead, Ms. Gupta. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Ms. Gupta. Make your point.
The point that I'm trying to make is that this is the message that Bharatiya Janata Party is giving to the youth of the country. That गुंडागर्दी करो, पूरे देश में बेरोजगारी है बुरी तरह, हम आपको नौकरी तो दे नहीं सकते, कुछ नहीं कर सकते आपके लिए, महंगाई की वो नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन रोज कहीं ना कहीं दंगा फसाद कराओ, कभी जहांगीरपुरी में कराओ, कभी वहां कराओ, जिससे कि जो रियल इश्यूज हैं, जो देश को फेस कर रहे हैं इसमें, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, all of that. We don't discuss any of that. We are discussing somebody like Tajinder Bagga, who has several cases against him, why he should not be arrested. That is what we are discussing on national prime time today. This is what BJP has brought this country to, and this is how they'll make us Vishwaguru, and this is how they'll make us Atmanirbhar.
Miss Gupta, but I'm going to come in. The issue is not about whether Tajinder Pal Bagga has criminal antecedents. He might have 100 cases. We are talking about the current case under which he was picked up by the Punjab government, by the Punjab police, I beg your pardon. And that case pertains, the FIR is on the basis of a tweet. The same thing that had happened with Jignesh Mevani. That is what I'm saying. Is it correct or incorrect? Ms. Gupta, and I'll go to Ms. Sharma.
Preeti, yes. The case is for disrupting communal harmony of a state. That is the case. He should have gone to Punjab and presented himself. Why did he not do that? Because he thought just because, you know, my Aka is the home minister of this country, I'm above the law and I will not follow the due process of law. That's what he was trying
I'm sorry,
to,
I object to this language, Preeti. And you should not be allowing it.
Ma'am, you know, let's leave away what... Okay, one
Preeti,
second.
you know
Okay, Ms.
what?
Gupta, Ms. Sharma, you wanted to come in.
You should not be allowing this language.
The same... have you seen
should
the
not be allowing,
language of the both of you that...
to the use of the words and phraseology.
What is wrong with Aka?
Sorry, I did not call anybody a gunda, Aka.
But there's nothing wrong with
Aka. Gunda, offender, Aka. I'm sorry, I can also...
But Aka, there's technically nothing wrong with the word.
Then please tell me, when is Khalistani? Okay, fine, I will also say. When are you arresting, when should we be arresting Mr. Khalistani, or rather an ancillary to the Khalistani movement, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal? You also should not have an objection to it.
Can we just go one by one? May I? Okay, I'm going to come in. Okay, can I just get? I'm going to go one by one.
You know,
I'm sorry. It's Nupur Sharma's turn, and Ms. Gupta, I will come back to you.
You know why Kejriwal?
I will come back to you. Ms. Gupta, I promise. Please hold your peace. I will come back to you. Let's go one by one. Ms. Sharma, make your point.
You know why Mr. Bagga was actually arrested since she spoke about Berozgari? See how coolly she deviated from the matter. They are the ones who sent the police. How come she can shift the ball to our court? I clearly remember Mr. Kejriwal lying in December 2021 in the state of Uttarakhand. I gave 14 lakh jobs in the state of Delhi, in the NCT of Delhi. An RTI filed by Mr. Bagga himself revealed not even 3,500 jobs were given. Not even 3,500 jobs. So that's why, and he did a press conference on this. It was actually published. The RTI itself was published in the newspapers very famously. That's the reason. Because Mr. Bagga has been following. He's on his tail and exposing each and every lie of his. And I really want to know, everybody else is a gunda, but those who flirt with Khalistani, those who have given them a stage, a platform to re-energize as a movement are not gundas. People who harbor and promote, since she used that word, promote people like Tahir Hussain, promote people like Ansar, they are not gundas. I'll tell you what they are. Atangwadis. That's exactly what you are. You were anyway anarchist till yesterday. Today you've become Atangwadis. Otherwise, this speed and sincerity in the arrest or the attempted arrest of Mr. Bagga, was it shown in the state of Punjab, which, mind you, Mr. Bagga's tweet did not create any unrest. Otherwise, you would have an evidence or an incident to name today. If this kind of sincerity was shown, Patiala violence would have never happened. If this kind of sincerity was shown, then the 4 terrorists that actually you could not arrest from Punjab would not be arrested from Haryana yesterday. The reality is, like Mr. Kejriwal infamously said, "Mujhe police de do, fir main dikha dunga." It's nothing but vendetta politics, much akin to Section 66A, the now infamously struck down IT Act section by the Honorable Supreme Court.
All right, 2 things. The operation that happened yesterday with the arrest of those 4 terrorists in Karnal was a joint operation by Punjab and Haryana police. Both of them have been given credit for it. Number 2, the story of Tajinder Bagga's RTI, which was on the jobs. India Today did a follow-up story on that, and those jobs were private and public. But points taken, Ms. Sharma. Ms. Gupta, you wanted to respond? Go ahead.
See, Preeti, the point is they keep saying this Khalistani. Why don't they go ahead and do something about it? They have all the agencies under them. Go ahead, make some arrests. Why come on TV channel and, you know, rago the same old alap again and again? And secondly, Preeti, also, you know, this again, I'm saying this Tajinder Bagga, like you just said, for that RTI, it was a fake RTI. So he's a habitual offender. And one point I want to ask Ms. Nupur Sharma, is it not that when the people of Bharatiya Janata Party, the gundas of Bharatiya Janata Party, attacked the residence of the Chief Minister, after that, there was a video with their Honorable MP Tejasvi Surya Why did the Delhi police not go ahead and file a case against him? Why was he not arrested? They said they could not identify Tejasvi Surya. There are 1,000 videos of Tejasvi Surya in the public domain. So this is the condition of Delhi police under the Honorable Mr. Amit Shah. You know, what trust would one have on Delhi police? And this is what they've done. It's interesting that today they're talking of democracy, they're talking of the rule of law. I'm so glad that today Bharatiya Janata Party is talking about all of these things. Maybe there'll be some due course correction in the way they're running the country, and they will stop misusing the police force and all of that. You know, they've filed cases around 200 cases against the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. Most of those cases have fallen flat. So this is the vendetta politics that Bharatiya Janata Party is following. As far as Punjab Police concerned, they were acting independently. This is the first time that Punjab Police has actually been allowed to, act independently.
All right. Okay. Ms. Nupur Sharma wants to come in for a rebuttal. Go ahead,
Can I just respond to this? No. Yeah, please. Preeti. Quick rebuttal. First and foremost, I don't know, maybe she doesn't read enough. The NIA has been on the coattails of your best friend, Mr. Gurvinder Singh, at whose house the KLF leader...
I will come back to you. I will come back to you. Okay. May we... Nobody can hear anyone.
I'm sorry.
Let's go one by one. Ms. Gupta, I promise I will come back to you. Go ahead.
Allow me.
Ms. Sharma, go ahead.
The NIA, as recently as November 2021, madam, read up and come, has been on the coattails of your best friend Gurvinder Singh. You know, best friend of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, where he spent the night, Khalistani Liberation Front leader. In fact, they are going to nab all these 9 people they have raided very, very soon. Point number 2, you spoke about, how we attacked the chief minister and mujhe maar denge. I'll tell you what, ye drama hai, Preeti. Every time there is a nakhush Aam Aadmi Party karyakarta, somebody who throws ink at him, somebody who flies a chappal at him, somebody who slaps him, eventually turns out to be an Aam Aadmi Party karyakarta only. And then he does drama video, Arey Modi ji mujhe maar denge. We have better things to do. Trust me. Modi ji is running the country. We are busy in ensuring that our growth rate really picks up. We've also seen a pandemic, yet we've delivered, as the IMF report says. Point number 3, have you forgotten how the Aam Aadmi Party actually attacked the BJP office? Or maybe you've forgotten, how your then Minister, Mr. Somnath Bharti, actually caused a wall in the AIMS complex to be fallen. Maybe you've forgotten how he was actually ordered by the Honorable Supreme Court to be arrested because he got his pregnant wife bitten by a dog. Maybe you have forgotten. Maybe you've forgotten.
There'll be lots of cases on both sides if you're going to get personal.
Maybe you've forgotten Mr. Arvind Kejriwal calling for the boycott of the Republic Day. No. Don't teach us law and order.
Please allow me to come in.
Okay. Yes, I will. Okay, may I?
You yourself call yourself
Ms. Sharma, you've made your point.
You're the people who said, you're the people who called for the boycott of the Republic Day. Is it not true?
All right, may I?
Was it not a waste of the time of the
quick rebuttal.
police?
Okay, Ms. Gupta, you want to answer back? Quick rebuttal. That's it. Go ahead back.
Preeti, since the past 7 years, they've been filing false cases against all our MLAs. And one by one, everybody gets, think of all charges. Today itself, Mr. Satyen Jain, for 4 years, CBI tried its best to build a case. Today, he was acquitted of all charges. So this is the modus operandi that BJP has been following. Any journalist, like journalists in Uttar Pradesh who raised a small voice against lack of oxygen were put behind bars. The freedom of press index, we are at the bottommost, all thanks to the Bharatiya Janata Party. So it's a little rich coming from Bharatiya Janata Party talking about vendetta politics. That's all they've done for 7 years.
May I, with that, please bow out of this debate?
No. Which court has acquitted Mr. Satyendra Jain? No, which court has acquitted Mr. Satyendra Jain?
Madam, read the newspaper.
I'm sorry, I can't find this news article. No, please tell me. Please tell me which court. Which court? Name the court. Name the court, madam. Name the court.
May I?
Name the court which has acquitted him and of what charges? Name the court which has acquitted him.
May I request both the ladies to take this offline?
What FIR number?
Okay, may I request both the ladies to take this offline? I appreciate both of you for joining us. I would reckon today is a day which any political party, because history stands testimony, because in the game of political one-upmanship, the autonomy of independent institutions here, law and order, the police force is usually the biggest collateral or casualty. Appreciate all of you for joining us, and for those of you who think the matters ended, not quite, because the court is now hearing the case tomorrow. the High Court, the Punjab and Haryana High Court, because the Punjab Police has approached the High Court saying the intervention of the Haryana Police was not merely unwarranted but unlawful and illegal. What it will come down to, viewers, is that the court will now decide whether the arrest by the Punjab Police of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was legal. If it's legal, then in all probability, Tajinder Pal Bagga will go back to the Punjab Police if the ruling is legal. If the ruling is that it was illegal, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga stays right here in the national capital, and the Punjab Police and the Punjab government have an embarrassing day to face. I want to also now quickly go across to, usually the Aam Aadmi Party has always, at least prima facie, stood for freedom of speech. Why do I say that? My colleague Sweta spoke when we had interviewed Arvind Kejriwal. I had asked Arvind Kejriwal on the question of Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga being faced with an FIR, that will he be arrested soon? This is what the Chief Minister of Delhi had to say there.
अरविंद जी, आज एक और मुद्दे को लेकर बड़ी चर्चा है, वो ये कि जब तक अरविंद केजरीवाल दूसरे नेताओं को बोलते थे तब तक तो ठीक था, आज किसी ने उनके खिलाफ बोला है तो उस पर FIR दर्ज कर ली गई पंजाब में।
किसने किसके खिलाफ बोला?
तेजिंदर बग्गा पर।
किसके, क्या बोला उसने, किसके खिलाफ बोला?
आप पर बोला था, उसके बाद पंजाब में केस हो गया है, FIR।
कौन है तेजिंदर बग्गा?
FIR होनी चाहिए आपके खिलाफ बोलने पर।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं होनी। कौन है तेजिंदर बग्गा?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हैं।
मैं तो ना तेजिंदर बग्गा को जानता,
बड़े पोस्टर लगाते हैं वो आपके खिलाफ दिल्ली भर में।
वो तो सारी बीजेपी इस टाइम पोस्टर लगाने में लगी हुई है। कोई पिक्चरों के पोस्टर लगा रहा है, कोई केजरीवाल के पोस्टर लगा रहा है।
FIR नहीं होनी चाहिए अगर कोई बोल रहा है। अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी होनी चाहिए।
किसी कल आदेश गुप्ता जी ने मेरे को कितनी गालियां दी हैं, कितनी गंदी गंदी गालियां दी हैं। गालियां उनको मुबारक, हम ऐसी राजनीति करने ही नहीं आए, गाली गलौज की राजनीति नहीं करने आए। ऐसे थोड़ी देश सुधरेगा एक दूसरे को गालियां देने से।
All right, now 36-year-old Tajinder Bagga has been known for inciting controversies. Just to get an insight on who Tajinder Bagga is and how he got associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party. He started off by floating a lesser-known political outfit, the Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena. He shot to limelight after attacking Prashant Bhushan. It was this incident that launched Bagga's political career. Here is the man of the moment, literally, who now clearly has been elevated with the police of Haryana rescuing him, giving him back to the Delhi police, and him being escorted now back to Delhi.
The BJP's mouthpiece and go-to man to incite controversies. Tajinder Bagga's political career began at a young age with a lesser-known political outfit, the Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena. The infamous New Delhi-based nationalist right-wing organization. Though he was an RSS member since his teenage days, Tajinder never shied away from calling himself a Bhagat Singh follower. He first came into the limelight when he and his outfit, the Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena, physically assaulted lawyer Prashant Bhushan over a statement made by him on Kashmir in October 2011. He justified the attack on the party's Facebook page and Twitter account, achieving instant notoriety across the country. The newly created outfit began to attract right-wing support. The move was dubbed patriotic by some and jingoistic by others. It did, however, launch Bagga's political career. He became the youngest national working member of the Bharatiya Janata Party at the age of 23. Tajinder Bagga used his popularity on social media to full scale. His large Twitter following helped him gain frenzied media attention. He also called for a boycott of several celebrities in the past, describing them as anti-national and trolling them with provocative statements and name-calling. In 2011, Bagga made headlines when he barged into an event at Delhi's India Habitat Centre and disrupted the launch of author Arundhati Roy's book, calling her work anti-army and pro-Kashmir Azadi. Bagga also runs an online store called T-Shirt Bhaiya that sells t-shirts and jewelry with nationalist slogans. One of the t-shirts sold on the site had an image of the controversial human shield incident in Kashmir. In 2015, his Bhagat Singh Kranti Sena started the Namo Patrika online news and opinion site dedicated to Prime Minister Modi. He was one of the BJP's social media influencers who met Prime Minister Modi at his official residence that same year. Owing to his hardcore Hindu ideology, he was made National Secretary of the BJP's youth wing. The BJP's faith in him was deepening. In 2020, the Delhi Legislative Assembly election, he contested from the Harinagar constituency but lost. But the Aam Aadmi Party's wave and his vitriolic campaign against his political rivals became the reason for a humiliating defeat. Bagga's list of controversies is unending, from criticizing the Aam Aadmi Party on social media to targeting Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal over his comments on the Kashmir files. Tajinder Bagga's barrage is unstoppable. Bureau Report, India Today.
A personal anecdote, viewers. In 2014, when Arvind Kejriwal was standing against Narendra Modi from the city of Varanasi in the general elections, Tajinder Bagga was unleashed on the Aam Aadmi Party that time as a shoot-and-scoot poster boy. Everywhere Arvind Kejriwal would go, he would put a poster against Kejriwal and run. At that point of time, the Aam Aadmi Party never thought it worth taking him on. Well, it's come a full circle this time around. I want to now quickly shift focus, get into a break. On the other side, it's a mega India Today in fact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says Vignesh custodial death will be investigated as murder. Details on the other side. Stay with us.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
So if you're using VPNs to access the net, or if you're trading on crypto exchanges, well, something is going to drastically change now. New rules have been rolled out by the IT ministry, and now VPN companies and crypto exchanges and data centers will need to share all their user data with the government, and it's going to be shared and saved with the government for a period of 5 years. If you don't comply with this, it could lead to imprisonment for 1 year. What does all of this mean and how is it going to impact you? We're telling you everything. So very quickly, basically a VPN stands for a virtual private network. What this network basically does is to mask your internet protocol address. So whatever you are doing online, if you're using a VPN, then all your online actions will remain untraceable. And India has seen the highest growth of VPN users all over the world. So as and when this new rule is rolled out, the end user is going to be majorly impacted because your privacy and anonymity is going to go out the window because all your user data will be saved with the government. What that basically means is that from your browsing history to your download history, whatever you are doing online, even if you're using a VPN, it is going to be saved with the government. Apart from this, companies who are giving this kind of VPN service, they will have to switch to storage servers, which will be an extra cost for the companies, and who will bear that extra cost? Obviously the end user. So VPN services will no longer be private and anonymous, and they're going to get more expensive. So the new laws are expected to come into effect from about 60 days after being issued. which basically means end of July, July 27th, 2022, that's when this rule will become active. So browsing and download history apart, data regarding any unauthorized access of social media accounts, IT systems, attacks on servers and more will also be stored. Defacing any websites, malicious virus attacks, attacks on any servers, identity thefts along with data breach and leaks will also need to be reported. So all in all, as a user, as a VPN user, if you decide to cancel your subscription to any VPN provider, the new rules state that the VPN provider will still have to maintain and keep a track of users even if they cancel their subscriptions. And that data is going to be with the government for 5 years, or whether it's going to be kept with the government for longer, who's to say? Do you feel it's a welcomed change?
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Welcome back, viewers. This is a big India Today impact. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has said that the horrific custodial death of Vignesh will be investigated as murder. The AIDMK staged a walkout from the assembly over the case, demanding a CBI probe. Meanwhile, the State Human Rights Commission has taken cognizance of the case. With that, it's a wrap on News Track. To stay with us, up next is Rajdeep Sardesai with News Today.
More than 20 farmers have died by suicide in Telangana since January 2022, and the cause, chili thrips. A pest attack has affected hundreds of farmers across the state. The inability to pay back loans has pushed farmers to take the extreme step. Human Rights Forum, an independent organization in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, formed a fact-finding committee to investigate the issue.
Generally, a mirchi crop requires 1 lakh of investment per an acre, in addition to the family labor. This year, the farmers have lost lakhs of investment in the fields, and they have lost all their efforts.
The rate of desi chili has gone up to Rs 55,500 per quintal. This is higher than the price of 1 tola of gold. Compared to a year ago, the same chilies were priced at about Rs 8,000 to Rs 9,000 a quintal. The premier desi variety was being quoted at Rs 20,000 a quintal. The price hike has been attributed to low production across the country, increased demand in the international market, and crop damage due to pests. India is the world's largest producer, consumer, and exporter of chilies. Red chili is grown extensively across Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. The desi variety is grown in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It has a high demand both in India and overseas. It is used for food flavoring and coloring and in preparation of chemicals. But these crops are vulnerable to pest attacks. Agricultural Minister Narendra Singh Tomar said that around 40 to 80% of the damage to the chili crop in the two states was because of the pest invasion. Devi Reddy lost her husband when he consumed weedicide. Heartbroken from the loss, the future of her family now seems uncertain.
In Mahbubabad, district alone, around 40,000 hectares of chili fields have been affected by this black thrips pest, and the yield of the crops have been dropped to less than 10%. Most of the farmers are scheduled tribe farmers, small and marginal farmers. They could not bear this much of loss to them.
Chili thrips is an invasive pest species that comes from Southeast Asia. It is less than 2 mm long. It is known to infest more than 225 species of host plants. This includes corn, cotton, eggplant, pepper, strawberry, tomato, and of course chili. Chili is a high investment crop, with farmers investing more than Rs 80,000 to Rs 1 lakh per acre. And farmers in Telangana have become hopeless. The government's earlier promise of compensation after crop loss in January has not yet been fulfilled, but the farmers continue to seek help from the government.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
Do you remember the fictional planet Pandora from the blockbuster movie Avatar? Hold that thought. Because this is not Earth. It's not from a movie. This is Earth's clone called Titan. It is real and it is very much here in our solar system. Titan is not a planet like Earth, but a moon in the Saturn system. Saturn has a total of 82 moons which revolve around it. Of these, Titan is the largest. Well, there are no reports or studies to confirm whether Titan has the kind of conditions shown in Pandora with those glittering lights or floating hills, but Titan does have rivers, lakes and seas filled by rain which come through a thick atmosphere similar to what Earth experiences. Titan is the only celestial body besides Earth to have liquid on its surface. New research reveals the presence of landscapes on the surface of this moon. Titan has streams of liquid methane and winds of nitrogen gas, which build hydrocarbon sand dunes. Researchers say that the dunes, plains and labyrinth terrain have been formed on Titan in a similar manner as on Earth. The surface temperature is about minus 180 degrees Celsius and people would need to wear respirators to breathe oxygen, since the atmosphere is mostly nitrogen. The light on Titan is a little dim, just like after a sunset here on Earth. So staying on Titan won't be a reality anytime soon, but Titan is the most hospitable extraterrestrial world within our solar system. It is like Earth in a parallel universe where things are different yet so similar.
Congress or BJP? The suspense over Prashant Kishore's political career continues. In fact, the poll strategist put out a tweet hinting at starting his own political party in Bihar. After declining to join the Congress, he said that he would turn to the real masters, the people. Be it the 2014 BJP win in Lok Sabha elections, or 2015 Bihar Assembly elections, or the 2020 Delhi polls, Prashant Kishore has been behind it. Prashant Kishore was born in 1977 in the Konar village of Rohtas district. Later, his father shifted to Buxar in Bihar. He went to Hyderabad to pursue engineering. He later joined UNICEF's health program. Then, at the age of 34, he left South Africa and came to India and joined Narendra Modi's campaign in Gujarat. That kick-started his political career. He worked with Modi in 2014, Nitish Kumar in Bihar in 2015, Amarinder Singh in Punjab in 2017, Rahul Gandhi in UP in 2017, Jagan Mohan Reddy in Andhra Pradesh in 2019, Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra in 2019, Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi in 2020, M.K. Stalin in Tamil Nadu in 2021, and Mamta Banerjee in West Bengal in 2021. He has a stunning winning rate of 80% in 10 years. In 2013, Prashant Kishore created a media and publicity company named Citizens for Accountable Governance. During this, he worked in the election campaign of Prime Minister Modi for the year 2014. He launched campaigns like Chai Pe Charcha, 3D Rally and Run for Unity. After the elections, Prashant Kishore broke ties with Modi. He also changed the Citizen for Accountable Governance to the Indian Political Action Committee or IPAC. The political kingmaker has been invited to present a strategy to help Congress revive its political goals ahead of the national election in 2024. But after days of keeping the public on its toes, he turned down the offer. He tweeted that the party needed better leadership and needed to address its structural problems.
What I told them that you have to reincarnate the Congress. Revamp of Congress will not do. You have to reincarnate where the soul and the principles and the ideas and ideologies remain, but everything else has to be the new.
He instead dropped hints at forming his own political party in Bihar to better understand public issues and the path to people's good governance.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancharghat Tire. Ab hawa nahi niklegi. Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. Friday night, the big debate tonight, India versus the World Health Organization, or Indian government versus the World Health Organization over COVID death numbers. Where does the truth lie? We'll be joined by top doctors on that big issue. Also, a Delhi BJP leader is arrested, sparking off a political drama with the police caught in a crossfire. We'll tell you more on that in our political face-off. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines and 9. A day after the World Health Organization releases COVID death figures, pegging COVID deaths in India at 47 lakhs, the Indian government rejects the findings, questions the validity of the mathematical model that was used by the WHO. Police in several states caught in the crossfire between AAP and BJP after a Delhi BJP leader, Tajinder Bagga, is arrested by the Punjab Police. Haryana and Delhi Police intervened. Don't allow the Punjab Police to execute the arrest, sparking off a political war of words. High drama in Varanasi, an attempt to block the Kashi Temple Gyanvapi Mosque survey. Locals protest and raise slogans. Court appointed conducts a videography of the disputed site. The use of loudspeakers is not a fundamental right, says the Allahabad High Court, dismisses a plea seeking installation of loudspeakers in mosques. Blood politics peaks in Bengal. Home Minister Amit Shah meets the family of a deceased BJP worker in Kolkata, calls for a CBI probe, claims there is anarchy in Mamta's state. The West Bengal government accuses the Home Minister of playing politics on an official visit. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says the Vignesh custodial death will now be investigated as a murder case. AIADMK stages protest, demands CBI probe. Vignesh died in police custody. Forces crack down on terror in Pahalgam in the valley, gunned down 3 terrorists, including the oldest surviving Hizbul commander, Ashraf Molvi. Russia intensifies its attack on the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol. 200 civilians remain trapped underground in a steel plant with little food or water. Billionaire Elon Musk likely to show Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal the door after the $44 billion deal is closed. Reports say Musk himself could take over as a Twitter CEO. But our top story tonight, a day after the World Health Organization announced that 47 lakh people had died in India due to the COVID pandemic, the government has come out strongly against the global body's COVID deaths data. The Indian government has rejected the report at multiple levels, questioned the validity of the model used by WHO. This, in a sense, is sparking off a face-off between the World Health Organization and the government of India over excess COVID death numbers. What's the truth? We'll find out in a moment. First, a report by Sneha Mordani is our top story tonight.
5 lakh deaths due to COVID-19 in India, of 47 lakh. The claim by the World Health Organization suggesting that India has reported 1/3 of the deaths worldwide due to COVID has triggered a war. The WHO's method, using data from 17 states, procuring information via the Right to Information Act, and collating data using news reports, is what has irked the Indian government. It is a mathematical model that is flawed, says India. Government sources have told India Today that while the numbers given by the government of India are not 100% accurate and are an underestimate, what has been given out by the WHO via the mathematical modeling is grossly exaggerated. Questioning the model itself, the government has gone all out, asking why its own data, collected from over 7.9 lakh data collection centers, was not used when it was shared with the WHO. Validity and robustness of the models used in methodology of data collection are questionable, is what the Union Health Ministry has said.
Maximum number of COVID deaths were about 2.25 lakhs. 1.5 lakhs were actually reported, and so what we are concluding is about 75,000 may not have been reported. Now, when we look at the predictions of the WHO model for 2020, that number is around 10 lakhs, which is way, way bigger than the actual number as per the CRS data.
The WHO, meanwhile, government sources say, has not responded to the letters written by the Union Health Secretary. The WHO says accurate data collection works in strengthening healthcare systems, stressing on the need to invest more on data collection. India insists that its own system of collecting data through the civil registration system under the Registrar General of India is much more robust and accurate than extrapolation. India says that the WHO's method is faulty and it gives an inaccurate picture given that the WHO took data only from 17 states. India also says that India was ready to share the data with the WHO and did so. Why did the WHO then publish this data when India was not happy with the methodology? Adding a footnote also suggests that the WHO was not willing to listen to India. A source said, this looks mischievous. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
So is the WHO data on COVID death numbers exaggerated, or is the Indian government living in denial? Is the WHO methodology flawed as is claimed? Can a study that leaves out China excess deaths be credible? Should the Indian government be releasing figures more accurately for both the years 2020-21? Some of the questions we will raise tonight. My first guest is Professor Bhramar Mukherjee, epidemiologist at the University of Michigan, handles data scientist in the chair there. Appreciate you joining us, Bhramar, because you've been tracking this, Professor, for a very long time. When you see the report now of the World Health Organization suggesting that the actual estimate of deaths is almost 10 times the number the Indian government gave, 5.23 lakhs versus 47 lakhs, do you agree with this estimate about COVID deaths, or has WHO got this horribly wrong, given the fact that its methodology still seems a little unclear and non-transparent?
So thank you for that question. I'm not surprised by the WHO estimates because, as you all know, there have been several estimates trying to predict the excess mortality in India using different approaches. The Economist model gives an estimate of around 4.86 million. The IHME estimate is around 4 million. And now the WHO estimate is another evidence towards similar in the ballpark, around 4.74 million. So I do think that these are largely consistent. And I have to declare that I was a part of the WHO technical advisory group. And what I'm saying is really an independent statistician, that all of these estimates came from different methodology. But it seems like all roads point to Rome, and there is some consistency in terms of this excess mortality estimate.
You know, it's interesting you're saying you are part of the WHO advisory group on this, because then you are in a better position to tell us how WHO came at this figure, because India is saying the study is based on a model that has been created without authentic data, that the WHO study went to 17 states and took these numbers based on what websites and reports in some instances have said. In a country as diverse as India, you can't have a one-size-fits-all approach, and a model cannot be extrapolated for the entire country based on what you saw in certain states. Are these deaths therefore simply an estimation and therefore not accurate? And in some cases, the WHO may have exaggerated the numbers?
So that criticism is actually unfair and untrue. Because the model for there was a lot of models in the WHO report, because different countries have different levels of data available. Unfortunately, India only has data available at a subnational level. the all-cause mortality data, which many countries have released week by week in 2020 and 2021, will really give us a more granular picture. Because as you see, excess mortality is not just COVID deaths. It's really COVID deaths, reported COVID deaths, and then missed COVID deaths, which happened in most countries. And there is nothing to be embarrassed about because it's very hard to capture. And then there is death from other causes, which due to the pandemic, certain human and behavioral forces have shifted. And then there is long-term effect of COVID. A lot of people died within a year because of cardiac events and respiratory crisis. So all of that put together is the excess mortality, which is a global toll of the pandemic. And for the model for India, did not really use Indian data. It's not like it was developed from other countries and just transported to India. That's not the case. And as I said, that not just the WHO model, different methodology, different models all point to sort of seem in the same ballpark. So I do think that this is a credible estimate, and several experts have reviewed this methodology.
No, you're calling it a credible estimate, but India released, Professor Mukherjee, the death registration numbers of 2020. They show about 5 lakh excess deaths. Now, those death registration numbers nowhere match up to 4.7 million deaths or 47 lakhs. So, prima facie, somewhere your death registration numbers, your compensation claims should at least match up to what the government says. In that sense, some may say underreporting, yes. But is it of the scale that you're claiming? It's the scale. You're claiming a virtual 9x scale. The WHO is claiming a 9x scale.
So the thing is that, in 2020, India just released the data. In 2021 is when the acute second wave happened. That's when most of these estimates happen. But you also have to remember that it's not just the COVID-related deaths we are talking about. I think there is a confusion about that. Obviously, this total mortality COVID, we believe, is a very large driver of this percentage. But there could be deaths related to other causes as well. If the COVID death reporting have been correct, then we have to sort of point to that if there has been really these excess deaths, then there has been a real collapse and stress on the healthcare system. And many other people died because of additional causes to COVID.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute, ma'am. Let me get this clear. What you're now saying, Professor Mukherjee, is that this number that the WHO has put up of 4.7 million deaths doesn't necessarily include COVID deaths alone, also includes those who may have been deprived of medical facilities because the entire focus was on COVID, and to that extent, their numbers have also been added. So therefore, when WHO now says excess mortality because of COVID, isn't that a little unfair or unclear? Because then the general impression is that there were 47 lakh COVID deaths. Now what you're saying, not all of them may be because of COVID-related reasons. Am I correct?
So that's something that we really have to understand this measure. Excess mortality is really the total toll of the pandemic. And because the pandemic was largely driven by COVID is a substantial chunk of the deaths. But we cannot attribute all of those deaths to COVID because we do not have very detailed cause-specific mortality data. This is also true for other countries. What we are seeing is that it is really a conglomeration of other deaths that happened as well, as you said, that there could be deaths even averted, right? Because there was less mobility, so maybe road accidents went down. But there could be increased deaths due to mental health. There could be increased death due to lack in care, access to transportation. So all of these barriers could lead to additional mortality as well. We really have no way to tease apart the three buckets that missed COVID deaths, long-term effects of COVID, and what happened due to the pandemic shift. So we have to, but in most of the countries, COVID, direct and indirect, caused this stress on the healthcare system. So if we accept that the COVID reporting numbers are very correct, then we have to accept that the healthcare system really collapsed and the effect of the pandemic is still very severe. And it has led to a lot of family members and a lot of people.
Interesting you're saying, therefore, it's direct and indirect COVID-related deaths, but there will be those again, Professor Mukherjee, who will just question the credibility of the World Health Organization right from the start of the pandemic. The fact that they seem to delay the warning the world, that they've been very soft on China in particular. And here you've got a situation where India is being accused of hiding deaths, and we still don't know what the actual numbers in China are, and the WHO doesn't seem to be doing enough. Instead, they seem to be masking China's death while targeting India, is one of the concerns expressed by officials here.
So I do not think, I am not a politician and I'm not a representative of the WHO, so I cannot talk about country-specific relationships. But if you look at all of these global papers that have come out, the IHME paper, that the WHO estimates, I do not think anybody is targeting India. Everybody is trying to do the best job that they can with the data that are available. I do not think that there is a problem with all of these different mathematical models. For example, the Economist model uses many covariates and uses machine learning and is completely different than the WHO model. And similarly, the IHME model is also quite different. So I feel that there is not much wrong with these mathematical models. We really need to improve the data that is being fed to this model and have more complete data.
But let me for a moment stick to China. A country of 140 crore people officially reported to the WHO just 11 lakh infections, 15,350 deaths from 3rd January 2020 to 5th May 2022. Doesn't that sound prima facie clear case of underreporting? Shouldn't that also have been part of a global report like this that the WHO releases, including instead of suggesting that actually China did not underreport?
Absolutely. I think that if you look at the underreporting, Pakistan, Bangladesh, many countries in South Asia have a huge underreporting factor. So I do think that there is a real problem with capturing COVID deaths, and countries should really work with WHO to improve their death reporting, to improve the civil registration number, crowdsource other data related to death so that we can have a real proper tracking of a very important public health metric. I don't think that it is only targeting India at all. It has become a big news in India because of the resistance and the back and forth. But it is true that many countries have failed to capture COVID deaths and accurate death reporting during the pandemic.
But given that there is still questioning over the manner in which data has been gathered in this COVID period, shouldn't WHO itself have been more cautious while putting out these figures with such authentic, claiming they were authentic? Because this, if you throw these figures at people, it can create panic. A government says 5.23 lakhs. The World Health Organization says 47 lakhs. Shouldn't an organization like WHO be a little bit more cautious, acknowledge that there is actually a lot of scientific data variability, there is no accuracy to any numbers?
So if you read the scientific paper, I do think that there have been lot of caution, lot of sensitivity analysis done. The subnational data, what is the contribution of each of the state to the estimation? Lot of care have been taken to put forward these estimates. And I think it's our responsibility to communicate with the public that the COVID reported numbers are only a part of it. This is really measuring the total toll of the pandemic, which is the net difference between the mortality that you would have expected had the pandemic not happened with the that what you are seeing right now. And if the observed data was available, that would be the best. So I'll strongly sort of urge communities, countries to really interpret the data well and come up with a more bolstered system. For example, Dr. Prabhat Jha mentioned that you can add a question to your next census, that how many people in the family or household died. I also want to say that this is not just the WHO estimate. The paper by Prabhat Jha's group, which got published in Science, has 3 sources of data: a voting survey plus a healthcare facility death survey. They also point to this kind of underestimation. The Economist model also point to similar kind of underestimation. So you can criticize all the models, but this is what is the best available estimates are. And as scientists and statisticians, we are putting forward the best set of estimates with clear, transparent assumption, publicly available code, and the data that were used. So I think that it is really a scientific discourse.
You seem to be suggesting, therefore, that the numbers are underreported. Therefore, I will ask you and put you on the block in a way, Professor Mukherjee. Your estimate, 4x, 5x, 9x, what, according to you, based on what you've gone through the data, is the most accurate estimate then of underreporting of COVID deaths?
So, we did a paper which is published on meta-analysis. We reviewed many studies which have come up with this death estimate for India. Some are really COVID-specific deaths, and some are really this excess mortality. So it's hard to decouple between the two, but the range lies between 4 to 5 to 10. So there is incredible heterogeneity. But more and more, with more data coming in for the 2 years of 2020 and 2021, it seems like more of the studies are pointing to 6 to 8, 6 to 9, that range. But again, you have to understand the underreporting of COVID and the excess mortality are two different metrics that we are looking at.
So in conclusion, how are we going to resolve this? Do we need a COVID commission, maybe of independent experts who sift through all the data that the government provides, work with the Indian government, rather than the collision course we are seeing now between WHO and the government of India?
I absolutely think that, this is a problem that many countries face, not just India. So this really presents an opportunity for us to really look at the civil registration system publicly, and at a time of really acute crisis, and make it stronger with the information technology and the data science systems that we have in place. We really need more resilient public health data systems in a pandemic and beyond.
Professor Brahman Mukherjee joining me there from the University of Michigan. You were an advisor to that WHO body, so your words carry a lot of authenticity, or at least give us that perspective. I appreciate you joining us. Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta, member National COVID Task Force, is also joining me. Dr. Subramaniam Swaminathan, Gleneagles Global Health City, joins us. Appreciate both of you joining us. You heard what was suggested by Professor Brahman Mukherjee, 5x to 9x under reporting according to them. Dr. Dasgupta, you want to go first and give us where you think, is WHO right or GOI right? Or does the truth lie in between?
Thank you. I think the framing of the question is not whether WHO is right or India is right. The point is that these are models what are called parsimonious models. And these models are always a struggle between comprehensiveness and comprehensibility. And that's why parsimonious models are chosen to work with limited data. But at the same time, it also means that the mean value that's projected actually lies between a wide range of a possible low and a possible high. So for India, if you see some of these individual figures, and therefore it's necessary to go to the attached Excel data sheets that the WHO has provided, this range is pretty wide. And therefore it is quite possible that instead of the mean about which so much of heat and dust has been raised, could actually be wrong, but it may still fall within the lower range of these estimates. And that's for the country to argue based on now the fact that we have the 2020 civil registration system available. It's possible to make a much stronger argument now by the country.
But still you're saying it is underreporting, but not possibly at the scale that WHO is saying, but possibly at a lower end of the scale. So we are looking even still, Dr. Swaminathan, at potentially 5x. 5x of the numbers, 5.23 lakhs if I look at. I'm looking at 25 lakh people died. Interestingly, as Professor Mukherjee says, not directly necessarily of COVID, but also possibly indirectly because of medical system not providing enough to them during COVID times.
You're going back a couple of years. I'm going to go back 150 years to quote Mark Twain. He attributed this to Disraeli. He said, there are three kinds of lies. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. The problem is statistics should never be relied on to give you the truth. It should only be relied on to give you a support when you already know what it is. So therefore, the problem with this is that a lot of the data sets are very muddy. And then you're trying to put together a lot of muddy data sets and somehow thinking that out of this rubbish you'll get a diamond. You're not going to get a diamond. You're just going to get a lot of rubbish again. See, in statistics, we have this principle called GIGO. Garbage in, you can garbage out. You're not going to get diamond out of it. See, I must first congratulate the WHO first. Let's congratulate the WHO for creating an effective smoke screen. China's death is estimated to be anywhere up to 17,000% higher than what they have reported. WHO has still not figured out what the hell happened in China 2 years ago. They've decided that's a lost cause. So they're trying to move on to something else. So, you see, every country has underreporting. Even the US, the estimates are between about 20 to 30% underreporting. So, underreporting at a smaller scale is inevitable in every country. That's not unusual at all. The scale is the point. Now, obviously, China is a master at this, where they're able to do something and nobody even talks about it and nobody even dare question about it. Unfortunately, we are a soft target and therefore everybody would like to run us down. Now, I think there is a alternative.
No, what's the solution? No, Dr. Swaminathan, if you're saying that, and I agree, there is statistics, more statistics are damn lies. The fact, though, is that we can't use China as a defense. We need to give a more robust defense. So what is India's defense going to be? To say when WHO turns around and says there are 47 lakh deaths?
Absolutely. I was looking at a couple of things. Number one, the one which Dr. Vinod Paul has put out about the death registry. The other thing I was also looking at was the life insurance claims. Have the insurance claims gone up? Yes. Have they gone up astronomically? No, not really. They have gone up a little more than what you would expect year on year. See, a lot of middle class people died. Upper middle class, lower middle class, everybody. And all of them had life insurance policies. Let's look at the insurance claims. That's another way of looking at it. Why is it that these kind of data sets are not being used? Let's look at unconventional data sets which people would not think of muddying.
How will you measure rural deaths then? How will you know? Insurance deaths are very good metrics to measure people in middle class and urban India. But what about rural India?
Absolutely. See, my point is, if there is underreporting in that, then you can extrapolate and say in the lower category of people where non-availability of services could be even higher, and you can say it's much higher. But my point is, even there, the metric is not too far off. My point is that you'd have to really say that we had a disaster in the countryside, and really nothing much happening in the metros and the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities for you to envisage such a large difference. And I'm sorry, that did not happen. You're going to say that, it only happened in the community, in the hinterland, but not in the major towns and cities. That doesn't make sense. See, you cannot expect such a large disparity. Look at the numbers. I just did about 1 hour ago, I was looking at LIC's data over the last couple of years. Has there been a spike? There has been a spike for 2021 and 2021, whatever the last one that they reported. Clearly. But is it an astronomical spike? No. Is it out of proportion to what it was the previous year? Yes. But I would expect this for the number of deaths that we had. So, this doesn't look like an outlandish number. And it's not like they've rejected. Look at the number of rejections as well.
So do we look at insurance claims? You're saying one, which is an interesting matrix to look at. Is the other to just get our civil registration data more up to date, much more robust than it is at the moment?
Absolutely. See, we need to measure this in various different ways and acknowledge that each of them has its own limitations. See, ultimately, the problem is all these data sets will not measure the most vulnerable part of the community. See, registration is required only when you need legal affidavit or some paperwork and things like that. The same kind of people are the ones who are going to apply for life insurance and stuff like that. So, in a sense, you have a problem that the really vulnerable people are always going to be underrepresented no matter what you do. So, you'll have to come up with another way. I like this idea of doing election. But here's the problem. When you have a vested interest in giving numbers, that also is going to be a problem, because if they feel that by giving some data that somebody died in my home due to COVID, I may get some financial benefit, then again, it's no longer a very honest exercise. So there's no simple way of doing it. That's why I'm telling you, we got to be very, very careful when we look at statistics. We can say this is the outside number. And like was mentioned beautifully, it is a huge range. It is an absolutely huge range. And there is no way on earth you can say that one number is right and the other number is wrong. And it is also always nice to speculate that some people are doing much worse than you are. See, I will ask WHO to suggest, I will suggest another project for WHO. Maybe they can look at why Africa is not getting enough vaccines while there is a cannibalistic attitude towards more and more doses of vaccines being given in some parts of the world. This vaccine inequity is something they can look at and how that is contributing to death. Isn't that a bigger humanitarian crisis now? Now, I don't know. They are more interested in looking at what happened in the past.
Very good point. Dr. Dasgupta, a final word from you. You know, one of the concerns is that the last thing we need is a conflict collision course with WHO. It doesn't benefit us. So from a global perspective, living in denial is not the answer. We need to find, do you agree with what Dr. Swaminathan is saying? Maybe LIC claims could be one parameter in a basket of parameters that we could choose.
See, this WHO team, along with the technical advisory group, are the experts in the field. So in their wisdom, they have chosen a set of parameters. But that's not the point. Let me go back to your original question, which is that the debate, where does the debate need to move to? Let's not behave as if WHO is an alien entity. India is the chair of the current executive board of the WHO, where this report is going to be presented. And India is going to preside over that debate. And therefore, India has an excellent opportunity to guide that debate into an extremely meaningful one. India has the opportunity and an excellent array of institutions and experts to actually test the WHO model with our own data now that the CRS 2020 is available. But remember, the bulk of these excess deaths associated with the pandemic is coming in 2021. One needs to make a distinction between 2020 and 2021. They're apples and oranges as far as excess mortality goes. And this varies across WHO regions, across countries. That needs to be kept in mind. So 2020 still gives a limited opportunity to challenge this, but India does need to come up with its own figures based on the 30-page methodology that WHO has made available and make this debate more cerebral when it comes up before the executive board over which India is going to chair. India has that opportunity and India should use it well.
Wonderful to hear two doctors speak with such clarity. These are debates not meant for politicians. These are debates which experts must take over, because that, in a sense, gives more light and ensures that the heat is kept away. Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. Dasgupta, appreciate you joining me here on the news today. My take, the WHO figures on excess mortality in India during COVID times have predictably raised the hackles of the government of India. WHO's track record in the COVID pandemic has also raised eyebrows, especially on the opaque relationship with China. Has enough of an effort been made to demand transparency from the Chinese authorities on COVID? But it's not enough for us to just say that. What about the Chinese? Beyond the whataboutery, truth is there is enough anecdotal evidence and global research to suggest India's figures are underreported. Instead of questioning the WHO methodology, India needs to provide a more robust data collection and civil registration system to monitor deaths, especially in 2021. Even better, why not a COVID commission of independent experts to restore our credibility? Just attacking the WHO won't enhance our global image. Being more open to scrutiny most certainly will. Think about that. Let's turn from there to our top political story of the day, because a local Delhi BJP leader, Tajinder Singh Bagga's arrest this morning by the Punjab Police has sparked off an unprecedented interstate police war. Early morning, Bagga was arrested by the Punjab Police, where, remember, there is an Aam Aadmi government, taken to Mohali, where the Haryana police stopped them, handed over the politician back to the Delhi police. A kidnapping FIR has also been filed against the Punjab Police in Delhi. So you have the Home Ministry on one side, whom the Delhi police reports to, the Punjab Police on the other, with the AAP government in place. A difficult situation is playing out. Take a look.
Early Friday morning, a Punjab police team arrived at BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's home in Delhi's Janakpuri area. The police were from Mohali. They were there to arrest Bagga on the basis of a complaint filed with the cyber cell. The action prompted by Tajinder Bagga's tweets against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The case in Mohali was registered against Bagga on April the 1st for incitement to cause violence, use of force in an orchestrated manner by making or publishing provocative, false and communal inflammatory statements through his interview given to media and through his posts on social media site Twitter.
ये जबरदस्ती अंदर घुस गए, इन्होंने उसको खींच के घसीटना शुरू कर दिया। इसने कहा कि मेरे को सर पे कम से कम कपड़ा बांध लेने दो। उन्हें नहीं सी, वो उसको खींच के ले गए। इन बातचीत नहीं की, बस पकड़ा, घसीटा और ले गए।
Bagga's father alleges that the Punjab police officials manhandled him.
मैं कमरे में गया, अपना फोन उठाया, उसकी वीडियो लेने लगा, तो मेरे को वीडियो नहीं लेने दी, मेरे को मुंह के ऊपर पंच किया और जबरदस्ती मेरे को कंधा पकड़ के बिठा दिया।
The act triggered a Delhi versus Punjab police showdown. Even as the Delhi police tried to figure out Bagga's whereabouts, the Delhi BJP leader was whisked away to Mohali to be produced in court. Around noon, the Punjab police was stopped in Kurukshetra in BJP-ruled Haryana.
क्षेत्र हाईवे ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਲੀਗਲੀ ਡਿਟੇਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕੋਈ ਡਾਊਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ ਪੱਤਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਿਜਵਾਤੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਸ ਪਰ ਲਾਅ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵੀ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ
The Haryana government alleged that Bagga had been kidnapped and that it would ensure that he is handed back to the Delhi police.
कि हमारे पास अपहरण की सूचना आई है और अगर किसी व्यक्ति को अपहरण करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, उसको बचाना, पकड़ना, ये हमारा काम है।
पुलिस के दुरुपयोग पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी से तो पहली बात कोई ज्ञान लेना नहीं है, और अगर तुम नफरत फैलाने का, सांप्रदायिकता फैलाने का काम करोगे, उस पर अगर पंजाब पुलिस आपको जांच के लिए बुला रही है, जाओगे नहीं, तो पंजाब पुलिस के सामने रास्ता क्या बचा था? उन्होंने गिरफ्तार किया, कार्रवाई की।
The highway drama continued for another couple of hours. The Punjab police knocked at the doors of the High Court and a Delhi police team reached Kurukshetra. And just a little before 3 p.m, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was handed over to the Delhi police and was on his way back to the national capital and his home. With Satyendra Chauhan in Kurukshetra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Tit for tat politics, therefore, by BJP AAP, resulting in the police caught in a political crossfire. Where does that leave the policing of this country? Joining us now on the face-off, Shehzad Poonawala, BJP's evergreen spokesperson, Ehbab Grewal, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Mr. Grewal, you have to answer this question first. The Punjab police comes to Delhi, picks up Tajinder Singh Bagga without informing the Delhi police. That, according to some, is part of the process of a code of criminal procedure. Section 44A, police officer may, for the purpose of arresting without warrant any person whom he is authorized to arrest, pursue such person into any place in India. But interstate arrests cannot be made unilaterally. You can't arrest someone and pick them up without information.
Good evening, Mr. Sardesai. I've got 2 points, facts and perspective. The facts are, we've got a brilliant Attorney General who made sure that everything was videographed. Everything was videographed. Everything done by the Punjab Police was done by the book. When they went to the Janakpuri police station and our DSP asked for permission a day before that, he was detained. That is videographed. Then they went to Mr. Bagga's house and whatever happened there is videographed. Then they came back to the Janakpuri police station. That is videographed. Unfortunately, the Delhi police, under the instructions from the Home Ministry, wants to protect hate mongers. They didn't cooperate. So the next best option for us was to bring him to the nearest court within the next 24 hours, which was the court in Mohali. So we were taking him there, but then again, the Delhi police in connivance, yesterday, Delhi police, intelligence agencies, Haryana police and Punjab police worked together to catch terrorists. That was very good. That was an example of federalism. But today, they gave an example of the reverse federalism.
No, because here it is seen as vendetta. Difference here is... Mr. Grewal, here it is seen as vendetta. Here it is seen as the Punjab police acting on the instructions of the political powers there are catching those who are anti-AAP or anti-Kejriwal. That's the difference. You can't liken a terrorist operation to what has happened today.
Sir, I was just coming to the perspective. First of all, they've been saying Mr. Kejriwal is running the Punjab Police or whatever. Mr. Kejriwal has nothing to do with this. This was an action taken by the Punjab Police. And I'm sure even Mr. Maan wouldn't have been aware of this because, as you stated in your introduction, a local leader was waiting for his day in the sun and they've given it to him. They made him out to be a hero while he's a hate monger, number one. Number two, they have been getting away with it scot-free. They tried this in Punjab. They thought this is going to be a new government. Let's bring in a bit of mischief. They tried to do mischief in Patiala. All the mischief mongers are today. You'll see videos of them. They look like Bhigi Billi, if you excuse my expression, and all of them from both sides. But what has been proven is that Parwana was a friend of Sirsa, and the Singla guy had BJP people around him, and this Mr. Bagga has been making such inflammatory statements. The lesson that we want to teach them is that you cannot go scot-free. They have been going scot-free for too long, and they have been taking it for granted. Today,
Mr. Grewal, you made your point.
Managed to somehow save Mr. Bagga, but the Honorable Punjab Haryana High Court, as said by the Chief Justice of India in the presence of the Prime Minister, that the governments are not listening to the courts. We will listen to our High Court, and whatever our High Court decides, we will follow that through. But
Mr. Grewal, you made your point. I must give the BJP a point. Mr. Grewal, you made your point. Let the BJP respond. Respond to this Shehzad Poonawala that Mr. Bagga is not just a politician, he's a local politician. His tweets are prima facie seen as hate mongering, and therefore the due process of law must follow. He cannot escape responsibility by claiming the cover that I am in Delhi, the BJP must protect him. You want to protect a hate monger?
Okay. Has he been convicted?
No, that's the argument being made by Aam Aadmi Party that he's a hate monger.
I heard Mr. Grewal without any interruption, and I hope I won't be interrupted because I'm going to quote facts and nothing else but the facts. Here is an order of 9th of April, and because Mr. Grewal was talking about the High Court, I want to tell you what the High Court has said in the case of Mr. Bagga. The Punjab and Haryana High Court has granted relief to Mr. Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga in a case filed against him for making criminally intimidating statements against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, noting that the offences under 153 and others listed in the FIR are punishable by no more than 7 years. The bench of Justice Harinder Singh Sidhu directed the Punjab government to strictly follow Supreme Court's directions in the case of Arnesh Kumar versus State of Bihar. Arnesh Kumar versus State of Bihar basically says that you cannot arrest somebody even if they violate summons or notices unless you're armed with a court order. This is Arnesh Kumar versus State of Bihar. So by the way, today when the Punjab Police came, whether they went to the cops or didn't go to the cops, whether Mr. Bagga did or did not attend to the summons and notices is irrelevant because they needed a court order to actually go and arrest Mr. Bagga. Where is that court order, Mr. Grewal? Please show me the court order. Point number 2. What also Arnesh Kumar says is that you have to follow the checklist of section 41 of CRPC, which has been clarified in Sandeep Kumar, which is basically you need a court order from the jurisdictional magistrate, point number 1. When you come to make the arrest, you have to give the arrested person or the accused person a chance to meet the lawyer, which was not done. After you make the arrest, you effect the arrest, you have to go to the local police station, in this case SHO Janakpuri, and go and make a diary entry or a journal entry that you made the arrest. And point number 4, you need to take a transit remand from the nearest jurisdictional magistrate, which would in this case would be in Delhi, and then go to the magistrate in Punjab for the normal remand, which was not done. And I want to ask you, all of these statements, Mr. Grewal is saying that he had videographed. He said we are very law-abiding. We went last evening to Janakpuri and we went this evening. If that is so, I would ask him to present those videographs right now on the channel. And 2, were they not presented before the Punjab and Haryana High Court today? Because when it was presented by the Punjab Police to the Punjab and Haryana High Court today, the Punjab Haryana High Court has said nothing doing. You're not getting him to take him to Punjab. He will not even be in Haryana. The Delhi Police will take him back to Delhi. Here is the political point, Rajdeep. 50 policemen to arrest somebody whose offence is not even extending beyond 7 years, when Punjab has a situation that's dealing with in Patiala, when it has Pakistan looking over it and trying to infiltrate and create problems in Punjab, when you have a situation where Mr. Kejriwal said, in 24 hours, I will catch the person who did the Beadbi, in 24 hours, I'll take action on the drug mafia. Has any action been taken on any of these cases? And by the way, I have a video of Mr. Kejriwal. Please do listen how he wanted to use the police. Here is the video of Mr. Kejriwal.
पुलिस होती इनको 4-5 को जेल भेज देते, सब ठीक हो जाते.
Now, one second. Let me complete.
This video has been put out by the BJP social media.
Rajiv, let me complete last 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Last 10 seconds. I am reiterating the most important question. Here is the order of Punjab and Haryana High Court, 9th April. My friend said, I will follow, we go by the book. The 9th April order says that you cannot arrest him without taking a court order, even if he was to not attend the summons or notices. By the way, his lawyer, Raman Mittal, did actually respond to all the notices, and 2 lawyers from Delhi went and gave the statement on record for Bagga to the Punjab Police. Now tell me, where is the videography? And tell me, where is the court order been violated?
Where is your valid court order on the basis of which you executed this arrest? That's the question.
Sir, totally. Disha Ravi, Jignesh Mevani, that poor reporter from Kerala, well, that's nothing. Number 2.
This is what about
they are talking about.
This is what about Rajdeep, please ask him. We are talking about somebody's liberty.
This is not what about. This is that you are silent. No, just a minute. No, 1 minute. This is that Mr. Shehzad Poonawala, you and your party are silent when Jignesh Mevani is picked up by the Assam police at midnight.
Is Mr. Bagga's arrest? Is Mr. Bagga's arrest a badla for Jignesh Mevani?
It's not a question of Bagga. I'm asking you.
Today, what are we discussing? I am happy to discuss Jignesh Mevani.
You should also speak out when Jignesh Mevani is arrested. Yes or no?
1 second.
Yes or no?
In Jignesh Mevani's case, a transit remand and a remand from the original jurisdiction court and the in the court of Guwahati was taken. So you can't compare the two. I am asking him, where is the court order to effect this arrest? Let's just stick to this.
Mr. Grewal.
And you can extend this debate for 15 minutes and let's talk about Jignesh Mevani.
Mr. Grewal, beyond the whataboutery, the fact is an arrest warrant has to go through a process. That process has not been followed in the case of Tajinder Bagga. That's the problem that the Aam Aadmi Party has. That's the problem you will face when you go to the courts tomorrow.
Sir, the process was followed. Unfortunately, the Delhi police, which lies under the Home Ministry, decided that they will do everything in their power to make sure that we can't do this. When we finally decided to do it, they got Mr. Bagga's father to come and lodge a kidnapping complaint. And how about a kidnapping which is covered in the national media? Every channel worth its salt was following Mr. Bagga in their cars. Now, is that a kidnapping? Number 1.
Where is the court order, sir? Where is the court order? You have a court order?
There were lots of people. And
where is the court order?
Everything, the paperwork, I'm glad the BJP is very good at it, but they went through all the BJP rule states.
Mr. Grewal, where is the court order?
Here, Mr. Sardesai, the question here is...
Forget everything, sir. Punjab, Haryana High Court on 9th April. Rajdeep, we'll be wasting time.
Sir, Mr. Poonawala, give me a minute.
Sir, you're going around the bush. I am accused of everything. I'm guilty of everything. मैंने सब मान लिया. मुझे आप सिर्फ Justice Sidhu ने कहा कि without court order, that is Arnesh Kumar, you can't arrest Bagga. Where is the court order? Forget everything else. Rajdeep, let's get him to the
1 minute. Where is the court order, sir?
Sir, do you think the Punjab government went all the way to Delhi without any orders? They went without any paperwork.
Why don't you show it to us? Please show it to us and shut me up.
Had it too good for too long. We want to teach them a lesson. They tried it in Patiala. Mr. Sirsa's best friend Parwana and the centre's best friend Singla with his CRPF security tried to do it in Patiala. They've been made an example out of. Anybody who tries to disturb the peace, who tries to disturb communal harmony will be punished by the law.
Mr. Grewal,
we will not do anything else.
Mr. Grewal, you made a point.
Thing. They've been talking about vendetta. Sir, you can talk to
he's going all over the place. You're allowing
Punjabi
him to.
journalist. The form was that the new government would come, new SHOs would come, there'd be cases on even punches. This time around, Punjabis are amazed that nothing of this sort of happened. The only thing is, you take law into your hands.
One question, where is the court order?
You will be responsible for it.
Okay,
final word I'm going to ask you. The word used by Mr. Grewal was teach a lesson. And that, in a way, defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. In state after state, कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है. You are accused of using central agencies to fix the opposition. Use the IT, use enforcement directorate, use the police where you can. And the opposition is accused of doing that in their ruled states. True or not? You can't come to this debate, both of you with the moral high ground, and you in particular, because you are from the ruling party at the center and in most Indian states.
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, first of all, I'm not here to take any moral high ground. I'm here to talk about the legality of this issue, which he has evaded by not showing us the court order if he was armed with one. Point number 2, he's spoken about Patiala violence, which took place on 29. Mr. Bagga was booked on 3rd of April. In 26 days, now I am asking him one more specific question. In the Patiala FIR, have they named Bagga and his statements for the reason of violence? And look, Rajdeep, whatever your points about how we are bad, we have started this politics of vendetta. One second, Rajdeep. Does that mean, let's assume all your charges against my party are true. Let's assume that. Rajdeep, you have to be fair to me. Please cut his audio. If all of those charges are true, today going and arresting Bagga without a court order in violation of Arnesh Kumar and the Punjab and Haryana High Court order, is that justified? That's the only question that needs to be answered.
You have asked a limited question.
Mr. Kejriwal, it was not about Kejriwal, it was disturbing peace in Punjab. You tried to disturb the peace in Punjab.
Can you show me the Patiala FIR where his name has been put out?
Time out. I think both of you have said your points. This is going to become a debate that is going to spread not just in this case but across the country. Is the police being used by their political masters virtually as private militias to settle scores? It's a question we will raise later tonight in a special roundtable that we have. For now, to Shehzad Poonawalla and Mr. Grewal, thanks very much. And to you, the viewers, I'm afraid sometimes the news is with a bit of noise. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China, and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
So the city of Mariupol in Ukraine was always on Russia's agenda, and they bombarded Mariupol down to rubble. But even then, Russia has still not been able to gain access to the Mariupol port because of the Sea of Azov, which stands between Ukraine and Russia. And that Sea of Azov is laden with sea mines, which were laid there as far back as the Second World War. This was basically a military strategy to avoid a Russian naval invasion. So the entire seawater was embedded with mines. By the looks of it, the port will not be functional anytime soon. Now, Russia has appointed a demining department which has about 120 specialists working just on this region. That is how desperate Russia is to get to the Mariupol port. And these specialists are working on land and water across captured territories. Now, one of the commanding officers of this demining operation stated that as many as 10,000 of these sea mines have already been extracted from the Sea of Azov. But there is no certain figure as to how many more sea mines still stand between Ukraine and Russia as far as the Mariupol port is concerned. The demining team will be doing a thorough sweep, clearing the city block by block. So it is evident how important and strategic the Mariupol port really is. But why? All the wheat, steel and other items are transported from this port. So the mines in the water have thrown a wrench in the Russian plan. Until the waters are demined, the port here cannot resume operations. Now these old mines will either have to be extracted or they are going to be deliberately detonated in the water for safety reasons. Nevertheless, these mines are extremely dangerous, and here's why. Apart from the fact that these sea mines can obviously explode, the other concern is that seafarers will have to take a longer route. Turkey on the other side is also extremely concerned about these sea mines because a lot of them have drifted apart and entered the Black Sea, which is obviously bordering Turkey. So if you see the way Sea of Azov and Black Sea have been located, the mines are very much infesting Black Sea as well. So basically that means is that it's not just Mariupol port which is affected. All the ports around the Black Sea are also going to get affected, and the vessels bringing in goods could also become collateral damage. The International Transport Workers Federation Union said that it is essential that the world's seafarers can continue to perform their duties safely and keep global supply chains moving.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Our philosophy or our fundamentals was a customer-funded business model, meaning that early on, as we kind of had this idea that building digital maps would be something pioneering and unique for the country. There could be infinite applications for this product that we had in mind. We immediately started to look for customers who could benefit from digital maps as a solution. And because it was going to drive value for them, they actually paid us to build out digital maps for their unique kind of use cases and problems. So actually that not just generated business for us, it also funded our product. It's just simply a function of think through what problems people are facing in the world in different areas, and then try to apply the technology that you have deep understanding of towards solving that problem. And that product market fit is basically where monetization, profitability happens, and if you can solve it well. Build it with customers. Build it for customers. Test it very often with them. So definitely don't have it as a shining kind of jewel that you're polishing, in the back of your lab or back of your office. But really, engage with customers. Tell them that, look, I'm planning to build this. Will this solve your problem? Get their requirements. Have them try out, iterate your product or solution towards that. And still, there will be failures that one will have. You will have ideas, you will have visions. It may be that the market is not ready for your solution right now. The market will be ready in a few years. Basically, if your customers love and use your product, I think that's kind of the key insights that you have to drive. You have to actually talk to the customers and figure out whether they are using it, whether they like it, and then whether they're willing to pay for it. And then
Rana slapped with sedition. Mevani arrested at midnight over a tweet. Interstate police war over Tajinder Bagga. Wave of political arrests. Police being used to settle scores. Top Cops Roundtable, the politics of revenge.
From the Rana MP MLA couple in Maharashtra to a Gujarat MLA Jignesh Mevani to the Delhi BJP leader Tajinder Singh Bagga. In the past week, a wave of political arrests have been witnessed which have raised several deep, troubling questions over the police Neta nexus, over police partisanship and executive overreach. And the big question of them all, is the police now being used to settle personal scores? Is it caught in revenge politics and a political crossfire? On the round table this week, we'll be joined by some of the country's top policemen to tell us exactly what's going wrong and what are the solutions. But first, a look at this report.
A wave of political arrests and prosecutions. The latest being that of BJP's Tajinder Bagga.
सांप्रदायिक तनाव और सांप्रदायिक हिंसा भड़काने की कोशिश की और इनके ऐसे बयानों के चलते इनके ऊपर पंजाब पुलिस ने मुकदमा दर्ज किया.
A public spectacle of police forces from 3 states. But the Bagga episode isn't one of its kind. Police in both BJP and non-BJP states are now increasingly going after political opponents suspected of law-breaking. A BJP loyalist, independent MP Navneet Rana and her MLA husband were taken in late last month on charges of sedition in Maharashtra. The arrest came after their call to chant Hanuman Chalisa in front of the Chief Minister's home.
हे कुठले आले घंटाधारी हिंदुत्ववादी? घंटाधारी हिंदुत्ववाद्यांनी आम्हाला गदाधारी हिंदुत्ववाद्यांनी हिंदुत्व शिकण्याच्या भानगडीत पडू नये. आमचं हिंदुत्व हे गदाधारी हिंदुत्व आहे.
Assam police came all the way to Gujarat and picked up Congress-backed independent MLA Jignesh Mevani last month over a tweet against the Prime Minister. The list of police cases against political rivals is long. The suspects deny wrongdoing and allege political vendetta. But the pattern is glaringly obvious. In the game of political one-upmanship is the collateral, the autonomy of law enforcement. Bureau Report, India Today.
So that sets the stage for the round table of the country's top cops. Is there a misuse of the police, as I said, to settle scores, political scores? Is the police simply caught in a political crossfire? Is the answer police reforms that make the police independent? How else does one break this khaki neta nexus? These are the questions I will raise. Yashovardhan Azad, former IPS officer, joins us. Ajay Kumar Singh, former DGP Karnataka with us. A.L. Banerjee is former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. And Shashikant is a former police officer from Punjab. Appreciate all of you joining us. I want to ask you all, do you see the police caught in a political crossfire at the moment? Shashikantji, why don't you start? Do you believe that the police is caught in the crossfire? Are they being used as instruments by the political masters in state after state?
My one sentence reply, yes, 100%, and that's one of the most unfortunate developments that can be there.
But can I do a follow-up to that, Shashikantji? Hasn't that always been the case? Didn't Indira Gandhi during the emergency years, for example, use the police? Or is it that after 2014, it's become more brazen? Can we only blame this on the Modi regime? It's always been used. I can go back to Tamil Nadu. You remember how Jayalalitha sent the police at 2 a.m. to lift Karunanidhi bodily?
Yes, it was always there, unfortunately, and day by day is just increasing. There have been so many commissions which have made various recommendations. There have been so many court verdicts, but unfortunately nothing appears to be nobody has taken any cognizance and these developments, and situation becomes worse day by day. Yes, it was always there, and I fear, it will always be there.
It will always be there. That is a very, very chilling statement you're making.
Very chilling, most chilling statement that I've ever made in my life.
You're saying it cannot be broken. This police politician nexus cannot be broken. Police cannot be independent.
Yes, that's what it is. Because till now, what's police? Basically, it's just a strong arm of the state administration. And, because I have been a cop and I have I'm a rebel cop, I'll call myself. I have seen these things, how we have been utilized and absolutely willingly. I'll just give you one instance. When we were in the NPA, National Police Academy, when a very senior police officer had come there to address us, one of our colleagues had asked a chilling question. Sir, tell us why officers lose 2 vertebrae with each promotion. And by the time they are right at the top, they are just nothing but the snails moving around here and there on the feet of politicians.
Police officers lose 2 vertebrae with every promotion. By the time they reach the top, they are spineless. Those are very strong words that you're using there. I want to take those words to Ajay Kumar in Karnataka. You agree with that? That the problem is that the police is more ready to crawl when only asked to bend? What we've seen in Maharashtra, Punjab, Assam?
Yeah, everywhere. That is true. But to say that everybody has lost the spine, I won't say that. I won't say, because there have been officers I have seen in my service. And with humbly, I can say, when I was DG of Police Karnataka, when I was Commissioner of Police Karnataka, no, we had our spine right there. And we worked independently, we worked impartially, and we permitted to do so. But why? There's many answers to that, or many dimensions to that. Why? But it was possible. And I think even now it is possible. Problem is...
Can I press you to say this, that let's say whether it's the case of Jignesh Mevani, Assam police going at midnight and taking him to from Gujarat to Kokrajhar, whether it's the case of the Rana couple charged with sedition, or in the case of Tajinder Singh Bagga, he's picked up by the Punjab police from Delhi allegedly without proper court procedures. If I was the DG of the state or the person in charge, what can I tell my political boss who says, isko arrest karna hai, I want him to be arrested?
I would say the police had to say, no, it cannot be done. It is illegal. They must say that. But problem is, you see, it's a wider question also. It's not only police, the whole bureaucracy has collapsed. That also we have to keep in mind, that to expect only police to show guts is rather impractical, because nobody is showing. We are getting such uneven judgments even in the similar issues. So that is the background which we must keep in mind. But even then, I will say, you see, one of the problems is that the government servants, including police officers who are all public servants, they consider themselves as agent of government, whereas they are government of law. And because they consider themselves an agent of government, it very quickly degenerates into allegiance to the political party in power. That's what's happening all over the country.
Very important point, and you're saying it plainly. I'm glad to see police officers, when they retire, in particular, they speak very plainly. I know, though, Mr. Ajay Kumar, even when you are in service, you are known to speak plainly.
So, yes.
But Yashowardhan Azad, you want to take that forward? Here we are being told that the police today in this country, IPS officers see themselves as agents of the government, not of the people, not of the constitution. I mean, what does that say?
I agree with Mr. Ajay Singh. Spineless chief secretaries and spineless home secretaries have only aided this process of complete, submission of the bureaucracy and the police to the political dispensation.
No, you're blaming the IAS officers. 1 minute. Are you blaming the IAS officers, or for what is happening to the police?
Of course, the IAS officers, the Home Secretary controls the entire IPS administration and management and doesn't do anything. The Chief Secretary is supposed to be the chief of bureaucracy in the land, including the police. He doesn't utter a word. And therefore,
what about the DGP? No, 1 minute. Mr. Azad, what about the DGP of a state? Doesn't the DGP of the state have the right to tell his political boss that, sorry, this is an illegal arrest, I can't execute it?
Absolutely. I'm not absolving the DGP of the blame. But let me tell you one thing, Rajdeep, that 30% of the officers today are absolutely honest, committed, and that is how the system survives. But they are not there in the scheme of things, and they are not kept in the scheme of things. They are transferred there and they are superseded. So there is that element which, with the fiber of honesty, commitment, and absolutely true serving the law, but they are not allowed any opportunity. Another thing which I want to tell you is that in all these cases that you have pointed about, whether it's Mevani, whether it's Bagga, or whether it's Navneet Rana, every government is involved in it. No political dispensation wants to allow the police or the bureaucracy to stand straight. And that's why today we are in a huge dilemma, and it's a great concern for future.
I want solutions. Sir, I'm going to stop you for a moment. Let's go to Mr. Banerjee for solutions, because I think we all accept that there is a huge problem at the moment. We accept that the police is not being allowed or chooses not to function independently in state after state, irrespective of which government. I don't think any chief minister or even those sitting in the central leadership can honestly claim that they are not misusing their power. So, Mr. Banerjee, give me solutions. Let's look for solutions. What's your solution, Mr. Banerjee?
Rajdeep, there are 2 or 3 things I would like to bring out. The first is that obviously after retirement, it seems that some of the vertebra get back to its space. And the people who since retired do talk about some good effects that have taken place. The second thing we should realize is that the khaki and the khadi nexus, this takes place because of one particular reason. The law and order is a subject which is completely with the state. You tell me the names and they come to below 10. you tell me the names of the chief ministers since 1952, I'm talking about the first elections, till date, who have given the police or the law and order portfolio to somebody else. Very few, and still keep something of that. So the point is that we are headed for balkanization. You have Assam versus Nagaland recently. You have had in the past India...
Assam versus Mizoram.
Assam versus Mizoram, I'm very sorry, the Kachar area. On the Mulla Periyar Dam, both the sides, they posted their policemen just within shot of each other. They could have, in fact, they were taken down if they were made into an army. All the states trying to get all the powers of the police and not permitting the CBI to function. There are 9 states today which do not have the general permission of the for the CBI investigations. So we are moving towards smaller states, smaller hearts.
That's because, sir, Mr. Banerjee, with due regard, that's because of the trust deficit. The state governments believe that the CBI is being used to settle scores, and the opposition parties within states believe that the CID and the crime branch is used to settle scores. My point is, and I come back to it. Sir, just a minute. I want solutions. Mr. Ajay Kumar, you want to go first then on solutions. Give me solutions.
Solutions, I can give you solutions.
I'll come one by one. Okay, Mr. Banerjee, why don't you give us the first solution?
Okay. The first solution is that there have been a large number of police reports. One of them is the Dharamveera Commission police report, and the second is some directions given by the Supreme Court of India. Implement them fully, implement them forcefully, and implement them thoroughly.
Sir, we have been saying, sir, with due regard, the Prakash Singh case is 2008 Supreme Court. We are now 2022. Every government that has come to power since then has not implemented it. So you're saying there are those reports? Sir, just a minute. Okay, just a minute, sir. Sir, just a minute. Ajay Kumar ji, you want to tell me what is that one thing? Is there a silver bullet out there that can change, particularly with interstate arrests? What we've seen, Haryana police, Delhi police reporting to the centre and the BJP governments there, Punjab police reporting to AAP. Gujarat police and Assam police, both BJP working in tandem. Do you have a solution for particularly these interstate arrests?
No, of course. No, interstate arrest can be made. There's no legal bar on that, provided they are grounds, valid grounds. Interstate arrest can be made, and we have done it. There's no problem on that. Problem is misuse. The illegal arrest or arrests which are not required.
So what's the solution?
So there's no silver bullet, but there are few things. One is, you see, I have studied all these commissions, and most states claim, including Karnataka, that they've implemented most of the Dharamveera Commission recommendations. They claim that all recommendations of Prakash Singh case have been implemented. But then, I'll give an example. Karnataka has found a way even to circumvent what Supreme Court said in Prakash Singh case. They said, till you make your own law, the rule should be 2 years or whichever is earlier, retirement for DG. So some of the DGs could have 2 years. Now Karnataka has changed the Police Act, Karnataka Police Act, and made it 1 year. So they have circumvented that. So the on paper implementation of those things are there, but practically now, what can Supreme Court do? The establishment board suggested by the Supreme Court, almost all states have. The DGs of the state are the chairman, and there are many other police officers. Now they are supposed to transfer effective transfer of sub-inspectors, inspector, DYSPs, but they are not doing it. They are looking for lists to be received from the government. So on paper there is establishment board, but practically it's not happening. So what is the solution? According to me, one of the solutions could be, you see, it's again, you can say it's impractical. More and more individuals. So individuals make the organization, individuals make the society, individuals make the nation. More and more individuals who can listen to their conscience. That is the, according to me, most important question. And respond to it. And perhaps...
Sir, you I must interview, you have most states now have more than one DG. You are even at the very top because you're going in a pyramid. As you go up the pyramid, there are fewer and fewer options. Each person is playing politics. We are seeing it in Maharashtra. You've seen even the police commissioner of Mumbai, seen as the top post, recently found himself, under the scanner being charged with extortion and worse. So I'm saying even those at the top, you're saying people at the top need to set an example. Am I correct?
Yeah. I mean, okay. Down the hierarchy there, but unless top shows some guts, I think who will follow?
Yashovardhan Azad, unless the top shows some guts. I'll tell you what one of my officer friends at the middle level in Maharashtra told me. He said if people at the top are the ones who are engaging in these political games, what do you expect from us? What do you expect from an inspector? When an inspector knows the people on the top are allegedly making money on transfers and postings, what do I do how do I inspire and motivate my inspectors, Mr. Azad?
There are three things, Rajdeep, I think, which can save the police. First is a very solid court intervention on various arrests, on bails, and on strictures, various things. Number two is the spunk of few good men, and I think there are 30% very honest and committed men in the services. And third is the society and the public which can stand up. No public even supports an honest man when he's fighting a cause, whether in the police or outside. No public man or media even raises an issue when an important posting is announced, whether to test his qualifications or otherwise. This is an extremely important thing in a democracy where everyone's post is questioned all over the world, but in India it's just taken like that. So unless we develop that kind of a culture, I don't think we are going to have any reforms. Mind you, Rajdeep, in all the states...
No, so are you saying, just a minute, are you saying given also the kind of quality of politicians that we have, they come into power and simply believe that the police is their private militia or their private security force?
Even the quality of voters too, who elect these politicians. I think we deserve what we get. This is the kind of society we have sort of engineered. This is the kind of society which permits corruption. This is the kind of society which permits indiscipline. Where is there an appreciation for an honest man? If the
DGP shows guts, sir, I come back to it. If the DGP shows guts and says, no, I will not allow this transfer posting Raj to take place, what happens to the DGP?
Absolutely nothing except a transfer, and it doesn't matter. That's exactly what I'm saying. If he stands his ground and if he said that the State Security Commission has said something or the established mode has said something, has stand by it. But let me tell you another thing. Even the 2 years tenure in CBI has not helped. We have had the worst kind of leadership there. So actually it comes down to the spunk of a man and the spine. No matter how much you know police, things, sections and all like that, is basically how you stand tall before the politicians.
Julio Ribeiro once told me that he was told to carry his resignation letter always in his pocket, or transfer letter always, be prepared for a transfer. Shashikant ji, do you believe that in a sense the politicians are using the transfer as a weapon? They're using promotions as a weapon. They want police officers who are pliable in the key posts. So does the buck really stop actually with the netas? It's unfair for me on this show to blame the police officers when the netas run the show.
Just two plain statements before I come to your question. Number one, you wrongly said that police officers start speaking only once they retire. When I was the top post, I'm the person who has exposed the Punjab drug racket, and
I know
the entire bureaucracy and politician circle, they were after my life, number one. And number two, I'm very happy that you joined the pessimists club.
I
also think that there's hardly any solution.
Is the solution with political reform more than police reform? Unless we have political reform, we won't have police.
Political reforms will never come. I agree with Yasho. He rightly said till such time the courts don't hang one or two DGPs, sitting DGPs for their wrongdoings. Whether it's this case of arrest or that case of arrest, I'm talking even of the smallest possible cases.
Should I be penalizing a police?
Nothing is going to change.
Should the courts penalize police officers who follow illegal arrests? Should an illegal arrest lead to penalization?
Not every. I'm just talking about a symptom. That symptomatic thing has to be there. like I believe in deterrence. That deterrence is very important. I think Yasho and other officers also agree to that. Once a few police officers are hanged by the courts, by the judiciary, they will get set right. Politicians want them under their feet all the time. If you think that any commission or any judgment or anything is going to make any difference, my colleagues here have said that there have been so many commissions right from Dharamveer and even before that and even after that in Prakash Singh judgment is being flouted every day. So what we require is some kind of deterrent action against some of the sitting police officers at the very top echelon. Only then certain things, a certain amount of fear of God will come. Yes, the God is sitting there. He'll do something.
There is a fear factor that needs to go. It needs to go in the police. It needs to go importantly in the politicians. I think we are very clear. You know, the politicians are at the root of the rot. The quality of the people who are running us are a large part of the problem. When they use the police as their private security or militia to settle scores, that's when the problems start. They need to follow the law. And then the police can say that they are at the end of the day loyal to the constitution and not to their political masters. But to summon up the guts to say that, we will need a complete reform of the system. This is only a trigger point. I hope we can carry forward these discussions. Wonderful to have 4 police officers after retirement speaking so candidly. And maybe the guts that you have shown on this program need to be transferred to those who are still in service. To thank you all very much for joining us on the Police Roundtable. Stay well. Amen to that. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Namaskar.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage, Paya Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
In what can be described as the biggest leak in American history, the US Supreme